Europe is a continent where every stone holds its secrets, but some of them are so mysterious that they even puzzle modern science. Imagine this: enigmatic stone circles scattered across the continent with mathematical precision have been there for thousands of years. Yet no one can explain how ancient people, without computers or modern tools, could create such perfectly aligned structures. What about those ominous castles and towers, about which local legends persistently claim that they were not built by ordinary builders, but by beings with supernatural abilities? How can we explain the fact that in some ancient ruins, archaeologists find artifacts that simply cannot be fitted into the official historical chronology? Stone labyrinths, constructed with such precision that modern engineers can only marvel at them, trying to understand how such ideal alignment of multi-ton blocks could be achieved without advanced technologies. 15 mystical structures of Europe challenge our understanding of the past, making us question whether we truly know the true history of humanity, or if we are only scratching the surface of the mysteries hidden beneath the layers of time. Among all the mysteries of the European ocean, the most radiant pearl of ancient enigmas is Stonehenge, a mystical stone circle whose silent majesty challenges contemporary rational thought. Imagine massive megaliths weighing up to 40 tons, some transported from distances of over 200 kilometers, in an era when neither wheels nor sufficient draft animals existed. How did ancient builders, without modern technology, not only move these colossal boulders, but also place them with astronomical precision that continues to baffle scientists today? Under the grey English sky, these silent sentinels of time have guarded their secrets for more than 4,500 years. Archaeologists have discovered that Stonehenge was built in several stages, beginning approximately 3,000 years before our era. But each new finding raises a dozen new questions. Particularly mysterious are the so-called bluestones, enormous boulders quarried in the distant Preseli Mountains of Wales and somehow transported to Salisbury Plain. Modern experiments in moving similar stones using supposed ancient methods have shown just how titanic this endeavor was. But why? What necessity compelled ancient people to undertake such incredible efforts? Some scientists assert that Stonehenge functioned as an ancient observatory, allowing for the prediction of solstices and equinoxes with remarkable accuracy. Others see it as a ritual center, a place of burial for the elite of an ancient society, or even a healing center to which the sick came from all of Britain. Acoustic studies have revealed that the stones of Stonehenge possess unusual acoustic properties. When struck, they produce sounds reminiscent of metallic bells. Could this have been the reason for the choice of these particular stones? Or was it their supposed magical properties? Especially striking is the orientation of Stonehenge. On the day of the summer solstice, the first rays of the rising sun pass precisely through the central arch and fall on the altar stone at the center of the circle. How could people of the Bronze Age, without writing or our understanding of mathematics, achieve such precision? Local legends attribute the creation of Stonehenge to the magician Merlin, who supposedly transported the stones from Ireland with the help of magic. But reality may be even more extraordinary than the legends suggest. Some researchers propose bold hypotheses that ancient builders possessed knowledge that was later lost to humanity. Perhaps they understood the principles of levitation, or used acoustic technologies of which we are only beginning to suspect. Archaeoastronomers have discovered that the arrangement of the stones at Stonehenge reflects complex astronomical cycles, including the prediction of lunar eclipses, an event requiring deep mathematical knowledge. How could such knowledge exist in a society without writing? Each new method of investigation, from georadars to laser scanning, reveals new aspects of this ancient monument. Recent excavations have shown that Stonehenge was only a part of a vast ritual landscape, including wooden circles, cursuses, and processional avenues. This was a whole sacred world created with incredible effort and resources. But why? What necessity compelled the ancient society to invest so much energy in the creation of this monumental complex? And why was Stonehenge eventually abandoned and the knowledge of its true purpose lost? Perhaps we will never know the whole truth about Stonehenge. These ancient stones continue to guard their secrets despite all the efforts of modern science. And perhaps it is in this very mystery that lies their main charm, in reminding us that the history of humanity is far more complex and enigmatic than we are accustomed to think. But Stonehenge is just one of many ancient mysteries of Europe. If we travel south to sunny Malta, we will find no less mysterious temple complexes whose age exceeds even the Egyptian pyramids. If we continue our journey through the mysterious megalithic structures of the British Isles, we must inevitably visit one of the most enigmatic and little-known places in the world, the Kalanish Stones, located on the remote island of Lewis in northern Scotland. Imagine this, a harsh landscape battered by all the winds of the North Atlantic, where between heather-covered moors and peat bogs stand 13 massive stone monoliths forming a perfect circle with a tall central stone. This ancient complex, which is estimated to be around 5,000 years old, is older than the famous Stonehenge and is shrouded in an atmosphere of such profound mystery that even a skeptic cannot help but feel a sense of mystical awe as they approach these silent sentinels of time. Grey granite boulders, some of which reach heights of almost 6 meters, have stood here since the Neolithic era, silently witnessing the passage of millennia, civilizations, and beliefs. Local Scottish legends call these stones Fir-Braig, false men or deceitful men, and tell a remarkable story of how they were once giants who refused to accept Christianity and were turned into stone by an angry saint. According to another version of local folklore, these were fae, caught in the sun's rays during their nightly dances and turned into stone by the first rays of dawn. But what does modern science tell us? Archaeologists date the creation of the Kalanish stones to around 3200 BCE, although the complex was likely used for 2,000 years, gradually evolving and being added to with new elements. Studies have shown that the stones were carefully selected from local gneiss and set with remarkable astronomical precision. But how did these ancient builders, who lacked writing and advanced mathematical knowledge, manage to create such a precise astronomical observatory? The central stone, which resembles a human figure, has led some researchers to see it as an ancient deity observing the cycle of stars and planets. The Kalanish complex is oriented not only by solar, but also by lunar cycles, allowing for the prediction of the rare astronomical phenomenon known as the southern standstill of the moon, which occurs every 18.5 years. At this moment, the full moon barely touches the horizon above the southern hills, creating the illusion of a female figure lying on the ground. The ancient Celts called this phenomenon the sleeping goddess. How could people of the Stone Age notice and record such a complex astronomical cycle? What knowledge did they have access to, and why were these knowledge lost in the end? Geophysical studies have revealed that the visible stones today are only a part of a much larger complex. Beneath the peat, remnants of ancient structures, possibly ritual centers or dwellings of priest astronomers, are hidden. Radiocarbon analysis has shown signs of active human activity on this site 1,000 years before the stones were erected. What was this settlement, and why did its inhabitants decide to create a megalithic complex here? Acoustic studies of the Kalanish stones have revealed another remarkable feature. Under certain weather conditions, the stones begin to resonate, emitting a low humming sound reminiscent of a distant chant. Was this property known to the ancient builders? Did they use these sound effects in their rituals? Some scientists suggest that such sonic vibrations could induce altered states of consciousness. Perhaps the ancient priests used Kalanish as a place for communion with the other world, or for receiving prophetic visions. The choice of location for construction is particularly intriguing. The island of Lewis is not the most hospitable place, even by Scottish standards. Harsh climate, sparse vegetation, constant winds and rain. What drew the ancient builders here? Was there some special energy in this place, noticeable to sensitive people of the Stone Age? Or did the geographical location of the island play a key role, allowing for the observation of certain astronomical phenomena? Anthropologists note that the creation of such a monumental structure required not only colossal physical effort, but also sophisticated social organization. Who were these people who managed to mobilize the resources of a small island community for such a grand project? How was their social hierarchy structured? And most importantly, what motivated them to invest so much effort in creating this enigmatic complex? Some researchers suggest that the Kalanish Stones were not just an astronomical observatory, but also a unique calendar regulating the agricultural cycles of the ancient society. Others see them as a ritual center connected to the cult of ancestors or ancient initiatory rites. Still others believe that this was a center of education, where astronomical knowledge was passed down from generation to generation. But all these theories only scratch the surface of the mystery surrounding the Kalanish Stones. Why was this complex ultimately abandoned? What happened to the people who created it? And why were the knowledge they possessed not passed down to subsequent generations? These questions remain unanswered, adding another layer of mystery to this ancient place. And as modern scientists continue to study the Kalanish Stones using ever more advanced technologies, these silent sentinels of time continue to guard their secrets, reminding us that the history of humanity is full of white spots and unsolved mysteries. And if we continue our journey through the mystical places of Europe and venture even further north, we will discover no less enigmatic stone labyrinths of Scandinavia, the purpose of which continues to be a hotly debated topic among archaeologists and historians. If we shift our gaze from the mysterious stone labyrinths of Scandinavia to the western coast of Ireland, we will discover one of the most astonishing geological wonders of Europe, shrouded in no less mysterious legends and traditions, the famous Giant's Road or the Giant's Causeway. Imagine the coast of County Antrim in Northern Ireland, where the turbulent waters of the Atlantic Ocean crash against a peculiar stone mosaic consisting of more than 40,000 perfectly fitted basalt columns. These hexagonal, or sometimes 5- or 7-sided stone pillars rising from the sea, create the impression of a gigantic paved road leading straight into the ocean depths and disappearing over the horizon. The height of some columns reaches 12 meters, and their geometric perfection is so complete that it seems impossible to believe in their natural origin. Standing on these ancient stones, feeling the salty spray of the waves and inhaling the penetrating wind from the Atlantic, one cannot help but ask, could nature create such an orderly structure? Or is there perhaps the hand of a rational being at work here? Official science offers a perfectly rational explanation. Approximately 60 million years ago, during the Paleogene epoch, intense volcanic activity led to the outpouring of a vast quantity of basalt lava. As this lava cooled slowly, a unique physical phenomenon occurred, a thermal contraction that resulted in the formation of cracks, dividing the monolithic mass into regular multi-sided columns. Similar basalt formations are found in other parts of the world, such as the Devil's Bridge in California or the Rhine Basalt Prism in Germany. However, nowhere do these geological structures reach such a scale and perfection of form as in Northern Ireland. Nevertheless, local Celtic legends offer a much more colourful explanation. According to ancient traditions, the Giant's Road was created by the legendary Irish warrior and hero Finn McCool, a being of colossal size and incredible strength. When the Scottish giant Benandona challenged Finn, he decided to build a road across the sea so that his opponent could come and fight him. According to one version of the legend, Finn defeated the Scottish giant in a fair fight. According to another, more cunning version, the Irish hero, seeing the true size of his gigantic opponent, decided to resort to trickery. He disguised himself as a child and lay in a giant cradle. When Benandona saw the child of such incredible size, he was filled with fear and imagined what his father, Finn McCool, must be like. Overwhelmed with terror, the Scottish giant fled back to Scotland, destroying the road behind him so that Finn could not pursue him. That is why, according to the legends, we see only the beginning of this ancient road along the coasts of Ireland today. It is interesting that on the opposite side, in the Scottish county of Argyll, there indeed exists a similar geological formation, the island of Staffa with its famous Fingal's Cave. Is this a coincidence, or did the ancient Celts observe a geological connection between these places, which was later confirmed by modern science? Archaeological research shows that people settled in the area of the Giant's Road as early as the Neolithic period, approximately 6,000 years ago. They left behind enigmatic petroglyphs on the surrounding cliffs, spirals, concentric circles, and other symbols, the meaning of which remains a subject of scientific debate. Some researchers believe that these ancient people considered the unusual basalt formations sacred and conducted rituals here connected with the sea and the underworld. Others note the strange acoustic properties of this place. The columns begin to resonate, creating a low humming sound, reminiscent of a distant choir, when the wind and tide are in a certain direction and height. Did the ancient inhabitants of these places know about this phenomenon? Did they use it in their religious practices? Geomagnetic research has revealed another enigmatic feature of the Giant's Road. Some of the basalt columns possess an anomalously high magnetic field, whose intensity changes depending on the lunar cycles. This phenomenon has not yet received a satisfactory scientific explanation. There are hypotheses linking these magnetic anomalies to a special mineral composition of basalt in this region or to deep geological processes occurring under the ocean floor. But what if the ancient inhabitants of these places somehow sensed these magnetic fluctuations? What if these invisible forces attracted them to the Giant's Road and became the source of mystical experiences and legends? Especially intriguing are the so-called organic pipes, a group of exceptionally tall basalt columns located at the foot of the cliff. Upon closer inspection, it turns out that these columns are not arranged chaotically, but form a certain sequence, resembling a musical instrument. If you strike these columns in a certain order, they produce sounds of different pitches, creating a melodic pattern. Is this a coincidence, or did the ancient inhabitants of these places discover and use this property? Among the local population, legends circulate about strange sounds emanating from the Giant's Road on moonless nights. It seems as if an invisible being is playing on this stone organ, evoking the spirits of the sea and the underworld. No less intriguing is the fact that some of the basalt columns contain unusual inclusions, crystals and minerals not characteristic of this type of volcanic rock. Where did they come from? Were they brought from the depths of the earth during volcanic eruptions? Or do they have some other origin? And why is the concentration of these unusual minerals particularly high in those parts of the Giant's Road that, according to local legends, possess healing properties? Perhaps the ancient Celts had some intuitive knowledge of the geological and geochemical peculiarities of this place, which is only now beginning to be revealed by modern science. If we turn to astronomical aspects, we will discover that from certain points on the Giant's Road, unique opportunities for observing the movement of celestial bodies are available. During the winter and summer solstices, the sun rises and sets exactly over certain basalt formations, creating impressive visual effects. Is this a coincidence? Or did the ancient inhabitants of these places notice this regularity and attribute it a sacred meaning? Whatever the case, the Giant's Road remains one of the most mysterious places in Europe, where geological reality intertwines with ancient myths, scientific explanations coexist with mystical secrets, and every new researcher discovers new questions, to which answers are yet to be found. And as scientists continue to study this unique natural phenomenon, the ancient basalt columns remain silent, carrying the secrets of millennia into the ocean depths. And if we continue our journey through the mysterious places of Europe and move eastward into the dense forests of Romania, we will find ourselves in one of the most enigmatic places on the continent, the heart of Transylvania, where ancient secrets are hidden among the majestic Carpathian mountains, waiting to be revealed. But before we delve into the mystical world of Romanian forests, let us make a stop on the Swedish island of Gotland, a place where time seems to have frozen in its stone labyrinths, whose age is counted in thousands of years. Imagine this: the rugged shores of the Baltic Sea, washing the rocky coasts of the island, where among the heathland and sparse pine forests, mysterious stone spirals have been scattered, created by unknown masters of old. These labyrinths, which the local residents call Troborgs, or cities of the three, represent complex spiral patterns laid out directly on the ground. Some of them reach a diameter of 15 meters, and their winding paths, if traversed from the entrance to the center, form a path of up to 100 meters in length. The stone labyrinths of Gotland are one of the most concentrated groups of similar structures in the world, with more than 40 of them found on the relatively small territory of the island. Archaeological research dates the oldest of them to the Bronze Age, around the 15th century BC, although some scholars suggest an even older origin for these enigmatic structures. But who created these stone patterns? What message is encrypted in their intricate spirals? Each Gotland labyrinth has only one path leading from the entrance to the center, without dead ends and false paths, characteristic of classical Mediterranean labyrinths. These are not puzzles designed to confuse the traveler, but rather ritual paths intended for slow, deliberate movement along a predetermined route. But what ritual was performed in these stone spirals? To which deity did the ancient inhabitants of these lands pray, walking along the winding paths to the sacred center? Some researchers link the Gotland labyrinths with maritime cults and rituals for successful fishing or safe navigation. Indeed, most of them are located near the coast, and local folklore preserves tales of how fishermen passed through the labyrinths before setting sail, to confuse evil spirits and ensure a safe return. Other scholars see in these stone spirals astronomical instruments that allowed the ancient inhabitants of Gotland to track the movements of celestial bodies and determine the key dates of the agricultural calendar. Detailed study of the layout of some labyrinths reveals interesting regularities. Their entrances are often oriented towards the points of sunrise on the days of the solstices or equinoxes. Moreover, if lines are drawn between the centers of several labyrinths located on a certain part of the island, they form a pattern reminiscent of the constellation of the Pleiades, a star cluster that played an important role in the mythology of many ancient peoples. Is this a coincidence or evidence of deep astronomical knowledge of the creators of these structures? There is also a more mystical interpretation of the Gotland labyrinths as portals between worlds, places where the boundary between the material and spiritual realms thins. Folklore tales speak of how on certain days of the year, especially on the night of the summer solstice, one can encounter beings from other worlds or receive prophetic visions in the center of the labyrinth. It is interesting that geophysical research has revealed strange magnetic anomalies in the area of some labyrinths, and biolocation experiments have shown the presence of powerful energy flows concentrated in their central points. The scientific explanation of these phenomena links them to the geological peculiarities of the island, but it does not explain how the ancient builders could have discovered these invisible forces and why they decided to mark them with laborious stone constructions. The naming of these structures, Troborgs or Cities of the Three, also presents a mystery. Why did the ancient Scandinavians associate their stone labyrinths with the distant Mediterranean city? Did they know about the famous labyrinth of the Minotaur and other similar structures in southern Europe? Archaeological finds testify to the existence of trade and cultural contacts between Scandinavia and the Mediterranean already in the Bronze Age. But were these contacts intense enough for such a deep cultural influence? Or perhaps the idea of the labyrinth as a sacred symbol arose independently in different parts of the ancient world, reflecting some universal archetype of human consciousness. Even more intriguing is the fact that similar labyrinths have been found not only on Gotland, but also in other parts of Scandinavia, in Russia, in Great Britain, in India, and even in remote corners of Northern and Southern America. How can we explain the global spread of this enigmatic symbol? Was it the result of migrations of ancient peoples who carried their sacred knowledge to new territories? Or, as some researchers suggest, is the labyrinth a reflection of some universal cosmic principle that was intuitively understood by shamans and spiritual leaders of different cultures who had no direct contact with each other? Archaeological excavations near some Gotland labyrinths have revealed traces of ancient sacrifices, fragments of pottery, burned animal bones, and in one case, remains of a wooden statue, presumably depicting a female deity with hands raised to her face. These finds indicate that the labyrinths were not just abstract symbols, but actively functioning ritual centers where important communal rituals were performed. But what was the essence of these rituals? What beliefs and representations of the world did they reflect? Unfortunately, the creators of the Gotland labyrinths did not leave written records, and the oral traditions that were passed down from generation to generation were significantly lost or distorted with the advent of Christianity in Scandinavia. And yet, standing in the center of an ancient stone labyrinth on the wind-swept shore of the Baltic Sea, it is impossible not to feel a connection with those distant people who, thousands of years ago laid these stones following some important purpose. What were they trying to say? What message did they encrypt in these spirals for future generations? And how many more secrets does the ancient land of Europe still hold, waiting for its moment to reveal itself to those who are ready to listen to its silent whisper? And if we leave the enigmatic labyrinths of Gotland and travel to the very heart of Transylvania, we will find not less mysterious a place, shrouded in dark legends and ominous tales. If we transport ourselves from the enigmatic labyrinths of Gotland to the very heart of Transylvania, we will discover no less mysterious a place, shrouded in dark legends and ominous traditions. But before we delve into the mystical world of the Romanian Carpathians, let us make one more stop, in the picturesque Alps of Austria. Among the majestic peaks, on a sheer cliff rising 120 meters above the valley of the river Salzach, stands the mysterious castle of Hoen. This grim sentinel of the Alpine passes, whose grey walls seem to grow out of the rock, was built in the 11th century at the command of the Archbishop of Salzburg, Gebhard, as an impregnable fortress to protect against invasions from the north. However, over the course of its 900-year existence, the castle of Hohenwerfen has accumulated far more secrets than one might expect from an ordinary military stronghold. Its dark reputation began in the 12th century when the dungeons of the castle were used as prisons for political opponents of the Salzburg archbishops. In these damp, lightless chambers, carved directly into the rock, where drops of water seeping through the stone vaults marked the endless hours of imprisonment. Not only knights and nobles were held, but also those accused of practicing forbidden sciences and heresy. Local legends speak of secret experiments conducted in the deepest levels of the castle's dungeons, alchemical trials aimed at finding the philosopher's stone and the elixir of immortality. Indeed, during restoration work in 1987, a walled-up chamber was discovered in one of the abandoned cellars, containing a strange collection of items. Fragments of glass vessels of unusual shape, remnants of a metallic apparatus resembling a primitive still, and, most intriguingly, several parchment scrolls with encrypted texts and alchemical symbols. But the most astonishing discovery was a small metallic disc with a diameter of about 10 centimeters, covered with strange engravings resembling a schematic diagram of the solar system with planets arranged in an unusual order. Radiocarbon analysis of the organic materials found alongside the disc confirmed their medieval origin, approximately the 13th century. However, metallographic examination of the disc revealed an anomaly that has not yet given scientists peace. The alloy from which it was made contains elements whose technology of processing was not available in medieval Europe. Moreover, the precision of the engravings on the disc significantly exceeds the capabilities of the instruments of that time. How to explain this contradiction? Some researchers suggest that the disc could have been made in a later period and somehow ended up among the more ancient artifacts. Others propose a bold hypothesis that the castle of Hohenwerfen indeed conducted experiments significantly ahead of their time, possibly under the guidance of an unknown genius whose name history has not preserved. There are also those who connect the mysterious disc with ancient knowledge brought from the East by returning crusaders, who could have brought not only exotic spices and fabrics, but also fragments of lost technologies of ancient civilizations. Even more mysterious are the strange tunnels discovered in 1999 during the laying of new communications in the northern wing of the castle, leading deep into the rock on which Hohenwerfen stands. These narrow passages, carved with remarkable precision in the solid rock, are not marked on any of the medieval plans of the fortress. Their walls are covered with unusual symbols reminiscent of the runes of ancient Germans and enigmatic signs found in some caves of prehistoric Europe. Georadar scanning showed that the tunnels form a complex network extending for hundreds of meters into the mountain, with some of them ending in vast chambers whose purpose remains unknown. Attempts to penetrate these distant chambers are hindered by landslides and flooding that have occurred over centuries, as well as strange anomalies in the operation of electronic equipment observed during the advancement into the tunnels. The dating of these underground structures presents a separate mystery. Geologists claim that some of the tunnels could have been created long before the construction of the castle itself, possibly even in the Roman era or even earlier. But who and why created this complex underground network in the inaccessible mountain terrain? What secrets were they trying to hide in the depths of the alpine rocks? In local folklore, legends have been preserved about underground people, mysterious creatures that inhabited the depths of the mountains long before the arrival of the first human tribes. According to the legends, these creatures possessed extraordinary knowledge and technologies, allowing them to create wonderful artifacts and control the forces of nature. When people began to settle in the alpine valleys, the underground people retreated even deeper into the earth, taking their secrets with them. Only occasionally, the legends say, they made contact with certain people, usually hermits or wise men, sharing with them crumbs of their knowledge. The scientific community, of course, regards such legends with skepticism, considering them as a folklore reflection of real historical events. For example, contacts of the local population with more technologically advanced Romans or cultural influence of Eastern civilizations through trade routes. However, some anomalous findings in the dungeons of Hoen make one think, what if there is a grain of truth in these ancient legends? Particularly interesting is the discovery in one of the side tunnels of a small chamber with perfectly smooth polished walls, on which, under certain lighting, strange images appear. Diagrams or maps resembling the starry sky, but with the arrangement of constellations not corresponding to the modern one. Astronomers who studied these images came to a shocking conclusion. If we accept them as a map of the real starry sky, then it corresponds to the arrangement of stars as observed from Earth approximately 12,000 years ago. An era when, according to official historical science, there could not have been a civilization in the Alpine region capable of making such precise astronomical observations and their graphical fixation. How to explain this contradiction? Is the star chart of Hohenwerfen just a curious play of nature? A narrow window in which the human mind, inclined to seek regularities, saw familiar outlines? Or is it evidence of the existence of some ancient culture that possessed knowledge that we have come to consider accessible only to modern science? And if such a culture did indeed exist, where did it disappear, leaving no other traces of its presence? These questions remain unanswered, and the castle of Hohenwerfen continues to keep its secrets, occasionally lifting the veil over the mysteries hidden in its ancient walls and dungeons. Perhaps future research using new technologies will help solve these mysteries, or they will remain one of those secrets of the past that feed our imagination and remind us of how little we know about the true history of our planet and the civilizations that once inhabited it. And if, from the mysterious castle of Hohenwerfen, we continue our journey to the east, crossing the Alpine passes and descending into the valleys of Transylvania, we will discover no less intriguing secrets hidden in the shadows of the Carpathian, forests enshrouded in the fog of ancient legends. If we continue our journey east from the mysterious castle of Hohenwerfen, crossing the Alpine passes and descending into the valleys of Transylvania, we will discover no fewer intriguing mysteries hidden in the shadows of the Carpathian forests and shrouded in the mists of ancient legends. However, before we delve into the mystical world of the Carpathians, let us make a small detour from our route and travel to the southwest of Europe, to the picturesque province of Brittany in northwestern France. There, among the emerald hills and misty valleys, lies one of the most mysterious megalithic enigmas of the continent, the Carac Dolmans. These colossal stone structures, dating back approximately 5,000 years, represent a grand complex of burial chambers created from enormous stone slabs, some of which weigh more than 100 tons. Imagine these colossal monoliths, torn from rock formations, transported over tens of kilometers and installed with such precision that even today, after 5,000 years, a knife blade cannot be inserted between them. How did the ancient builders, lacking metallic tools, wheels, or lifting mechanisms, accomplish this engineering feat? This question has troubled archaeologists and engineers for decades. Traditional explanations involving wooden rollers, levers, and thousands of workers seem unconvincing when standing before these monumental structures and feeling their overwhelming grandeur. But what is even more astonishing about the Carac Dolmans is their astronomical orientation. Rigorous studies conducted in recent decades using modern geodetic instruments have revealed a remarkable regularity. the main axes of the largest dolmens in the complex are oriented towards specific points of sunrise on the days of the solstices and equinoxes, as well as key positions of the moon in its 18-year cycle. Moreover, if we mentally connect the centers of the main dolmens, a complex geometric pattern emerges on the Earth's surface, precisely mirroring the constellation Orion as it appeared from Earth 5,000 years ago. How did the ancient builders, presumably lacking literacy and mathematical knowledge, project this celestial map onto the Earth's surface with such precision? And what was the purpose of this? According to the official archaeological version, the Carac Dolmans are burial structures created by Neolithic tribes to bury their chieftains and priests. However, strangely, in most of the chambers, no human remains have been found, despite ideal conditions for the preservation of organic materials. The few bone fragments that have been discovered date from a period several centuries after the dolmens were built, suggesting their secondary use. Another mystery is the discovery in 1997 in one of the most inaccessible dolmens of a strange metallic plate measuring approximately 30 by 20 centimeters, covered with a geometric pattern of concentric circles and radial lines. Spectral analysis showed that the plate was made of an alloy of copper, tin, and a small amount of nickel, a combination not typical of the Bronze Age metallurgy of Europe. Moreover, microscopic examination revealed traces of mechanical processing requiring tools that, according to historians, could not have existed in that era. When French physicist Jean-Pierre Duval conducted computer modeling of the pattern on the plate in 1997, he arrived at a shocking conclusion. The pattern represents a schematic image of the orbits of the planets in the solar system, including Uranus and Neptune, which were only discovered in the 18th and 19th centuries, respectively. How can this anachronism be explained? Skeptics argue that the plate is a later forgery or was accidentally placed in the dolmen in a later period. However, radiocarbon analysis of organic remains found directly under the plate and thermoluminescence dating of the surrounding soil indicate that the artifact has been in its place for at least 3,000 years. No less intriguing are the strange acoustic properties of the main dolmen complex, known as the Whispering Chamber. This massive megalith, consisting of 7 vertical slabs supporting a horizontal roof weighing approximately 55 tons, possesses an extraordinary property. A sound produced in a specific point in the chamber is amplified and resonates in such a way that it seems as if dozens of voices are speaking simultaneously. Acoustic studies conducted by a group of engineers from the Paris Polytechnic Institute showed that the shape of the chamber and the arrangement of the stone slabs create a complex system of resonators tuned to specific frequencies. Moreover, these frequencies correspond to the Schumann resonances, electromagnetic oscillations that occur in the space between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere. Is this a coincidence? Or did the ancient builders possess knowledge of the Earth's physical properties that modern science has only discovered in the 20th century? Even more mysterious is the fact that people spending long periods of time inside the Whispering Chamber, especially during the solstices, often report unusual psychological effects. Altered perception of time, vivid visual images, and a sense of contact with some intelligent entities. Neurophysiologists suggest that the acoustic properties of the chamber may induce a resonance in brain structures, leading to states similar to deep meditation or trance. Is it possible that the dolmens were not only burial structures, but also some kind of technological devices designed to alter the state of consciousness and possibly establish contact with other realities or aspects of existence? This hypothesis, of course, goes beyond the boundaries of official science, but it finds unexpected parallels in shamanic practices of various cultures of the world, where certain places were used for journeys between worlds. In 1999, a group of geophysicists studying the territory of the Carac complex discovered another strange anomaly. Powerful underground water flows pass under the main dolmens, and in the places of their intersection, significant geomagnetic anomalies are observed. Moreover, these anomalies reach their peak intensity precisely on the days of the solstices and equinoxes, the same days on which the axes of the dolmens are oriented. Is it a coincidence that the ancient builders chose these very points for their megalithic structures? Or did they possess methods for detecting underground energy flows and consciously use them for their purposes? Local legends passed down from generation to generation by the inhabitants of the surrounding villages speak of sleeping stones that awaken when the stars take their places. According to these traditions, on certain nights of the year, the dolmens begin to emit a strange blue light, and low-pitched vibrating sounds, reminiscent of distant singing, can be heard from under the ground. There is no scientific confirmation of these tales, but it is interesting that similar legends are associated with megalithic structures around the world, from Stonehenge in England to the temple complexes of South America. Perhaps in these folk traditions, the memory of real physical phenomena associated with the interaction of stone structures with natural energy fields has been preserved. The Carac Dolmans continue to guard their secrets, rarely lifting the veil on the mysteries of the ancient builders, whose knowledge and technologies, possibly, far exceeded what we are accustomed to attributing to our distant ancestors. Who were these people? From where did they draw their extraordinary knowledge of the starry sky, geometry, and acoustics? And where did their civilization disappear, leaving behind only these silent stone witnesses of their former glory? These questions remain unanswered, reminding us of how little we know about the long history of humanity and what amazing discoveries may await us in the future. If we leave the mysterious lands of Brittany and head north, crossing the restless waters of La Manche, we will find ourselves in no less mysterious country, Scotland, where among the magnificent mountains and misty valleys lies one of the most inexplicable archaeological enigmas of Europe. In the heart of the Scottish Highlands, in the depths of Loach O, hidden among the magnificent mountain peaks and ancient forests, lies a secret about which practically nothing is said in academic circles, and which is mentioned only occasionally in half-forgotten local legends. Imagine the cold, almost black waters of this lake, surrounded by centuries-old pines and enveloped in a thick mist for most of the year. Under this impenetrable water surface, at a depth of about 25 meters in the year 1997, a group of divers studying the bottom of the lake accidentally discovered something that completely contradicted the official history of the region. A vast megalithic complex consisting of dozens of massive stone blocks forming precise geometric structures. Giant monoliths, some weighing up to 15 tons, are arranged on the bottom of the lake in a strictly defined order, forming concentric circles and radial lines, reminiscent of gigantic solar clocks or an astronomical calendar. But how could ancient builders erect such a grand structure on the bottom of a lake? Or, even more intriguing, was there no water here in the distant past, and were these megalithic structures built on dry land, which later became submerged? Geological studies conducted in 1999 showed that the water level in Loach O rose by about 20 meters around 3,000 years ago, presumably due to the melting of glaciers and tectonic changes that transformed the landscape of the Scottish Highlands. This means that the enigmatic structures should have been built before this catastrophe, in the Bronze Age or even earlier. But the most astonishing thing is that there is not a single mention of any cult or ceremonial structure in this place in any historical document, chronicle, or legend. How could such a grand human creation completely disappear from the collective memory of the people? A detailed study of the underwater megaliths conducted in 1999 using underwater photography and sonar scanning revealed even more enigmatic features of this complex. On the surface of some stones, strange carved symbols were found: spirals, concentric circles, and zigzag lines, remarkably similar to petroglyphs found in Neolithic graves in Ireland and Britain, especially in the famous Newgrange. However, there are also symbols that have no analogues in any known ancient writings. Complex geometric figures resembling mathematical formulas or astronomical diagrams. What were the ancient builders trying to convey to us through these enigmatic signs? Were they just ritual symbols, or were they encrypted with some knowledge, the meaning of which we are still unable to comprehend? Another unexplained feature of the underwater megaliths of Loach O is the material from which they are made. Mineralogical analysis of samples taken from the surface of the stones showed that they are basalt with a high content of magnetite, giving the stone unusual magnetic properties. However, the nearest deposits of such basalt are located more than 50 kilometers from the lake, in the region of the Island of Skye. How did the ancient builders transport these colossal stone blocks over such a significant distance, through mountains and valleys, rivers and bogs, in an era when there were no roads or wheeled transport capable of withstanding such weight? This question becomes even more puzzling if we consider that some of the underwater monoliths have an ideally precise geometric shape, with smooth, polished surfaces and right angles, which requires tools and technologies for stone processing that, according to historians, simply could not have existed in that era. In the year 2000, a group of geophysicists from the University of Edinburgh studying magnetic anomalies in the area of Loach O made another astonishing discovery. It turned out that the underwater megalithic complex is located exactly at the intersection of several powerful geomagnetic lines, forming a unique energy node. Moreover, the intensity of the magnetic field in this point is subject to strange oscillations, which, as it turned out, coincide with certain astronomical cycles, such as the 18-year cycle of lunar eclipses. Was it a coincidence that the ancient builders chose this very place for their mysterious structure? Or did they somehow manage to detect and use these invisible energy flows? The local inhabitants, descendants of ancient Celtic tribes who have inhabited these lands for millennia, have preserved strange legends about singing stones under the water and sleeping giants guarding the gates to the lower world. According to these legends, at certain times of the year, especially during the winter solstice, a strange light can be seen above the surface of Loach O, and sounds resembling distant music or choral singing can be heard from the depths of the lake. Skeptics, of course, explain these stories as products of popular fantasy or natural phenomena, such as bioluminescence of plankton or acoustic effects caused by the special shape of the lake basin. However, in 2005, a group of researchers from the International Institute of Acoustic Sciences actually recorded unusual sound waves coming from the area of the underwater complex. Spectral analysis of these sounds showed that they have a regular structure and frequency characteristics that are atypical for natural acoustic phenomena. Some scientists suggested that these sounds could be caused by the movement of water through hidden cavities in the megalithic structures, creating the effect of a gigantic organ. But if this is the case, then the ancient builders must have possessed profound knowledge of acoustics and hydrodynamics, which forces us to rethink our understanding of the level of development of prehistoric cultures. In 2010, an international expedition equipped with the most modern equipment for underwater research, including robotic underwater vehicles with high-sensitivity cameras and laser scanners, began systematic study of the submerged complex. The results of this research were so unexpected and contrary to the official historical paradigm that they have not been fully published to this day. It is known only that under the visible structures, a complex system of underground tunnels and chambers carved into the rock base of the lake was discovered. Some of these tunnels go down to a depth of more than 100 meters and stretch for kilometers, forming a real underwater labyrinth. Who and for what purpose created this grand underground system? What technologies allowed the ancient builders to dig tunnels in solid rock at such depths? And most importantly, what were they trying to find or hide in these mysterious underground galleries? Even more strange is the fact that radiocarbon analysis of organic materials found in one of the underwater chambers gave completely unexpected results. Their age is about 12,000 years. This means that the complex was built at the end of the last ice age, long before the appearance of the first civilizations of Mesopotamia and Egypt, in an era when, according to generally accepted historical representations, people lived in primitive hunting communities and had only just learned to make simple stone tools. How can this contradiction be reconciled? Were the builders of the underwater complex of Loach O representatives of some forgotten civilization whose technological achievements were ahead of their time by thousands of years? Or are we dealing with something that completely goes beyond our understanding of history and the evolution of humanity? The submerged megaliths of Loach O continue to keep their secrets, occasionally lifting the veil over the enigmas of their origin and purpose. They stand as silent witnesses to long-gone epochs, reminding us of how little we know about the long history of our planet and what amazing discoveries may await us in the future. Perhaps the key to solving this and many other archaeological enigmas lies not in the sands of distant deserts or tropical jungles, but here, in the cold waters of the Scottish Lake, hidden from our eyes by a thick layer of dark water and an even more impenetrable veil of scientific dogmas and prejudices. If we leave the mysterious depths of the Scottish Loch and head south, crossing the Manche in the opposite direction, we will find ourselves in no less mysterious region of France, Brittany, where on the shore of the Atlantic Ocean, swept by salty winds and steeped in ancient legends, stands one of the most grandiose and inexplicable megalithic complexes in the world, the famous Stones of Carak. Imagine thousands of massive stone blocks, some weighing up to 300 tons, arranged in perfectly straight lines, stretching for kilometers across fields and hills. 11,000 menhirs, installed in strict geometric order more than 6,000 years ago, in an era when, according to official history, people had barely mastered primitive agriculture and lived in simple huts made of clay and wattle. How could these primitive builders not only transport colossal stone blocks over significant distances from their places of extraction, but also arrange them with such remarkable precision that even modern geodetic instruments can only detect minimal deviations from the ideal straight line? The sunrise over Carak presents a breathtaking spectacle. The first rays of the sun slowly glide over the rough surfaces of the ancient stones, creating a strange interplay of light and shadow, while the morning mist, spreading between the rows of menhirs, gives this place a truly mystical atmosphere. Local residents say that at such moments one can almost physically feel the presence of those who erected these stone rows thousands of years ago. But who were these mysterious builders? Traditional archaeology attributes the creation of the Carak menhirs to Neolithic tribes living in Brittany in the 4th to 3rd millennia BC. However, this explanation raises more questions than answers. How could a society that did not know metallic tools, wheels, or draft animals have carried out such a grand architectural project? Even the most conservative estimates suggest that installing all the menhirs of Carak would have required no less than 15 million man-hours of work, a figure completely incomparable with the presumed population of Brittany at that time. What is even more intriguing is that many of the stones of Carak are positioned according to certain astronomical laws. Detailed studies conducted in 1980 by a group of astronomers from the Paris Observatory showed that the main lines of the menhirs are oriented towards the azimuths of sunrise on the days of the solstices and equinoxes, as well as the extreme points of the lunar cycles. Moreover, some configurations of stones, viewed from above, form patterns of constellations visible in the Northern Hemisphere 6,000 years ago: the Pleiades, Orion, and the Great Bear. How could Neolithic builders, presumably without writing and mathematical knowledge, create such a complex astronomical model in stone? The famous French archaeoastronomer Jean-Pierre Darboux, who devoted more than 30 years of his life to the study of Carak, asserts, "We are dealing not with a primitive cultic structure, but with a highly precise astronomical instrument, a unique stone observatory of the ancient world, capable of predicting solar and lunar eclipses and other celestial phenomena with remarkable accuracy." But this means that the builders of Carak must have possessed mathematical and astronomical knowledge that, according to the generally accepted chronology of the development of science, appeared only thousands of years later. One of the most mysterious aspects of the Carak complex is the geological composition of the stones. Mineralogical analysis conducted in 1992 showed that many of the menhirs contain an unusually high concentration of quartz and other piezoelectric minerals capable of generating electrical impulses under mechanical stress. Moreover, the arrangement of these stones forms a unique network resembling a gigantic electrical circuit. Some researchers have suggested that Carak could have functioned as an ancient system for collecting and redistributing telluric currents, natural electricity of the earth. But if this is the case, for what purpose could the ancient builders have needed such energy? And how could they have used it in an era when, according to official history, humanity still did not know even the simplest metallic conductors? Breton legends add another layer of mystery to the enigma of Carak. According to ancient traditions passed down from generation to generation, the menhirs are nothing other than petrified warriors, cursed by Saint Cornelius for pursuing him. Another version of the legend states that the stones of Carak are the remnants of a great city of the Atlanteans, destroyed in a catastrophe that wiped out their civilization. Remarkably, many of these legends mention strange sounds coming from the stones on certain days of the year, especially during the solstices, and unusual light phenomena observed around the menhirs on moonless nights. Skeptics, of course, reject these stories as popular fantasy. But in 1997, a group of physicists from the University of Rennes actually recorded anomalous electromagnetic oscillations in the area of the main lines of menhirs, especially during thunderstorm activity and geomagnetic storms. Moreover, ultrasound scanning of some of the largest menhirs revealed strange cavities and channels inside them, arranged in such a way that under certain conditions, such as strong wind in a certain direction, the stones could indeed emit sounds, resembling low-frequency hum or even melodic tones. Was this a deliberate acoustic feature created by the ancient builders? Or was it simply a coincidental coincidence? And if the former, what role did these sounds play in the rituals and ceremonies conducted in Carac thousands of years ago? Even more questions arise when considering the chronology of the creation of the Carac complex. Radiocarbon dating of organic materials found under some menhirs gives an age of around 6,000 years, corresponding to the Neolithic era. However, geological studies of the erosion of the stone surfaces indicate that they could have been installed significantly earlier, possibly 8,000 to 9,000 years ago, in the Mesolithic era, when, according to official archaeology, people still led a nomadic lifestyle of hunters and gatherers and did not have the technology and social organization necessary for such a large-scale construction. How can this contradiction be explained? Is it possible that we underestimate the level of development of ancient cultures that inhabited Europe at the end of the Ice Age? Or, as some researchers of alternative history suggest, is Carac the legacy of some forgotten civilization that existed long before the officially recognized history of humanity began? The stone giants of Carac continue to keep their secrets, silently gazing at us through the centuries. They stand as a mute testimony to the fact that the history of our planet and civilization may be much more complex and mysterious than we are accustomed to think. And who knows what other amazing discoveries await us when we learn to listen to these ancient stones, to look into their rough surfaces and ask the right questions, casting aside prejudices and dogmas of modern science. Perhaps the key to solving the mystery of Carac lies not only in archaeological excavations and laboratory research, but also in our ability to look at the past with new eyes, recognizing that the history of humanity may be much older and more amazing than we dared to imagine. Leaving the mystical shores of Brittany, we will travel to the north of Europe, where we await a no less mysterious testimony of ancient greatness, the stone ship of Isle, located in the province of Skåne in southern Sweden. Imagine this: 67 meters of silent majesty, frozen in time. 59 massive boulders arranged in the shape of a gigantic ship, with its sharp prow pointing northwest, as if this stone leviathan is about to embark on its last voyage to the distant shores of Valhalla. When you stand in the center of this megalithic structure at dawn, as the first rays of the sun pierce the mist that lies over the dew-covered grass, a strange, almost physical sensation of the presence of those who erected this monument more than 1,000 years ago envelops you. A cold northern wind, sliding between the ancient stones, seems to carry to our ears the whispers of long-departed voices, telling stories of great warriors, maritime expeditions, and mysterious rituals conducted here in times long past. The stone ship of Ale, or Ale's Stone as the local inhabitants call it, represents one of the most impressive megalithic constructions of Scandinavia. 59 enormous boulders, each weighing up to 5 tons, form an ideal hull of a ship, with the highest stones at the prow and stern. Traditional archaeology dates the creation of this monument to the Viking Age, approximately the 8th to 9th centuries of our era, and interprets it as a burial structure, a symbolic embodiment of a ship on which the souls of the deceased embarked on their final journey. However, as is often the case with ancient megalithic monuments, the more we study the stone ship of Ale, the more mysteries it presents to us. Geophysical studies conducted in the 1950s by a team of archaeologists from Lund University did not reveal any traces of burials or grave goods beneath the stones. Moreover, radiocarbon analysis of organic materials found in the foundations of some of the stones yielded an astonishing result: the age of around 3,000 years, which places the creation of Aile's stone not in the Viking Age, but in the Bronze Age, when a mysterious Nordic civilization existed on the territory of present-day Sweden, about which we know surprisingly little. But the most intriguing discovery was made in the 1970s, when a group of astronomers and archaeoastronomers conducted a detailed study of the geometry of the stone ship. It turned out that the arrangement of the stones was not accidental. It forms a complex astronomical system, a unique stone calendar, allowing the determination of the days of the solstices and equinoxes with remarkable accuracy. On the day of the winter solstice, the sun rises exactly over the southeastern stone and sets over the northwestern one. And on the day of the summer solstice, the picture is exactly the opposite. Moreover, on the days of the equinoxes, the sun rises and sets exactly along the line passing through the central axis of the ship. What knowledge did the ancient builders possess to create such a complex astronomical observatory? And for what purpose did they need such accuracy in determining the solar cycles? Swedish archaeoastronomer Bo G. Lind, who has been studying Aile's stone for more than 20 years, asserts, "We are dealing not just with a burial monument or a symbolic representation of a ship. This is a highly accurate astronomical instrument, created by a civilization possessing profound knowledge in the field of celestial mechanics." The placement of each stone was calculated with mathematical precision, which would have been impossible without a developed system of measurements and understanding of complex astronomical cycles. Another intriguing aspect of the stone ship of Aile is its geomagnetic anomaly. Studies conducted in the 1980s using highly sensitive magnetometers revealed a strange peculiarity. In certain days of the year, coinciding with ancient Celtic and Nordic holidays, the stones of the ship generate a weak but clearly detectable magnetic field, the intensity of which significantly exceeds the background geomagnetic indicators. Moreover, this field forms a spiral structure, the center of which is located exactly in the geometric center of the stone ship. How can this phenomenon be explained? Mineralogical analysis of the stones showed an unusually high content of magnetite and other iron-containing minerals, which is remarkable because there are no natural deposits of such rocks in the vicinity of Aile. This means that the builders specifically selected certain types of stones and transported them over significant distances. But why were they specifically interested in such stones? Did they know about their magnetic properties? And if so, how did they use these properties in their rituals or astronomical observations? Local legends add another layer of mystery to the enigma of the stone ship of Aile. According to ancient Scandinavian traditions, Aile's stone was created not by people, but by a giant named Aile, who turned a real ship with a crew, trying to steal his treasures into stone. Another version of the legend claims that under the stone ship lies the entrance to an underground kingdom, where unspeakable riches and ancient knowledge are stored, accessible only to those who know the secret word that can move the central stone of the construction. Of course, modern science rejects these stories as folklore fantasies, but it is noteworthy that ground-penetrating radar scanning conducted in the 1990s did indeed reveal a strange cavity under the central part of the stone ship, resembling an artificially created chamber or corridor. Technical limitations did not allow for the precise determination of the size and configuration of this cavity, and permission for archaeological excavations in the center of the monument has not yet been obtained due to fears of damaging the unique historical object. Thus, we can only speculate about what lies beneath the stone ship of Aile: an ancient burial, a ritual repository, or something entirely different, not fitting within our current understanding of the culture of the Bronze Age of Northern Europe. No less intriguing is the question of whether the stone ship of Aile was an isolated monument or part of a larger system of megalithic constructions. Aerial photography and LiDAR scanning conducted in recent years have revealed in the radius of 50 kilometers from Aile's stone several dozen smaller stone constructions, many of which are significantly damaged or almost completely covered by a layer of soil. When plotted on a map, these structures exhibit a remarkable pattern. They are arranged in a spiral, with the stone ship of Aile at its center. Moreover, if connected by straight lines, a scheme is obtained that remarkably resembles the constellation of Draco in the position it occupied on the night sky of Scandinavia around 3,000 years ago. A coincidence? Or a deliberate plan, realized by ancient builders possessing profound astronomical knowledge and the ability to project celestial configurations onto the Earth's surface with remarkable accuracy? And if the latter is true, what goal did they pursue in creating this grand astronomical map of stone? The stone ship of Ale continues to keep its secrets, silently drifting through the ocean of time. It reminds us that the history of human civilization can be much more complex and mysterious than we are accustomed to consider. Perhaps our distant ancestors possessed knowledge and technologies that we are only now beginning to rediscover. And perhaps the stone ship of Ale is a message left for us by ancient builders, the meaning of which we are not yet able to decipher completely. But every new sunset, illuminating the silhouettes of ancient stones with a reddish glow, brings us one day closer to the solution of this thousand-year-old enigma. And for now, we can only stand in awe and silence before this testimony of ancient genius, asking ourselves, who were those who created the stone ship of Ale? And what message did they want to convey to future generations? Leaving the magical spaces of Sweden, we will head to sunny Italy, to the coast of Liguria, where another mystery awaits us, shrouded in mysticism and ancient legends. The Dolmans. These monumental stone portals, whose origins are lost in the depths of time, stand at the crossroads of worlds, between what is known to us and what lies beyond our understanding. As you approach them, you feel the air around you fill with secrecy and tension. Local residents believe that these dolmens served not only as burial constructions, but also as gates to other worlds, allowing souls to leave this world and journey to heavenly spheres, or, conversely, return from other dimensions. How could these ancient builders, who lived more than 5,000 years ago, create such massive structures using only primitive tools and their inexhaustible knowledge of nature? The stones from which the dolmens are made, weighing up to 30 tons, are perfectly chosen and laid, as if they themselves chose their place on this earth. And to this day, it remains a mystery how they were moved and installed. But the dolmens of Liguria attract attention not only with their size and shape, their enigmatic aura envelops us in a multitude of legends and myths. According to one local legend, the dolmens were built by giants who used them as portals for traveling between worlds. Some dolmens, like the dolmen of Bruno, are surrounded by numerous myths about how they served as places for sacrifices and rituals aimed at pacifying spirits. Archaeological excavations have shown that near the dolmens were found burials, although their true purpose remains a question. In the 2006 year, a group of researchers conducted radiocarbon dating of finds from these burials, and the results showed that they belonged to the Neolithic period, which coincides with the dating of the construction of the dolmens themselves. But how to explain the fact that some of them, according to archaeologists, contain signs and symbols that were not known even in subsequent epochs? Local residents claim that under the massive stone slabs, there are not only the secrets of the ancient ones, but also entrances to other worlds where the spirits of ancestors live. In some dolmens, on the walls, one can notice mysterious carvings, which, according to specialists, could be ancient symbols left to us by our predecessors. What did they try to convey, and what was their true purpose? One of the most intriguing aspects of these dolmens is their arrangement. They are built in such a way that some of them are ideally oriented to solar and lunar cycles. Astronomers studying them discovered that on the days of the winter and summer solstices, the solar light passes through certain openings, creating unique light effects inside the constructions. Could the ancient builders really use these dolmens as astronomical observatories? Or was it just a coincidence? One thing is certain, the dolmens of Liguria continue to evoke amazement and awe in everyone who encounters them. They are silent witnesses to past epochs and bear secrets that perhaps will never be deciphered. Their massive stone slabs standing under the open sky, as if guard some secret that no researcher can uncover. And every day, when we stand before them, a question arises in our consciousness. What lies behind these gates, and what knowledge have our predecessors left us? Perhaps the dolmens of Liguria are not just monuments of antiquity, but keys to understanding a deeper truth about the origin of humanity and its connection to the cosmos? In the very heart of Italy, among the greenery and mountain landscapes, they await the day when someone will once again decipher their mysterious message, opening the doors to unknown worlds. This is not the only mystery that Europe holds. Travelling westward towards the shores of Portugal, we encounter the cromlech of Almendras, one of the oldest structures known to humanity, older even than the famous Stonehenge. This magical complex of stones, situated in picturesque hills, seems to be an invisible thread connecting us with ancient civilizations. The cromlech of Almendras is not merely a collection of massive stone slabs. It is, in essence, an ancient calendar, an astronomical observatory, and possibly a sacred site where our ancestors worshipped the forces of nature. As we approach this place, it feels as if the stones themselves whisper their secrets to us, and the night sky, dotted with stars, creates an atmosphere of genuine mystique. Local residents tell a fascinating legend about living stones that, according to them, can move at night. How is this possible? It is probably just an old tale, or perhaps there is a grain of truth in it. Some researchers suggest that these stones could have been part of rituals connected to the movements of celestial bodies. There are theories that the cromlech was built with incredible precision, allowing ancient people to observe astronomical phenomena such as the equinoxes and solstices. But how could ancient people create such a complex structure without modern technologies? Each stone weighs several tons, and their arrangement requires incredible strength and skill. How did they move these massive slabs? Some believe that physical strength alone was not enough. Deep knowledge of nature and the interaction between earth and sky was also involved. Similar to the dolmens of Liguria, the cromlech of Almendras is shrouded in many myths. It is said that on certain nights, when the moon reaches its peak, mysterious sounds can be heard, as if the stones come to life. Local residents claim that these are the spirits of the ancestors coming to share their knowledge. But how can we separate myth from reality? Some scientists studying the cromlech suggest that it served not only as an astronomical observatory, but also as a place for rituals connected to life and death, and the transition to another world. The question arises, what were our ancestors trying to convey to us by creating such complex structures? How much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, and how many secrets still await discovery? Even with the help of modern technologies such as LiDAR scanning and radiocarbon dating, we cannot unravel all the mysteries of the cromlech. It is remarkable that despite all the achievements of science, we still remain at a distance from a full understanding of these ancient structures. The cromlech of Almendras, with its massive stones, stands as a silent witness to bygone eras, continuing to pose questions to which we cannot find answers. What secrets lie hidden behind its enigmatic aura? What mystery awaits its revelation in this ancient place where the sun rises over the stones, seemingly illuminating the path to answers? Perhaps this place is not just a monument to history, but a key to understanding deeper truths about our place in the world and our connection to our ancestors. The cromlech of Almendras remains a living reminder that the world of antiquity is filled with secrets and mysteries, and each new discovery merely lifts the veil that hides many aspects of our history, which may never be fully deciphered. But this is not the only enigma that the European land holds. Travelling south, we arrive in Spain, where in the heart of the ancient city of Muralla de Valbona, another mysterious anomaly lies hidden. An ancient fortress wall, the origin of which is shrouded in darkness. Constructed from massive stone blocks, these walls, despite the efforts of historians, lack precise dating and defy scientific explanation. Local residents whisper about the wall's strange ability to grow on its own, as if it possesses its own life and will. How is such a thing possible? It is possible that some ancient technology, of which we are not even aware, or local magic, which modern scientists cannot comprehend, is involved. Each stone enclosed in these walls seems to hold within it a multitude of stories that are not yet ready to be revealed. How could such a massive structure have appeared in this place, and who built it? Legends exist about mysterious masons who, according to the tales, possessed not only the ability to work with stone, but also knowledge of hidden forces of nature. Researchers suggest that this fortress wall could have been part of a larger defensive complex that possibly protected not only against enemies, but also against otherworldly forces. But how to explain its strange properties? Local residents tell stories about how people come to the wall at night, seeking answers to their questions. They touch the stones and feel how the walls respond to them with warmth or cold. How is this possible? It is all just a product of imagination. Or is there indeed some connection between humans and this ancient construction? Some scientists studying the fortress wall propose theories that it could have been created using methods that have no analogues in our history, possibly with the help of forgotten technologies. But then, how to explain its fluidity and ability to grow? Each year, local residents notice that the wall seems to increase in height, adding new stones that, as they claim, appear out of nowhere. This phenomenon raises many questions. Is the wall truly growing, or are we simply unable to see its true nature? How many secrets does this ancient fortress hide? And how is its history intertwined with myths and legends passed down from generation to generation? Perhaps this place is not just a monument of architecture, but a living organism that holds knowledge of long-lost civilizations. Muralla de Valbona is not just a wall. It is an enigma that remains unsolved, a mysterious symbol of the connection between the past and the present. What are the true roots of this fortress, and what secrets is it ready to reveal to those who dare to approach it? What meaning does this wall have in the context of our history? And how many more such enigmas await their time in other corners of the world? Each stone of Muralla de Valbona seems to whisper about its own secret, and only time will tell if we will ever be able to unravel it. This is not the only mystery that Europe holds. Traveling north, we find ourselves in France, where on the picturesque plains of Brittany stands one of the most enigmatic megaliths, the menhir of Manoir de Cham. This gigantic stone, weighing more than 300 tons, installed in ancient times, causes both bewilderment and admiration among researchers and lovers of mysteries. How could our ancestors move such a massive object and install it with such precision without modern technologies? At first glance, it seems impossible. However, studying ancient sources, we understand that in those distant times, people possessed knowledge that we have now lost. There are various theories about how this incredible structure could have been built. Some researchers believe that ancient builders used a system of rollers and inclined planes to move the stones, while others propose more exotic versions, suggesting the use of magic or even technologies that we cannot explain yet. But how can we explain the fact that the menhir stands here, abandoned and unnoticed, surrounded by green meadows and ancient trees, as if waiting for its mystery to be revealed? Local residents pass down legends about this stone being once a part of a great temple that hid knowledge about stars and time, and some even claim that at night the menhir emits strange light. How is this possible? This is nothing more than folklore, or is there something more behind these stories? Research shows that the menhir of Manoir de Cham is not just a stone block, but a symbol of the unknown, connecting us with ancient civilizations that left us their mysteries. This stone, with its rough surface and majestic size, seems to hold many secrets. How was it installed in such a place, and what role did it play in the lives of ancient people? Some archaeologists suggest that the menhir could have served as an orientation point for travelers, as well as a place for rituals connected with natural cycles. But why was it necessary to install such enormous stones? Were they part of a larger project, or was this individual work reflecting the desire for greatness and immortality? Answers to these questions remain mere speculations, and the menhir continues to stand guarding its secrets. Every year, thousands of tourists flock here, eager to touch this ancient wonder. But can they truly understand its meaning? How many mysteries remain beyond our comprehension, and how many more such enigmas are scattered across the earth, waiting to be discovered? Manoir de Cham is not just a menhir. It is a testament to the fact that the human spirit is capable of the incredible, even if we cannot always explain it. What are the true roots of this megalith? And what secrets is it ready to reveal to those who dare to peer into its depths? The mysteries of the past continue to draw us, like stars in the night sky. And perhaps that is why we will always seek answers in the enigmas that surround us. This is not the only mystery that Europe hides. Traveling south, we find ourselves in Italy, in the picturesque valley of the Oceania, where underground temples carved into soft limestone evoke both awe and reverence. These enigmatic cult complexes, known as cave temples, are remarkable for their precision and craftsmanship. Their walls seem to whisper of ancient rituals and forgotten rites that were performed here, creating an atmosphere charged with mystique. How could ancient builders create such complex structures using only simple tools? What knowledge did they possess, which we have lost today? Researchers studying these temples conclude that they may be connected to ancient civilizations that possessed unknown technologies and knowledge. The walls of these unique structures are adorned with symbols, many of which remain undeciphered. What did they mean to those who created them? Some scholars suggest that these symbols were part of a system of beliefs that linked people to the cosmos and nature. Others propose that the cave temples were used as observatories for observing astronomical phenomena. How can we explain the fact that these temples, despite their antiquity, have preserved their structure and form over thousands of years? Perhaps this is the secret of their creation. Local residents tell stories of how at night, the light emanating from the stones creates the illusion of movement, as if the temples themselves come to life under the moonlight. These are just myths? Or is there some basis for these legends? Scholars continue to investigate these mysterious structures, using modern technologies such as laser scanning to understand how these temples were built and for what purpose they served. Some researchers suggest that the cave temples could have been centers of spiritual practice, where ancient priests performed rituals aimed at connecting with the divine. But the question remains, what forces were they trying to invoke, and what knowledge did they, perhaps, carry with them into eternity? Could these temples truly have been places where the worlds of the living and the dead intersected? This mystery remains unsolved, like many other hidden aspects of our history. The cave temples of the Valley of the Oceania are not just architectural monuments. They are gates to a world of forgotten traditions and knowledge that, perhaps, will never be fully revealed. What significance did these temples hold for ancient man? And how are they connected to other mysteries hidden beneath the earth? Perhaps it is in these questions that the key to unraveling the secrets lies, which humanity continues to seek in its journeys through time and space. How many more such mysteries await their hour when they can be opened by those who dare to look into the abyss of history? The secrets of the past, like shadows, surround us, and only time will show if we can ever understand their true meaning. As we venture deeper into the heart of Italy, we find ourselves in Rome, where hidden underground worlds teem with secrets and ancient histories. The catacombs of Domitilla. These catacombs, among the oldest and most extensive in the capital, present a true enigma, inspiring awe and reverence in researchers and history enthusiasts. Their origins are shrouded in mystery. Archaeologists assert that the catacombs were created long before the first written evidence of Christian communities emerged. How could ancient people, without modern technologies, construct such vast and intricate underground labyrinths? The tunnels stretch for kilometers, containing hundreds of niches where the remains of the past lie. The walls of these catacombs, adorned with ancient frescoes, tell the story of faith, hope, and fear of those who sought solace in these dark yet sacred places. What significance did these images hold for the first Christians, and what were they trying to convey to their descendants? Some researchers suggest that these frescoes may have served as a kind of map, guiding souls through the afterlife. But what hidden knowledge and rituals might these images conceal? Local legends claim that in the catacombs, one can hear the echo of footsteps, as if the souls that once sought peace are returning. This is merely a product of imagination, or do they truly preserve the memory of those who have passed? Ancient priests and Christians may have conducted rituals here, combining elements of mysticism and faith, creating a space where two worlds intersected. How could this underground network have endured through the ages, despite changes in religious and cultural currents? Research using modern technologies, such as three-dimensional scanning, has helped to reveal some of these secrets, but many questions remain unanswered. What were the true motivations behind the creation of the catacombs? And what hidden knowledge might have been lost with their creators? Each discovery in these subterranean realms adds new layers to the existing enigmas, but also opens up even more questions. Perhaps in these dark corridors lie not only the remnants of the past, but also answers to the questions humanity has been asking for centuries. How many more secrets await their time in the catacombs of Domitilla, and will we ever be able to unravel all their mysteries? Or will they remain forever sealed in the darkness of history? The secrets of the catacombs, like many other enigmas, remain unsolved, and each step through their corridors serves as a reminder that our understanding of the past is but the tip of the iceberg, hiding countless mysteries waiting to be revealed. Europe is not merely a contemporary continent, scattered with gleaming cities and picturesque resorts. It is also the cradle of ancient civilizations, filled with mysteries and enigmas that continue to draw us into their depths. We have barely scratched the surface of the countless histories hidden beneath layers of time. Each culture has left traces that can speak to the pressing questions that have troubled humanity for centuries. From the enigmatic megalithic structures like Stonehenge to the magnificent ruins of ancient cities, all of this testifies to the richness of our ancestors' diversity and their knowledge, which outshines any modern achievements. How could they have created such complex and grand structures that continue to awe even the most seasoned researchers? What secrets do the ancient writings and symbols found on the walls of forgotten temples hold? Perhaps these artifacts contain the keys to understanding not only their time, but also our own existence. We invite you to continue this journey with us. Subscribe to our channel, like our videos, and share your thoughts in the comments. What structure or place have you dreamed of seeing with your own eyes? Ahead of us lie new videos about the mysterious places on our planet, like the catacombs of Domitilla, which hold countless unknown secrets. What other wonder may be hidden beyond the horizon, waiting for its moment to be revealed? We stand at the threshold of great discoveries, and perhaps each of us has the chance to become a part of this captivating story. How many more secrets, like stars in the night sky, await their moment to be discovered?
In the 15 mystical constructions, 15 unsolved mysteries of antiquity, it is majestic, a network, and the how to what not before join our. This is in the air. These how could some local archaeology? However, none of these theories explain why the creators chose images that can only be seen from the sky. Maria Reike, a German researcher who dedicated 50 years of her life to studying the lines of Nazca, insisted until her last day that these geoglyphs are part of a gigantic astronomical calendar. But many of her colleagues do not share this view. Particularly mysterious is the image of what is called the astronaut, a strange humanoid figure with a disproportionately large head, which seems to wave its hand at the observer from above. In the stony soil of the Nazca Desert, the lines have been preserved thanks to the unique climate of the region. Wind blows away the upper layer of reddish soil, exposing the light ground beneath it, and rare rains do not have time to wash away these ancient creations. But the most astonishing thing is that the creators of these lines, apparently, never saw their creations in their entirety. What force drove them? What knowledge allowed them to embody their idea with such precision? And the main question, for whom were these messages intended, if not for the observer from the sky? Researchers continued to discover new lines and images thanks to modern remote sensing technologies, but each new discovery only deepens the mystery surrounding these ancient geoglyphs. Perhaps we will never know the true purpose of the lines of Nazca, but they continue to attract us with their enigmatic beauty and incomprehensible precision, reminding us that ancient civilizations possessed knowledge and technologies that we are just beginning to understand today. But the lines of Nazca are just one of the many mysteries that the ancient land of America hides. Let us now travel to the northern continent, where among the dense forests of New England lies another unexplained mystery of the past, the so-called American Stonehenge. In the quiet hills of New Hampshire, far from the bustling cities and tourist routes, stands an enigmatic structure of massive stone blocks arranged in a precise astronomical order. Cold granite monoliths, covered in moss and lichen, have been silent for centuries, Yet their arrangement speaks of deep knowledge of their creators. Who built these mysterious megaliths on American soil? Some archaeologists claim that this stone complex was created by ancient Celtic seafarers who crossed the Atlantic long before Columbus, while others attribute its construction to early European settlers of the 17th century. However, carbon dating of organic materials found beneath some of the stones indicates an age of several thousand years long before the arrival of Europeans on these shores. The central element of the complex, the altar stone with artificially carved grooves, is particularly intriguing. Some researchers believe these grooves were used for collecting blood during ritual sacrifices. Around this stone, strange artifacts have been found in the damp soil, carved stones with unknown symbols, fragments of ceramic of unknown origin, and bronze tools whose metallurgical formula does not match known ancient technologies of the region. The most astonishing feature of the American Stonehenge is its astronomical precision. During the solstices and equinoxes, sunlight passes through specific openings in the stones, illuminating certain points of the complex with remarkable accuracy. How could ancient builders achieve such mathematical and astronomical precision without modern tools? Local resident John Harrison, whose family has owned this land for 4 generations, tells of strange acoustic effects that occur among the stones on windless nights. A soft hum, as if the stone giants are engaged in a slow conversation in a forgotten language. When standing in the center of the circle during a full moon, he says, "It seems as if the stones are vibrating, transmitting some ancient message that we can no longer understand." Linguists who have studied the strange inscriptions on some of the stones suggest that these may be an ancient form of Ogham used by Celtic Druids, but there is not enough evidence to support this theory. Other experts believe these signs could be connected to Phoenician seafarers, or even a mysterious civilization that left no other traces of its existence. The cold granite holds its secrets, and the cool wind that blows between the megaliths carries away the whispers of the ages, not giving us a definitive answer. Perhaps the key to unraveling the mystery lies in the connection between the American Stonehenge and other megalithic structures on the continent's strange stone circles of Wyoming, enigmatic mounds of Ohio, and mysterious ruins in the mountains of New Mexico. All these structures seem to form an invisible network, covering the continental network, whose purpose remains hidden from us behind the veil of time. But if we step away from traditional theories and look at these ancient stones with a new perspective, perhaps we will see not just an astronomical calendar, but a unique map of the starry sky, pointing to some distant point in the cosmos, a place, according to ancient legends of many peoples, from which those who brought knowledge and technology to humanity came. But this is just one of many hypotheses, and the truth about the creators of the American Stonehenge continues to elude us, like the morning mist that envelops these ancient stones at dawn. And now let us move on to the hot jungles, where among the sea of evergreen vegetation lies, perhaps, the greatest mystery of ancient America. Now let us move from the shady forests of New England to the rolling plains of Ohio, where amidst the green fields and quiet valleys lies one of the most enigmatic structures of Northern America, the Great Serpent Mound. Imagine a colossal earthen mound, artfully shaped like a writhing serpent, stretching over 400 meters along the crest of a hill. Its silent presence is felt even now, thousands of years after its creation, when you stand on the viewing platform and take in these sinuous earthen curves, so reminiscent of the body of a gigantic reptile. On clear days, when the sunlight glides over the grassy slopes of the mound, a nearly mystical sensation arises, as if the ancient earthen serpent were slowly moving, breathing the warmth of the ages. The most astonishing aspect of this monumental structure is its astronomical orientation. The serpent's head, shaped like an oval, appears to be ready to swallow an egg, or perhaps the sun, points with remarkable accuracy to the sunset point on the summer solstice. How could ancient builders, without modern instruments, calculate this complex astronomical dependency with such mathematical precision? Professor William Roth, who has dedicated over 20 years to studying the Serpent Mound, asserts, "This is not merely an earthen mound. It is a sophisticated astronomical instrument that allowed the ancient inhabitants of these lands to accurately determine the onset of the most important seasonal cycles." Carbon analysis of soil samples from the deep layers of the mound indicates its age around 3,000 years. This means that the magnificent earthen serpent has been observing the change of seasons long before the Romans founded their eternal city, long before the flourishing of classical Greece. Who created this extraordinary structure? Archaeologists link the Serpent Mound with representatives of the Adena cultura, mysterious civilization that thrived in the valley of the Ohio River from the first millennium BC to our era. But what compelled these ancient people to invest such colossal efforts in creating an earthen image of a serpent? Some researchers suggest that the mound served not only as an astronomical observatory, but also as the center of a complex ritual complex. Dr. Elizabeth Morgan, a specialist in ancient cults of Northern America, proposes an intriguing hypothesis. The serpent in the mythology of many nations symbolizes the connection between the earthly and the underworld, between life and death. Perhaps this gigantic earthen serpent served as a unique portal through which shamans of ancient tribes made their mystical journeys to other worlds. The peculiarity of the Serpent Mound is further enhanced by discoveries made in its vicinity, strange artifacts made of polished stone, with carved images of stars and constellations, fragments of ritual masks with features not characteristic of known Indian cultures of the region, unusual metallic objects whose chemical composition still puzzles specialists. What is even more astonishing is that similar images of serpents can be found in various corners of the planet, from British hills to Peruvian deserts. Is this a mere coincidence or evidence of ancient connections between continents about which we are not even aware? For the indigenous people of America, the Serpent Mound remains a sacred place. A shaman of the Shawnee tribe, whose ancestors lived on these lands for centuries, whispers, "Our elders say that on certain nights, when the full moon illuminates the curves of the great serpent, one can hear its breathing and feel the earth beneath one's feet gently vibrate in rhythm with this breathing." Many visitors to this place report strange sensations, inexplicable feelings of awe. Sudden temperature changes not explained by meteorological conditions, unusual sound phenomena occurring on windless days. Are these phenomena the result of imagination, impressed by the grandeur of the ancient structure? Or does the Serpent Mound possess some special energetic properties that modern science has not yet been able to explain? Perhaps we will never fully understand the creators of the Great Serpent, their beliefs and knowledge, or the goals they pursued in building this monumental structure. But when you stand on the crest of the hill, looking at these ancient earthen curves, it is impossible not to feel the connection of the ages, as if some invisible hand were reaching through the centuries, conveying a message whose meaning we are just beginning to comprehend. And who knows what other secrets this ancient land holds, what mysteries of the past are hidden beneath layers of soil and time, waiting for their hour to reveal themselves to the amazed eyes of future generations of researchers. Let us now leave the mysterious lands of Northern America and travel high into the Andes, to a place where the thin mountain air is filled with the mysteries of ancient civilizations, whose stone traces continue to challenge our understanding of history. Imagine this: at an altitude of nearly 4,000 meters above sea level, where breathing becomes difficult and the sky seems incredibly close, lies the ancient city of Tiwanaku, a silent witness to past epochs. When you first encounter these cyclopean structures, you experience a strange sensation of disorientation, as if you have entered a place that exists both in our world and beyond its boundaries. Massive stone gates, known as the Gates of the Sun, seem to invite you not just into another space, but into another dimension of time. Carved from a single block of andesite, weighing 10 tons, These gates are adorned with mysterious symbols and figures, among which the central place is occupied by a figure known as the Weeping God, a deity with rays emanating from its head, holding objects that resemble scepters or wands of power. What were the ancient masters trying to tell us with these images? What message did they encode in stone for future generations? Professor Arturo Menendez, who has dedicated 30 years of his life to studying Tiwanaku, speaks with unhidden emotion. Every time I touch these stones, I feel that I am touching something that transcends our understanding of history. And indeed, Tiwanaku is a puzzle of anomalies that do not fit into the traditional archaeological paradigm. Consider, for example, the famous megaliths of this ancient city. Some of them weigh hundreds of tons and are worked with such precision that not even a knife blade can be inserted between the blocks. In the stone quarries located tens of kilometers from the city, archaeologists have found partially worked blocks, as if suddenly abandoned by the ancient builders. How were these colossal stones transported across the rugged mountain terrain in an era when, according to official history, there were no wheels or draft animals in this region? The dating of this mysterious complex is also puzzling. Official archaeology dates the flourishing of Tiwanaku to the period between the 5th and 10th centuries of our era. However, geological studies indicate a much older age. Dr. Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University who has studied the erosion of the stone structures, proposes a shocking hypothesis. The character of the weathering of some structures in Tiwanaku suggests that they could have been built 12,000 years ago or even earlier, in a period when, according to the generally accepted historical model, there could not have been a developed civilization in this region. If this is true, then before us stands a fascinating possibility. Tiwanaku could have been a contemporary of the last ice age. The local Aymara legends add even more mystery to this enigma. In their ancient traditions, Tiwanaku is called Taipakala, the center of the world, and it is said that the city was created in ancient times by beings who descended from the heavens. These beings, whom the Aymara call Viracocha, were said to have the ability to make stones fly like leaves in the wind, and to have passed a knowledge of astronomy, agriculture, and medicine to humans. The elderly shaman Juan Mamani, whose ancestors have been preserving these legends for centuries, tells us, "Our elders say that when Viracocha finished building Taipakala, they returned to the stars, but promised to return one day." It is remarkable that modern research shows that Tiwanaku was not just a city, but a complex astronomical observatory. The layout of its main structures exactly matches certain star constellations, and the orientation of the gates of the sun allows for the observation of solar and lunar cycles with remarkable accuracy. A particularly interesting feature is the underground temple, where strange stone heads have been found, embedded in the walls. Their expressive faces with wide eyes and unusual headgear represent various human types, from clearly European to African and Asian. How could the builders of Tiwanaku, presumably isolated in the highlands of the Andes, know about the existence of such diverse races? Or is this another evidence of global contacts in deep antiquity, about which we know almost nothing? Perhaps the most intriguing part of the complex is the so-called Calendar of the Sun, a massive stone slab with mysterious symbols that, according to some researchers, represent the oldest calendar, reflecting not only annual cycles but also larger cosmic periods, including the precession of the Earth's axis, the full cycle of which is approximately 26,000 years. How could the ancient builders possess such complex astronomical knowledge? And for what purpose did they need to track such colossal time cycles? Perhaps they were trying to predict some important cosmic event, or were preparing for it. Standing among these ancient stones, feeling their cold touch and listening to the mountain echo, one cannot help but ask, what else are these silent witnesses of the past hiding from us? What secrets did their creators take with them? And is not Tiwanaku the key to understanding our long history? a history that may be much older, more complex, and more mysterious than we are accustomed to think? As the sun sets behind the majestic Andean peaks, casting long shadows on the stone ruins, it seems that the very air around Tiwanaku is filled with the whispers of the ages, as if the ancient city is trying to tell us its story, but we have not yet learned to listen. Sacsayhuaman, a mystery of the Peruvian Andes. Transitioning from the enigmatic Tiwanaku, we found ourselves in another magical corner of Peru, Sacsayhuaman, where cyclopean walls of granite blocks, weighing up to 200 tons, seem to loom over us, leaving only questions about their creators. These imposing structures, carved from a single piece of stone, were fitted with astonishing precision, so that not even the thinnest piece of paper could be inserted between them. How could such a feat have occurred in ancient times, when it seemed there were no technological means to work with such massive blocks? This enigma only fuels the interest of researchers and archaeologists, as modern technologies are unable to replicate such craftsmanship, no matter how hard they try. Who could have created such masterpieces? Traditional archaeology asserts that Sacsayhuaman was built by the Incas in the 15th century, but many scholars dispute this version. Why? Because some of the blocks used in construction bear signs of being much older. What if this complex was built even before the Incas, perhaps by a civilization about which we know almost nothing? Or could it be the work of extraterrestrial beings who left their marks on our planet? Local legends, passed down through generations, tell of gods descending from the heavens and bringing knowledge that allowed them to build such grand structures. Imagine the builders of Sacsayhuaman moving these colossal stones up steep slopes using only primitive tools. There is no logic in this, and yet these walls stand here, unyielding and silent, as if guarding secrets waiting to be revealed. How could ancient masters, endowed with such extraordinary skills, know such advanced architectural and engineering principles? Or did they receive this knowledge from more advanced beings who shared it with them? One of the most intriguing aspects of Sacsayhuaman is that many of the blocks have a shape that allows them to fit together perfectly, like pieces of a puzzle. None of them requires a solution for joining, which only strengthens the feeling that something supernatural occurred here. How were these stones laid? Questions multiply, and answers remain elusive. Some researchers, such as Drs. Jorge Martinez, propose that ancient builders used some form of vibration technology that allowed them to manipulate the weight of the stones, making them easier to move. But how could this have looked in practice? As we try to unravel this mystery, the walls of Sacsayhuaman themselves become guardians of ancient secrets. Evening sunbeams, piercing through clouds, create amazing shadows on these monumental constructions, making us ponder, what else is hidden beyond the edge of our understanding? What are the true roots of this civilization? And what did they know about the world that has eluded us? The answers to these questions may lie somewhere among the stars, in the mysterious cosmos that we are just beginning to understand. Sacsayhuaman, like Tiwanaku, remains a mystery that challenges, provokes, and makes us reflect on what truly happened in ancient times. How many more secrets lie hidden in the depths of the earth, waiting for their time to be revealed? Pyramids, found not in Egypt. Immersing ourselves in the atmosphere of mystery, let us transport ourselves to Guatemala, where, amidst dense jungles and the cacophony of wild nature, the pyramids of Tikal testaments to the ancient Maya civilization lay hidden. This magnificent city, once flourishing, possesses its own unique enigma. Here, far from the familiar notions of pyramids, we encounter extraordinary architectural structures that served not only as temples for worshipping gods, but also as sites for ritual sacrifices. How did it happen that these monumental structures, adorned with sacred symbols, remain in the shadows compared to their Egyptian counterparts? Why did the Maya choose to build their pyramids precisely here, in the heart of the tropics. Perhaps it is because they held a significant place in their culture, serving not only religious purposes, but also reflecting deep knowledge of astronomy and acoustics. One of the most famous pyramids of Tikal, Pyramid 1, is known for its unique acoustic properties. If you stand at its base and clap your hands, the sound wave will reflect in such a way as to create an effect reminiscent of the cry of a sacred bird, the Quetzal. How is this possible? Could ancient architects have used their knowledge of sound and acoustics to create such an effect? Or is it merely a coincidental occurrence, capable of astonishing only us, modern researchers? The pyramids of Tikal, with their massive stone blocks towering over the green canopies of trees, evoke the feeling that we are in the very heart of an ancient world. Each step on this sacred ground is shrouded in an atmosphere of mystery. How could such a developed civilization disappear? The official version asserts that the Maya faced ecological catastrophes and internal conflicts, but some researchers, such as Dr. Laura Delgado, suggest that there are many more factors at play, of which we are unaware. Perhaps they possessed knowledge that has eluded us, or they had contacts with other civilizations, about which history has left only faint traces. As with Sacsayhuaman, here too numerous questions arise. What happened to these people? How did they interact with nature and with each other? What can we learn from their experience to avoid repeating their mistakes? But this is not the only mystery of Tikal. The pyramids are in a state of constant study, and each new discovery raises even more questions. For example, archaeologists have found remains of ritual sacrifices that indicate the Maya used their pyramids not only for worship, but also for conducting complex ceremonies linked to their worldview. What secrets do these rituals hide? What could they have known about life and death that escapes our understanding? The enigmatic sounds that the pyramids produce penetrate the depths of our consciousness, stirring in us a desire to unravel their mysteries. Each whisper of the jungle, each echo in the subterranean chambers, reminds us that there are places on Earth that harbor more secrets than we can even imagine. How many more secrets are hidden in the depths of ancient cities like Tikal, waiting to be revealed? The pyramids of the Maya, like many other monuments, remain an unsolved enigma, and each new day brings hope that we may approach the truth hidden in the ages. Stony faces gazing at the sky. Delving into the world of ancient mysteries, we are transported to Mexico, where under the scorching sun lie hidden the Olmec heads giant stone sculptures weighing up to 40 tons with remarkably detailed features. These monumental heads, created thousands of years ago, continue to stir the minds of researchers, leaving behind a trail of secrets and questions. How could such gigantic works of art be created without modern technologies? What effort was required for their creation? And what inspired the ancient Olmecs to create such impressive statues? These questions remain unanswered, and each day, as we gaze upon these enigmatic faces, we find ourselves curious. What could they tell us if they could speak? Each Olmec head, possessing unique features, makes us ponder the society that created them. Some scholars suggest that these sculptures might have represented portraits of rulers or important individuals, but the true purpose of these statues remains unclear. Why such enormous sizes? What did they symbolize for the ancient Olmecs? There is also a theory about possible influence from Africa, but despite numerous studies, concrete evidence for this has not been found. How so? Could ancient civilizations communicate with each other, leaving behind only the shadows of their cultures? Or is this simply the product of modern researchers' imagination? Each Olmec head, seemingly gazing at the sky, evokes a sense of an incredible connection to the past. We can only guess what they might have seen over the centuries, changes of epochs, the rise and fall of civilizations. But what happened to the Olmec culture? Why did they disappear, leaving behind only these enigmatic stone faces? Some believe they faced ecological problems, while others think they were absorbed by more powerful civilizations. However, none of these theories can explain how such a developed culture could disappear without a trace. How could ancient craftsmen process and transport such massive stone blocks? Research shows that the Olmecs used simple tools and methods that remain unexplained to this day. Perhaps they possessed knowledge of stone properties and processing that has eluded our understanding. Or perhaps they used methods that we cannot even imagine. This raises even more questions. What technologies were available to these people, and how could they achieve such heights in art and architecture? It is worth noting that the Olmec heads are not the only mysteries left by this ancient civilization. Throughout Mexico, one can find other artifacts that also cause bewilderment. For example, stone stelae with enigmatic inscriptions that have not yet been deciphered. What can these stone witnesses tell us about the beliefs and culture of the Olmecs? What secrets do these stone records hold, waiting to be revealed? Thus, the Olmec heads, like many other ancient monuments, remain an unsolved mystery. Each new day brings hope that researchers will get closer to the truth hidden in the ages. How many more secrets does our planet hold, waiting to be uncovered? We can only guess how many secrets lie at the bottom of oceans or in the depths of ancient forests, hiding history that still lies beyond our understanding. Vanished City, Palenque and its cosmic secrets. Traveling through ancient lands of Mexico, we find ourselves in the mysterious city of Palenque, once the heart of the Maya civilization. This magnificent city, surrounded by jungles and hidden from view for many centuries, is one of the most enigmatic legacies of antiquity. Enormous temples, adorned with exquisite carvings and hieroglyphs, tell us about the rich culture and complex system of beliefs, but the most intriguing is the temple where a tomb was discovered, causing controversy and bewilderment among archaeologists and researchers. How could it be that the tomb of a prominent ruler resembles a spaceship? What cosmic meaning did the ancient Maya put into this strange image on the sarcophagus, which many call the Maya astronaut? The sarcophagus found in the tomb is adorned with mysterious symbols and images that raise many questions. Some researchers suggest that it is merely a stylized representation reflecting the Maya's beliefs about the afterlife. However, others cannot help but notice similarities with modern concepts of space travel. How could the ancient Maya, living more than 1,000 years ago, create such similar images? Perhaps they truly possessed knowledge of the cosmos that was lost over the centuries? Or is it merely a coincidental resemblance that we are trying to explain from the perspective of modern technologies? Palenque, despite its mysterious past, is also a symbol of loss. Why did this once flourishing city end up forgotten and swallowed by the jungle? Some historians believe that its inhabitants faced environmental problems, depleting the resources of their land, while others suggest that internal conflicts and wars could have led to its decline. However, these theories cannot explain how such a developed culture could disappear without a trace, leaving behind only ruins and mysteries. The inviting aroma of the damp forest and the sounds of wild nature create an atmosphere of complete immersion in the world of the past. In every stone, in every element of the architecture, one feels the breath of history, calling us to unravel the secrets hidden in the shadows of the past. What did the inhabitants of Palenque know about the stars and the cosmos? What knowledge about nature and the universe did they carry with them into oblivion? The Maya city, hidden in the depths of the jungle, continues to keep its secrets. Artifacts found on its territory give rise to new questions, each of which requires careful study and analysis. What can these ancient objects tell us about the beliefs and knowledge of the Maya? Perhaps they carried their knowledge of the cosmos through generations, leaving us only hints of what we are not yet able to understand. Thus, Palenque, like many other mysterious places, remains an unsolved enigma. With each new discovery, we approach understanding the ancient civilizations, but each revelation gives rise to even more questions. Are there other cities like Palenque waiting for their researchers? What secrets does our planet hide? We can only guess how many more stories lie at the bottom of ancient forests, waiting for their time to be told. Strange coincidences. Moai of Easter Island and their mysteries. Moving away from the mysteries of Palenque, we find ourselves on the other side of the world, on the remote island of Easter, which, despite its isolation, harbors no less intriguing secrets. Known for its magnificent stone statues, the Moai, which stand like sentinels overlooking the boundless ocean, raise numerous questions about how and why these giants were created. How could ancient Polynesians, stranded in such a remote place, build such monumental structures? This strange coincidence with the Mayan culture sparks interest. Is there a connection between these distant civilizations, or did they independently arrive at similar architectural achievements? Each statue, carved from volcanic tuff, weighs several tons and reaches heights of over 10 meters. But what lies behind their creation? How were they transported around the island, where modern technologies and mechanisms were absent? Some researchers suggest that simple yet effective methods were used, such as creating special paths and using ropes. Others believe it was linked to more mystical aspects, such as rituals and ceremonies that emphasize the importance of these monuments for local culture. But why do some statues have bodies submerged in the ground? What significance does this have, and how is it connected to their symbolism? The isolation of Easter Island facilitated the unique development of its culture, which, despite the absence of external influences, achieved remarkable results in art and architecture. However, as with Palenque, this isolation could also have led to decline. How could such an advanced culture, which created magnificent statues, later face ecological problems and internal conflicts? Perhaps they exhausted the resources of their island, unaware that their actions would lead to the destruction of their society. The Moai standing on their pedestals seem to be silent witnesses to events that have forever remained in the shadows of history. Each one holds mysteries that have not yet been solved. What could they have known about the world and themselves? What were their true purposes? Perhaps these statues were not only symbols of power, but also bearers of knowledge about stars and navigation, which allowed ancient sailors to conquer the oceans. Thus, Easter Island, like Palenque, remains a field for exploration and discussion. Our history is full of mysteries, and with each new discovery, we only slightly lift the veil on the secrets that continue to shroud ancient civilizations. What other secrets are hidden in the depths of the ocean and the sleeping forests? What else can be found on these remote islands about which we can only speculate? The mysteries of the past await their explorers, ready to unravel them and bring light to the darkness of oblivion. The mystery of the crawling stones of Death Valley. Moving from the enigmas of Easter Island, we find ourselves in the heart of Death Valley, in the United States of America, where nature has created a unique phenomenon that leaves scientists and enthusiasts of mysteries scratching their heads. Here, at the bottom of the dried-up lake of Racetrack, under the bright sun, and in the silence of boundless spaces, stones weighing tens of kilograms, seemingly possessed by an invisible force, crawl across the surface of the earth, leaving long trails behind them. How is this possible? How could such a strange phenomenon have come into existence, which to this day has no final explanation? These crawling stones, astonishingly, do not require human intervention. They become moving objects by themselves, creating an atmosphere of mystery that envelops the entire area. Death Valley, known for its scorching climate and extreme conditions, holds many mysteries, but the crawling stones are perhaps the most enigmatic of them. Some researchers suggest that the movement of these stones is caused by a combination of rare natural conditions. Ice films formed during cold nights could serve as a catalyst for their movement. When the temperature rises, the ice begins to melt, and the stones, already sliding on the frozen surface, start their strange journey across the lake bottom, leaving trails that can reach several meters in length. But how can one explain that some of them move over greater distances without any visible influence? What forces are pushing them forward? Stories about the crawling stones have grown numerous with myths and legends. Local residents tell tales of how these stones could be connected to the spirits of ancestors or serve as magical signs. However, scientists studying this phenomenon strive to provide a more rational explanation, although they have not yet fully unraveled the mystery. How could such a simple, seemingly natural anomaly leave so many questions unanswered? Some researchers even suggest that this phenomenon might be connected to magnetic fields or even cosmic influences, adding more mystery to this history. But this is not the only mystery hidden in Death Valley. Here, one can encounter other natural anomalies, such as strange forms of relief and unique geological formations, which also challenge widely accepted views of nature and its laws. What are the causes of these natural wonders? What else might this enigmatic place be hiding, where every corner breathes with mystery? Despite all research and theories, the crawling stones of Death Valley remain a mystery that still awaits unraveling. What are the true mechanisms of their movement? What is their purpose in this silent but full of mysteries world? Perhaps there are many more mysteries waiting for their time, and each new discovery only underscores that humanity is still on the surface of an ocean of ancient secrets. The mysteries of our past continue to remain unsolved, and who knows what other wonders of nature might be hidden in unexplored corners of our planet? Pyramid under the church, the mystery of Cholula. Moving from the strangeness of the Valley of Death, we find ourselves in the heart of Mexico, where at first glance, an unremarkable hill hides one of the largest pyramids in the world. The pyramid in Cholula, long considered just a hill with a church on top, hides secrets and mysteries that remain unsolved. How could such a grand structure remain unnoticed for so many centuries? What was its true purpose, and why did the Spanish decide to build a church on top of it, as if trying to close this sacred monument of ancient culture? When archaeologists began excavations in Cholula at the end of the 20th century, they discovered that beneath the earth was not just a pyramid, but a complex of structures built from massive stone blocks that were perfectly joined together. Imagine how these stones were cut and transported, and then carefully laid to create something so magnificent and mysterious. The question arises, how could such an advanced civilization, like the Toltecs, leave such a legacy, and why was it forgotten? According to historical data, the pyramid was built more than 2,000 years ago and may have served as a place of worship for ancient gods. Local residents believe that this sacred place was connected to the heavens, but with the arrival of the Spanish, everything changed. In the 16th century, seeking to strengthen their influence, colonizers built the Church of Santa Maria on top of the pyramid, effectively closing access to the cult site, about which they probably had no understanding. What drives people to silence history? Some researchers suggest that this little church could have served as a symbol of colonial control, while others believe that the Spanish knew of the pyramid's greatness and deliberately hid it to erase the memory of ancient cultures. But whatever the case, this action only deepened the mystery, making us ponder how many more such enigmas our planet may hide. Like the stones in the Valley of Death, this pyramid continues to speak of itself even through the centuries, calling us to look into its depths and try to understand what happened at this sacred place. At present, the Pyramid of Cholula remains one of the most mysterious and undervalued archaeological finds in the world. What are its true dimensions, and what secrets does it hide in its depths? How did ancient rituals influence the creation of this grand structure? And, most importantly, what else may be hidden beneath the earth, waiting for its time to reveal the forgotten civilizations? Humanity has not yet been able to answer these questions, which only confirms that the mysteries of the past remain unsolved, and each new discovery only emphasizes that we know only a small part of history. Fortress of Ollantaytambo, a geometric and engineering enigma. Moving from the secrets of Chulu, we find ourselves in the heart of Peru, where the fortress of Ollantaytambo stands, a unique structure built at an altitude of over 2,700 meters above sea level. The uniqueness of this fortress lies not only in its scale, but also in its strange geometry, which challenges all known laws of construction. How did the Incas manage to build such massive walls and terraced platforms, perfectly fitting together? These questions torment the minds of researchers, for it seems impossible to lift such stones to such heights without modern equipment. Archaeologists studying Ollantaytambo have discovered that the fortress walls are executed with remarkable precision. Huge stone blocks, weighing several tons, were processed so that they fit together perfectly, as if cut from a single piece. This causes bewilderment. How could ancient Incas, without modern tools, achieve such craftsmanship? Some scientists suggest that the stone might have been soft during processing, raising even more questions. How did they reach such a level of knowledge about the properties of materials? Local legends tell us that the fortress of Ollantaytambo was built not only as a defensive structure, but also as a sacred place for worship. The terraced platforms may have symbolized the connection between earth and sky. But if this is so, what significance did these structures hold for the Incas? What role did they play in their culture? These questions, for which there are no definitive answers, only underscore the mystery of this place. Some researchers suggest that the Incas might have used forgotten technologies, lost with the arrival of the Spanish. This theory, although it raises many doubts, makes us ponder how many more secrets history may hold. Could the Incas have possessed knowledge of geodesy and construction that we still do not understand? As for the place itself, its atmosphere is difficult to convey in words. Stepping onto the terraces, you feel the fresh mountain air, filled with the aromas of wild flowers and herbs, and around you stand majestic peaks of the Andes. Each stone plate, each corner of the fortress tells its own story, but unfortunately, we cannot hear it. What was life like in Ollantaytambo? What rituals were performed here? And why does this place, full of grandeur and mysteries, remain so enigmatic to this day? Despite all the research and discoveries, the fortress of Ollantaytambo remains one of the most intriguing and incomprehensible chapters in the history of the Incas. What were the true reasons for its construction? And what secrets are hidden within its depths? And, most importantly, what other discoveries await us in other forgotten corners of our planet? These questions remain open, reminding us that many mysteries of ancient civilizations still await their time to be revealed. The mystery of Teotihuacan, a city without right angles. Traveling from the enigma of Olmec, we find ourselves in the heart of Mexico, where the ancient city of Teotihuacan, a place where there are no straight angles, stretches out majestically. This enigmatic megacity, built long before the arrival of the Aztecs, remains shrouded in mystery to this day. Who were its creators? How did they manage to build such grand structures as the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon, which continue to awe with their magnitude? All these questions spawn numerous theories and debates among scholars and historians. Teotihuacan, which translates from the Nahuatl language as the city where people become gods, was one of the largest cities of antiquity. Its area exceeds 800 hectares, and yet none of its buildings have straight angles. How did this come about? Some researchers believe it was done with consideration of astronomical observations and spiritual practices, emphasizing the importance of harmony and connection with the universe for the ancient builders. But what exactly stood behind this unusual architectural concept? The Pyramid of the Sun, the largest structure in Teotihuacan, is impressive in its dimensions, over 200 meters in height and nearly 300 meters in width. But how could the ancient builders create such a construction without modern technologies? One of the most intriguing theories suggests that Teotihuacan was built using forgotten knowledge of geometry and construction materials. Some scientists even point to parallels with Egyptian pyramids, asserting that the proportions and constructions in both cultures exhibit remarkable similarities. How could this have happened? Was it a simple coincidence or a connection between two great civilizations? Research shows that Teotihuacan was a powerful cultural and commercial center where various tribes and cultures coexisted. Scholars find numerous artifacts testifying to a high level of societal development, from sophisticated water supply systems to magnificent murals that depict rituals and everyday life. Yet, despite this, very little is known about the city's mysterious inhabitants. Why did their culture disappear? How did the once thriving Teotihuacan become a desolate place filled only with echoes of the past? Legends of the local inhabitants add even more mysteries. Some believe the city was abandoned due to natural disasters, while others are convinced it happened as a result of internal conflicts. None of the theories provide a clear answer to what actually happened to this great civilization. Could they have possessed knowledge that we still do not understand? The atmosphere of Teotihuacan is captivating. A cool breeze brings the scent of magnolias and smoke, and in the distance, the echo of footsteps on ancient stones can be heard. The walls of the pyramids, covered in moss, hold many secrets, but they are not ready to reveal them. Each stone, each crack in the walls reminds us that life once thrived here. But what exactly happened remains in the shadows of history. Thus, the mystery of Teotihuacan continues to intrigue researchers and history enthusiasts, leaving many questions unanswered. What were the true causes of the disappearance of this great city? Who were its inhabitants and their culture? And what can we learn about our own past by studying these ancient ruins? These questions remain open, like the pages of an unread book, waiting for someone to take up the challenge and unravel the secrets hidden in the stones. Secret caves of Puerto Rico, gates to other worlds? Traveling from the enigma of Teotihuacan, we find ourselves in the tropical paradise of Puerto Rico, where mysterious caves await their explorers with open arms. These subterranean worlds delve deep into the earth, creating a mysterious atmosphere filled with ancient legends and secret artifacts. Local residents believe that these caves are not merely karst formations, but gates to other worlds once inhabited by unknown civilizations. What is the true nature of these caves? And what secrets do they hold within their depths? Puerto Rico is home to many caves, but the system of caves known as Caminos del Rio stands out. Here, one can find enigmatic petroglyphs that, according to scholars, were created by ancient Taíno Indians. These mysterious carvings, etched into the rocks, depict animals, people, and symbols that remain open to interpretation. What do they signify? What were the intentions of their creators? These questions remain unanswered, and the petroglyphs seem to whisper about ancient secrets that we cannot decipher. Some researchers propose that these caves may have served as sacred sites for ancient peoples, where rituals and ceremonies were performed. How could such important cultural centers be forgotten, leaving only traces on the rocks? Local legends tell of underground peoples who, according to tradition, lived in these caves and guarded their secrets. Some even claim that these beings possess magical abilities and can travel between worlds. But who are they? And is there a connection between them and the ancient Taíno cultures? Research shows that Puerto Rico also contains traces of other civilizations that cannot be attributed to known cultures. For instance, archaeologists have discovered strange artifacts that do not fit into familiar historical frameworks. How could such peoples inhabit this island and remain unnoticed? Some theories suggest that they were migrants from other regions who brought their knowledge and culture. But how could they leave such a deep mark on history if their existence remains a question? The atmosphere of the caves in Puerto Rico is captivating. The cool air fills the space with a mysterious silence, and the light filtering through narrow cracks creates magical shadows on the walls. Each drop of water falling from the ceiling seems to whisper about distant times when these caves were full of life and mysteries. The intricate forms of stalactites and stalagmites remind us that time stands still here, and the caves themselves are guardians of secrets waiting for their moment. In this way, the mystery of Puerto Rico's caves continues to intrigue explorers and adventurers, leaving many questions unanswered. What are the true causes of the appearance of these enigmatic artifacts? Who were their creators? And what knowledge did they carry with them into eternity? And what else can we learn about our past by exploring these incredible subterranean worlds? These questions remain open, like enigmatic doors to other realities, waiting for someone to decipher their secrets and shed light on the dark corners of history. Legend of the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, built in one night? As we navigate the mysteries of the caves of Puerto Rico, we encounter another ancient enigma, the Temple of Quetzalcoatl in Chichen Itza, Mexico. The legend tells us that this magnificent temple was constructed in just one night with the help of supernatural forces. How could such a grand structure appear in such a short time? There are numerous stories and myths associated with this enigmatic place, all pointing to the fact that ancient architects possessed extraordinary knowledge and skills that continue to inspire awe and bewilderment. The temple, dedicated to the god Quetzalcoatl, is famous for its staircase, which twice a year during the vernal and autumnal equinoxes creates a remarkable phenomenon, a play of light and shadow that gives the illusion of a serpent descending the staircase. How did the ancient builders achieve such precise and captivating effects? Complex mathematical calculations, astronomical observations, and a deep understanding of nature, all these seem to have been part of their knowledge. But at what cost did they achieve this? The secrets hidden in the temple's construction continue to fascinate researchers. Each detail, from massive stone blocks to intricate carvings, speaks of a high level of craftsmanship and symbolism that we have not yet fully deciphered. Some scholars suggest that the temple may have served not only as a religious center, but also as an observatory, allowing priests to track the movements of celestial bodies. But how could ancient people possess such knowledge of the cosmos? It is possible that they were in contact with more advanced civilizations or even other worlds. This possibility raises many questions without answers. An important aspect of the temple is its connection to natural cycles and changes in time. Each vernal equinox became not only an astronomical event, but also a symbol of rebirth and renewal, when sacred rituals were performed at the very heart of the temple. What were the true intentions of the ancient builders who created such a significant place? What did they want to convey to future generations through their architectural achievements? The answers to these questions remain shrouded in mystery, much like the temple itself, which continues to attract researchers eager to unravel its secrets. Moreover, the Temple of Quetzalcoatl is not the only enigmatic structure in Chichen Itza. Nearby are other buildings, each containing its own secrets and legends. For example, the Observatory of El Caracol, where one can also observe celestial phenomena, and numerous other structures, each seemingly guarding its own stories and mysteries. But how were all these buildings connected? What did they mean to the ancient Maya? Thus, the Temple of Quetzalcoatl and its surroundings continue to be a source of inspiration and mystery for modern researchers. What is the true history of this magnificent structure, and what knowledge might it have hidden within its stone walls? Perhaps the answers lie deep in the past, waiting to be discovered. How many more secrets are hidden in the depths of history? And how many more mysteries can we unravel by following the trails of ancient civilizations? At the conclusion of our journey through ancient mysteries and enigmas, it is impossible not to note that the majority of these extraordinary structures are not only real, but also officially recognized as part of humanity's historical heritage. The Temple of Quetzalcoatl in Chichen Itza, the Observatory of El Caracol, and numerous other architectural landmarks scattered across the globe serve as not just testimonies to engineering genius, but also repositories of secrets that still await their revelation. These places are shrouded in an aura of mystery, and continue to captivate researchers, historians, and travelers with their unsolved enigmas. What are the true stories behind their construction? What ancient rituals and events could have taken place within their walls? How much knowledge and wisdom was lost with the disappearance of the civilizations that created these magnificent structures? Even today, as we pass by their massive walls, we feel that they hold more questions than answers, evoking both awe and wonder. Now that you have learned about some of the most intriguing secrets of the past, what are your thoughts? Which of these mysterious places would you like to visit personally? And which structures impressed you the most? Share your comments below. We eagerly await your insights and impressions. Don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the bell so you don't miss out on new stories about enigmas waiting to be discovered. There are still many exciting tales from around the world ahead, and who knows how many more secrets lie hidden in the depths of history, ready to be uncovered?
In the heart of the Pacific Ocean, where the endless blue of the waters merges with the horizon, lies the mysterious world of Australia and Oceania, a region whose secrets still whisper to us from the depths of the ages. Imagine this. While the modern cities of Sydney and Melbourne pulse with the life of the 21st century, just a few hundred kilometres away, ancient rock paintings hold messages that we can scarcely decipher. Who created these enigmatic images? What did our ancestors attempt to convey to us across millennia? In these lands, majestic stone monuments, like silent guardians of time, rise above the landscape, challenging our understanding of the engineering prowess of the ancients. How could people without modern technologies create such monuments? And for what purpose? The sacred sites of the Aboriginal peoples of Australia and the indigenous nations of the Pacific Islands still radiate an inexplicable energy that even skeptics can feel. Locals speak of the spirits of ancestors inhabiting these places, of gods descending to people in sacred groves, and at mysterious bodies of water that change colour depending on the phases of the moon. What lies behind these legends? Simple superstitions or echoes of knowledge lost to modern civilization? I invite you on a journey through the most enigmatic and mystical places of the distant continent and the scattered islands, where reality is sometimes indistinguishable from myth, and the past continues to live in the present. And among all the mysteries of this enigmatic continent, perhaps none is more majestic and captivating than the enormous monolith rising in the midst of the endless desert of Central Australia, Uluru. This colossal sandstone, towering 348 metres high and stretching 9.5 kilometres in circumference, stands like a frozen wave of an ancient ocean, harbouring secrets rooted in the very origins of time. When the rays of the setting sun touch its surface, Uluru transforms, changing its colour from deep terracotta to blazing crimson, creating the illusion that the rock breathes, living a life of its own. But most astonishingly, the local Aboriginal people of the Anangu tribe assert that Uluru is indeed alive. For them, it is not merely a geological formation, but a sacred being born in the Dreamtime, a mystical period of creation. According to ancient legends, every crack, every curve on the surface of the rock tells a story about ancestral creators, about great battles between the serpents Kunyia and the lizard people Liru. Archaeologists have discovered that the rock paintings within the caves of Uluru date back over 10,000 years. But who knows how much older these images could truly be? Visitors to this site often report strange acoustic phenomena, whispers emanating from nowhere, echoes that resonate longer than physics would dictate. Some claim to have heard rhythmic sounds resembling the beating of a giant heart coming from the depths of the monolith. Is this simply a trick of the imagination, or is Uluru truly trying to communicate something to us? Geologists explain the unusual shape and colour of the rock through natural processes of erosion and high iron content. But can these rational explanations fully unravel the mystery of a place where, according to the Aboriginal people, the worlds of the living and the dead intersect? Particularly mysterious are the waterholes that appear at the base of Uluru after rare rains. The water in them takes on an unusual reddish hue, and the elders of the Anangu assert that bathing in these temporary lakes can either heal or bring a curse, depending on the thoughts one brings to the sacred water. Numerous expeditions of paranormal researchers have documented anomalous magnetic fields around Uluru, inexplicable light phenomena in the night sky above the monolith, and strange malfunctions in electronic equipment. Coincidence? Or does this ancient stone colossus truly possess energy properties beyond our understanding? Some theorists propose that Uluru may be part of a global network of energy points on Earth, connecting it with other megalithic structures around the world, from Stonehenge to the pyramids of Giza. Yet even if we set aside the boldest hypotheses, one undeniable fact remains. Everyone who has stood at the base of Uluru at dawn or dusk has felt an inexplicable sense of connection to something infinitely ancient and wise, as if the very land is trying to share its secrets. And as we continue to study this remarkable monolith with increasingly advanced scientific methods, its central mystery remains unsolved. How an ordinary rock became the epicenter of the spiritual universe for an entire culture. And why even in our technological age it continues to evoke awe and reverence in all who behold its majestic silhouette against the backdrop of the endless Australian sky. If Uluru is the stone heart of the Australian continent, then Kakadu National Park is its ancient memory, etched in thousands of rock art images that date back tens of thousands of years. This remarkable natural reserve, sprawling over nearly 20,000 square kilometres in Australia's Northern Territory, holds one of the world's largest and most mysterious collections of rock art. The rock galleries of Kakadu are a true book, written by the hands of long-gone generations, where each stroke, each symbol, pulsates with the energy of ancient knowledge and beliefs. Particularly striking are the images in the style of X-ray art, where artists with remarkable precision depicted not only the external appearance of animals, but also their internal organs. Where did people of the Stone Age acquire such deep anatomical knowledge? Some anthropologists suggest that these detailed images are connected to shamanic practices, where during trance, masters saw the essence of living beings beyond their physical shells. But perhaps this is just the tip of the iceberg of meanings hidden in these ancient images. Among the numerous petroglyphs of Kakadu, a special place is occupied by the enigmatic figures of Mimisthin, elongated beings that local Aborigines consider spirits that inhabited these lands before humans arrived. According to legends, Mimis were so fragile that they feared strong winds, which could break their thin limbs, and therefore lived in rock crevices. They taught the first people how to hunt, prepare food, and draw. Remarkably, similar figures are found in rock art around the world, from the Sahara to Siberia. Is this evidence of the universality of human imagination, or a shared experience of our ancestors at the dawn of civilization? No less intriguing are the rock art images of Wandjina mysterious white-faced figures with large eyes and no mouths, found in the Kimberley region in northwest Australia. According to Aboriginal beliefs, these beings are the creators of all life, who came from the stars during the time of dreams. They have no mouths because they are so powerful that they do not need words to create. They create reality with their thoughts. Archaeologists date some of these images to be 17,000 years old, making them some of the oldest religious symbols on the planet. What if these strange figures are not just a product of imagination, but a reflection of real contacts with something incomprehensible to the modern rational mind? In the remote corners of Kakadu, researchers continue to discover new galleries of rock art hidden in inaccessible rock overhangs and caves. Many of them are positioned so that sunlight falls on the drawings only on certain days of the year, usually related to solstices or equinoxes. This calendrical precision speaks of deep astronomical knowledge of the creators of these galleries. But how could a people without writing and complex tools track the movement of celestial bodies with such precision? And for what purpose did they need these knowledge? Particularly concerning for researchers are images that, according to some experts, document abrupt climate changes and catastrophic events of the past. Some petroglyphs depict scenes of flooding of vast territories that are now land. Do these images correspond to real geological events that occurred 10 to 12,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age? If so, rock art in Australia may not just be a cultural phenomenon, but the oldest form of historical chronicle, recording events of which modern science has only a rough idea. The sacredness of these places for the Indigenous Australians is impossible to overestimate. For them, each drawing is not just an image, but a living portal through which one can communicate with ancestors and spirits. Many places with rock art galleries are still used for conducting secret rituals and ceremonies, access to which is strictly limited for the uninitiated. What happens during these ancient ceremonies? What knowledge is passed down from generation to generation in oral form, never recorded in written sources? This world remains closed to Western science, which can only make assumptions based on fragmentary evidence. And while scientists argue about the dating and interpretation of ancient images, the rock galleries continue to silently testify to a time when the boundaries between worlds were thinner, and humans felt their inseparable connection to the cosmos. Perhaps this is the main mystery of ancient Australian art. It reminds us of the unity that we have lost in our pursuit of technological progress and material comfort. But have we really lost it? Or is this connection merely slumbering in the depths of our collective unconscious, waiting for the moment when we are ready to hear the voices of our ancestors speaking to us through the millennia? Ancient art is just one facet of the mystical Australia, a continent seemingly created to challenge our rational worldview. A few hundred kilometres south of Kimberley, in a remarkable place known as the Carac Rocks, nature has crafted a stone symphony that can leave even the most skeptical traveller awestruck. Imagine a vast plain where thousands of limestone pillars rise from the sandy soil, some reaching heights of 5 metres. These peculiar stone formations, shaped by wind and rain over hundreds of thousands of years, resemble a frozen army or a gathering of silent beings, frozen in anticipation of an unknown signal. As the sun sets, casting long shadows on the scorched earth, there is almost a tangible sensation that these stone figures are about to come to life and resume their interrupted movement. Geologists explain the origin of these unusual formations through processes of erosion and weathering. But for the indigenous people of the area, the Noongar, the Carac Rocks, hold a completely different significance. According to their ancient legends, these limestone pillars are nothing more than petrified warriors, frozen in the moment of a great battle from the Dreamtime. One legend tells of 2 tribes who clashed here in a deadly fight, and the enraged spirits turned all the combatants into stone to end the bloodshed and leave an eternal reminder of the futility of war. Another version of the myth speaks of guests at a grand ceremony who violated sacred laws and were turned into stone as punishment. Particularly striking are the pillars that resemble human figures, with protrusions resembling heads and natural depressions creating the illusion of eyes, watching anyone who dares to disturb the peace of this place. Some of them have such anthropomorphic forms that it is hard to believe they are natural formations. It is no surprise that many visitors to Carac report a strange sensation of being watched by thousands of invisible eyes. And in the whisper of the wind between the stone pillars, they hear echoes of long-forgotten voices. Anthropologists who have studied the culture of the Noongar note that the Carac Rocks were not only a place of sacred ceremonies, but also a kind of repository of knowledge. Each stone pillar was associated with a specific story, myth, or lore, and their mutual arrangement served as a mnemonic system, helping the elders to remember and pass on complex knowledge to the next generations. But the most astonishing discovery was made by astronomers, who found that some groups of pillars were aligned in such a way as to mark the positions of key stars and constellations in certain seasons of the year. Like many other megalithic complexes around the world, the Carac Rocks may have served as an observatory, allowing the ancient Australians to track the movement of celestial bodies and predict seasonal changes. But if Stonehenge or the pyramids of Giza were consciously created by humans, who and how programmed these natural stone formations to match astronomical cycles with such precision? Is it a coincidence, or the result of some unknown natural law connecting earthly forms with cosmic rhythms? Many researchers note the unusual energy properties of this place. Sensitive instruments record anomalies in the magnetic field here, and people who spend a long time among the stones report vivid dreams, sudden insights, and even visions. Shamans of the Noongar assert that the Carac Rocks are a place where the boundary between the material world and the world of spirits thins, a kind of portal through which one can gain access to ancient knowledge and wisdom. Modern science cannot yet confirm or refute these assertions, leaving us alone with the mystery that spans thousands of years. What then are these enigmatic stone sentinels of the Australian desert? Are they merely a whimsical play of natural forces, or do they hold some deeper meaning, the key to which we have not yet found? And why do such places, evoking awe and reverence, exist on all continents, as if following some universal plan unknown to modern humanity. Perhaps the answer lies not in the stones themselves, but in how they interact with our consciousness, awakening something deeply archetypal that connects us with distant ancestors for whom the boundary between the visible and invisible worlds was much more permeable. And as scientists continue their research, the Caradong rocks remain silent, one of the most eloquent mysteries of ancient Australia, a continent where time seems to flow according to its own laws, and the past never truly becomes past, continuing to live in stone, song, and myth. However, the rocks of Karahero are not the only secrets of ancient Australia. If we travel to the eastern coast of the continent, we will enter the realm of the majestic Blue Mountains, whose enigmatic rock formations and impassable gorges have long inspired legends and myths that even the bravest explorers find chilling. This mountain range, named for the blue haze that envelops its slopes, is a place where the boundary between reality and myth becomes as ephemeral as the morning mist that blankets the ancient valleys. The Burra Rainbow region is particularly mysterious, where colossal sandstone cliffs, eroded over millions of years, take on shapes that resemble the silhouettes of giant, frozen beings in eternal vigil. For European settlers, these mountains were long an insurmountable barrier. But for the indigenous people of the Daruk, they were sacred territory inhabited by ancient spirits and mystical creatures. The most chilling legends of these places are associated with beings known as Yowie Australia's version of the Yeti, tall, hairy humanoids dwelling in the most inaccessible corners of the Blue Mountains. According to Daruk elders, these beings existed long before humans and possess supernatural abilities. They can become invisible, control human thoughts, and predict the future. The Yowies are said to be guardians of ancient knowledge and protectors of sacred places, and encounters with them can bring either great wisdom or terrible misfortune, depending on the intentions of the intruder. Remarkably, reports of encounters with these mysterious creatures have not ceased with the advent of modern civilization. Each year, dozens of tourists, experienced travelers, and even scientists recount strange occurrences deep within the Blue Mountains. Unexplained sounds like inhuman screams, massive footprints on damp soil, a sense of an unseen presence, and observation. Many of these accounts come from people with impeccable reputations, not prone to fabrications or exaggerations. One of the most famous incidents occurred in 2008 when a group of geologists conducting research in a remote part of Burra Rainbow recorded a series of low-frequency sounds on an audio recording, which, according to bioacoustic specialists, could not belong to any known animal in the region. In the same area, strange structures made of intertwined branches were found at several meters above the ground, too complex to be the result of random entanglement, but not matching known human construction patterns. Even more intriguing are the petroglyphs discovered in the caves of Burra Rainbow, estimated by archaeologists to be at least 10,000 years old. Many of these depict tall, human-like figures with disproportionately long arms and legs, covered with fur, as indicated by characteristic strokes. Near these beings, people are often depicted in poses of veneration or fear. Some scenes can be interpreted as the transmission of knowledge from Yowies to humans. Figures of the beings point to stars, plants, or animals, while human figures are shown in poses of attentive listeners. Particularly enigmatic are the petroglyphs found in what is known as the Whispering Cave, a deep grotto where the unique acoustics cause even the softest sound to be multiplied by the walls, creating the effect of many speaking voices. Here, among the images of Yowies, strange symbols and signs reminiscent of primitive writing have been discovered, still uninterpreted by scientists. Anthropologists studying the culture of the indigenous people note that the legends of Yowies bear a striking resemblance to myths about wild men found in cultures around the world, from the Himalayan Yeti to the North American Sasquatch. Could this indicate that all these myths have a real basis? Or are we dealing with a universal archetype of collective unconsciousness manifesting in similar forms across different cultures? The geological history of the Blue Mountains only adds to the mystery of this place. Millions of years ago, this territory was part of a vast ocean floor, as evidenced by the numerous fossilized marine creatures found high in the mountains. Then, through tectonic processes, The floor rose, forming a plateau that was subsequently carved by deep canyons and valleys. This unique geological history created a labyrinth of caves, underground rivers, and inaccessible, gorgeous and ideal refuge for creatures wishing to avoid contact with humans. Could these isolated ecosystems have preserved relict hominids, unknown to modern science? Or are the Yowies something more than just an undiscovered biological species, beings existing on the border between the material and spiritual worlds, as claimed by the shamans of the indigenous people? In recent years, the Blue Mountains have attracted an increasing number of researchers into paranormal phenomena, cryptozoologists and anthropologists seeking to unravel the mystery of the Yowies. Scientific expeditions are organized, automatic cameras are set up, and DNA analysis of strange hairs and other biological samples found in this area is conducted. But despite all these efforts, the elusive inhabitants of Burra Rainbow remain ghosts, slipping away from scientific understanding, leaving us only fleeting traces of their presence and the eternal question: what lies hidden in the misty valleys of the Blue Mountains when night falls and ancient stars light up over the silent cliffs, preserving the memory of times when humans were just one of many intelligent beings inhabiting this mysterious land? The Blue Mountains of Australia are just one link in an endless chain of mysteries encircling our planet. If we travel east across the vast expanses of the Pacific Ocean, we will reach one of the most isolated and mysterious places on Earth, Easter Island, also known as Rapa Nui. Lost in the oceanic waters, this tiny piece of land, measuring only 164 square kilometers, holds one of humanity's greatest enigmas: the monumental stone statues of the Moai, whose stern, impassive faces have gazed into the island for over 1,000 years, like silent sentinels of a long-lost civilization. 950 of these stone giants, standing up to 10 meters tall and weighing up to 80 tons, are scattered around the island, most of them standing on special stone platforms called ahu. Their deeply set eyes, thin lips, pressed in a mysterious half-smile, and elongated ears give the impression that these colossi possess their own consciousness and silently observe us through the layers of time. But who created these monuments? How could a primitive Polynesian culture, lacking metal tools, writing, and wheeled transportation, carve such perfect sculptures and, even more remarkably, transport them up to 20 kilometers from the stone quarries of Rano Raraku? This question has puzzled archaeologists and historians for decades, giving rise to theories ranging from the plausible to the outright fantastic. According to local legends recorded by the first European explorers, the Moai were not created by humans, but were moved by the power of mana, a supernatural energy possessed by ancient priests. They supposedly could make stone walk, using special rituals and incantations. The Moai walked by themselves, the ancient legends of the Rapa Nui people claim, passed down through generations. According to these tales, the statues represent the embodiment of Ariki's deified ancestors and chiefs whose mana continues to protect their descendants even after death. One intriguing aspect of the Moai cult is that, with rare exceptions, all the statues face inward, towards the island, with their backs to the ocean, as if they are not guarding the island from external threats, but are holding something back within. What could have frightened the ancient Rapa Nui people in the heart of their own island? Some researchers link this to the cult of the mysterious birdman, Tangata Manu, whose images are abundant in the petroglyphs of Orongo, a ceremonial settlement on the edge of the Rano Kau crater. According to anthropological reconstructions, in the late period of the island's history, when resources were depleted and the population was divided into warring clans, dangerous competitions were held annually. Representatives of the clans had to swim to the nearest Motu Nui Island, find the first egg of the seabird Manutara, and return unharmed with it to Rapa Nui. The winner received the title of Birdman and special privileges for their clan for a year. This transformation of religious beliefs from the cult of ancestor Moai to the cult of the Birdman remains one of the most mysterious pages in the island's history. No less enigmatic is the Rongo Rongo, the untranslated writing of Rapa Nui, consisting of a system of pictographic symbols carved on wooden tablets. Only about 25 such tablets have survived worldwide, and despite numerous attempts, no linguist has been able to fully decipher their content. According to local legends, The first king of the island, Hotu Matua, brought 64 tablets with writings when he arrived on the island around the year 1400 AD. Could these tablets contain the key to understanding the true purpose of the Moai and the causes of the catastrophic decline of the Easter Island civilization? Archaeological research shows that the island was once covered with lush forests, but by the time European explorers arrived in the 18th century, it had become a treeless wasteland. Analysis of pollen from lake sediments confirms that deforestation occurred gradually, reaching a critical point around the 16th century. Many scientists see the ecological catastrophe of Rapa Nui as a warning to all humanity, an example of how an isolated civilization, having exhausted its resources, comes to self-destruction. But could there be other, more mysterious causes of the collapse? Some researchers point to strange coincidences between the decline of the Moai culture and anomalous climatic phenomena recorded in other parts of the world during the same period. Could global climate change, caused by volcanic activity or other planetary factors, have played a role in the fate of this isolated civilization? Or, as some more daring theorists suggest, was Easter Island just a part of a much larger and more advanced culture that stretched across the entire Pacific Ocean and even beyond, whose remnants we find in the form of megalithic structures from Peru to Japan? The mystery of the Moai remains unsolved. Each new expedition, each archaeological discovery brings us closer to understanding this phenomenon, but simultaneously raises new questions. Why were some statues left unfinished in the quarries? What significance do the red puhau cylindrical caps of red stone crowning the heads of some Moai hold? How to explain the fact that many Moai have hidden petroglyphs and drawings on their backs? And most importantly, what did the creators of these stone giants want to tell us? What message did they encode in these silent sentinels, whose gazes, crossing centuries, meet with ours, leaving a sense of an unsaid mystery that may never be fully unraveled? If the mysterious presence of Easter Island's Moai captivates you with their enigmatic aura, then the quarry of Rano Raraku is something entirely unique. A place where time seems to have frozen in an instant, halted by an unknown force. Here, on the slopes of an extinct volcano, hundreds of unfinished statues lie scattered in frozen chaos, some barely sketched in stone, others nearly ready for transport, and others seemingly frozen midway through their mysterious journey to the Ahu platforms. This vast open-air workshop creates a chilling sensation of work suddenly interrupted, as if the craftsmen had abandoned their tools and never returned. Why? What could have caused an entire civilization to cease its most sacred endeavor? As you walk along the ancient paths between the unfinished stone giants, you feel an almost tangible tensions, as if the air still resonates with the sounds of stone hammers and ancient chants. Particularly striking are the partially buried statues, whose massive heads, protruding from the hillside, create a surreal impression of giants either sinking into the earth or struggling to emerge from it. Many of these statues have unusually elongated proportions and more detailed features than the already erected Moai. According to local legends recorded by missionaries in the 19th century, work at the quarry was halted due to a great conflict between the island's clans. The elders of the Rapa Nui people told of a terrifying civil war that broke out after one of the high priests received a sinister prophecy. When the last Moai stands in its place, great calamity will befall the people. Another version of the legend suggests that the work was stopped due to the god's wrath, displeased with the people's growing hubris in creating ever more colossal statues. In support of this theory, they point to the so-called giant, a colossal unfinished statue nearly 21 meters long, which, if completed and erected, would have dwarfed all other Moai by more than double. Was this unfinished colossus the final straw that broke the god's patience? Anthropologists and archaeologists offer a more mundane explanation: an ecological crisis caused by deforestation for transporting the statues, leading to soil erosion, famine, and social conflicts, which in turn undermined the complex religious political system that supported the cult of Moai. However, this theory does not explain the suddenness of the work's halt. Many statues appear as if the craftsmen simply put down their tools midday, intending to return the next morning. Some researchers point to the strange geological features of Rano-Raraku anomalous magnetic fields and unusual mineral composition of the tuff from which the moai were carved. Could these factors have influenced the consciousness of those working there, causing visions or strange mental states? An intriguing detail is that many of the unfinished statues bear hidden symbols and petroglyphs carved in places that would have been removed in further processing. Why create drawings that no one would ever see? Were they secret messages, magical formulas, or signatures of the craftsman? Particularly puzzling are the small indentations carved into the backs of some unfinished moai too small to be practical, yet too regular to be random. Do they form a pattern visible only from a bird's eye view or under certain star alignments? Local guides whisper to tourists that on certain nights, when the full moon rises directly over the crater of Rano-Raraku, strange sounds can be heard, like the scraping of stone on stone and soft, monotonous chants. They say that the spirits of the ancient craftsmen continue their work, invisible to the living. These tales may be merely romantic embellishments for impressionable travelers, but they reflect the inexplicable sense of incompleteness and expectation that every visitor feels. Rano-Raraku is not just an archaeological site. It is a frozen moment in history, carved in stone, a question that we still cannot answer. What caused an entire civilization to abandon its greatest achievement? What catastrophe, external threat, or internal revelation changed the course of the island's history? And is there not a warning for our own civilization, so confident in its power and so vulnerable to the unknown forces of nature and our own unpredictable psychology? Perhaps the answer lies hidden among these unfinished stone faces, forever gazing at the sky above Easter Island, guarding a secret that will always beckon and elude us, like a mirage on the horizon of the vast Pacific Ocean. And as we ponder these ancient mysteries, we cannot help but wonder, how many more such secrets does our own planet hold? For if we were to travel from the lost island of Easter to the opposite end of the globe, we would find no less enigmatic monuments of the past, whose purposes and methods of creation continue to fuel heated debates among scientists and researchers. Orungo, situated on the edge of the volcano Rano Kau, is not only an archaeological discovery, but also a sanctuary imbued with the atmosphere of ancient rituals connected to cults and beliefs that encompassed Easter Island. Here, on this harsh and majestic plateau, rising above the endless Pacific Ocean, mystical ceremonies dedicated to the cult of the Birdman once took place. The Birdman symbolized the connection between humans and the heavens and the earth. Entering Orungo, one feels transported to another era, where every crack in the rocks and every petroglyph on the stone held a history filled with drama and deep symbolism. The petroglyphs, carved by the skilled hands of ancient artisans, depict not only animals, but also people engaged in ritualistic dances, as well as mysterious beings said to transmit knowledge and power. These seemingly simple images may conceal complex mystical messages that remain incomprehensible to modern researchers. What was their significance for those who lived here centuries ago? Perhaps these images were part of rituals connected to competitions for the title of Birdman, the highest rank, that brought not only glory, but also the right to manage the island's resources. These competitions were held during periods when the sea churned and the wind blew with full force, and candidates had to navigate a complex sea journey following migrating birds to catch the rarest one the manu. This was not just a test of physical strength and agility, but also a test of spirit and devotion. Legends tell of participants in these contests, armed only with their skills and instincts, battling against raging waves to bring hope and prosperity to their people. But what happened to this ancient tradition? Why did the rituals, once so vital to the islanders' lives, suddenly cease? Researchers suggest that changes in the island's ecosystem, leading to a decrease in bird populations and, consequently, fewer participants, may have been the cause. However, such explanations cannot fully capture the aura of mystery and grandeur that surrounds Orungo. How could these sacred rituals, which were the foundation of the Rapa Nui social structure, disappear so quickly? Could the local inhabitants have received some revelation that changed their perception of the world? Or perhaps the intervention of external forces, the European colonizers who disrupted the islanders' way of life, was the final blow that forever changed the fate of this sanctuary. Orungo is not just a place, it is a symbol of the lost connection with nature and the spiritual world. Every stone here, every crack, and every petroglyph seems to whisper its secrets, waiting for someone to finally understand them. In this sanctuary, time has stopped, waiting for answers to questions that remain unanswered. Why did a culture so full of life and rituals suddenly fade away? What were the true reasons that led people to abandon their ancient customs and traditions? And perhaps in these mysterious ruins and the images carved on the stones lies a warning for us, modern people, about how easily we can lose our connection to our roots if we forget those who came before us. Orungo is not just a historical monument, it is a mirror reflecting our own vulnerability in the face of time and change. How many more secrets does this world hold, waiting to be uncovered again? Each mystery we explore opens new horizons and reminds us that in this vast world filled with wonders and mysteries, we are still on the path to understanding ourselves and our place in this boundless cosmos. Nan Madol, sprawling across remote islands in Micronesia, is one of the most enigmatic and captivating places on Earth. This city of spirits, built on artificial islands, appears as a living embodiment of ancient legends and mysterious tales. Imagine a world where stone walls, as if from another dimension, echo with the voices of the forgotten, and the damp marine air fills the lungs with the scent of salt and mystery. Here, among massive basalt blocks, meticulously laid one on top of another, like a giant puzzle, one can sense the presence of something greater, the unknown forces that once breathed life into this abandoned city. Archaeologists and historians still cannot agree on how these magnificent structures were built, as the technologies used by the ancient builders remain a mystery. Some scientists suggest that special systems of ropes and rollers were used to move such heavy stone blocks. But how could people of that era accomplish such a grand construction without modern technology? Legends claim that spirits of ancestors once inhabited this place, aiding humans in their labors and guiding them in the creation of these magnificent structures. Local residents believed that every crack in the stone, every curve of the wall, was imbued with magical power that protected the city and its inhabitants. But what happened to this extraordinary civilization? How could such a developed and unique city vanish from history, leaving behind only ruins and mysteries? Researchers propose various theories from environmental catastrophes to internecine wars, but none can fully explain the disappearance of Nan Madol. How could the people who created such a magnificent complex suddenly abandon it? Perhaps they faced unpredictable natural disasters or internal conflicts that led to catastrophe. Legends also speak of a curse placed on Nan Madol, which could have been the cause of its decline. According to the tales, the spirits that once guarded these lands were offended and left, leaving people to their fate. But did this curse truly exist? Or was it merely a myth created to explain the inexplicable? With every step along the lost streets of this city, we ask questions that remain unanswered. What was it like to live here, among the magnificent structures and spirits that protected them? What would it have felt like for those who once walked these stone paths, feeling the coolness of ancient stone beneath their feet and hearing the whisper of the wind as if it carried the voices of the ancestors? Nan Madol remains a captivating reminder that even the most magnificent civilizations can be lost to the flow of time. This lost land, surrounded by the sea, holds many secrets, waiting to be revealed again. How many more mysteries lie hidden beneath the surface of our world, waiting to be uncovered? Each stone, each crack in these ruined walls whispers of its past, inviting us to ponder what we know about human history and what still awaits discovery. Basalt columns, towering on various islands of Oceania, are not only magnificent natural formations, but also powerful evidence of ancient mysteries that continue to puzzle scientists and tourists alike. These colossal columns, like sentinels of time, stand guard over secrets that they hold within. Their perfect forms and enigmatic structure inspire awe and raise numerous questions. How could nature create such harmonious elements that resemble works of art? Or perhaps these are the remnants of ancient giants, as told in local myths and legends? In every corner of Oceania, one can hear tales of powerful gods and colossi who, according to legends, used these stone blocks to build their magnificent structures. Imagine the majestic figures, draped in clouds, ascending these columns to gaze upon the world from above. Local residents believe that these columns were created with the help of magic, that their forms contain an unknown power capable of controlling the elements. Legends preserved among the people tell of how gods used these massive stone blocks as bridges between worlds, connecting people with the spirits of their ancestors. But how could such massive structures have emerged in the prehistoric era? Some researchers propose that ancient Oceania inhabitants possessed knowledge that now seems inaccessible to us. They might have used complex transportation and construction methods that were lost with the advent of modern technologies. Others believe that these columns are merely the result of natural geological processes, such as volcanic activity. However, if this is the case, how can one explain their constant symmetry and precise forms? How could natural factors create such monumental and perfectly balanced structures? Some also suggest that these columns served as a beacon for ancient navigators, guiding them through the vast expanses of the ocean. Each column, covered in moss and vegetation, holds traces of time, and its surface whispers of thousand-year-old stories that we may never fully comprehend. But this mystery is not limited to their forms and sizes. Some believe that among these columns lie secrets that could change our understanding of human history. Perhaps they preserve ancient prophecies or symbols that yearn to be deciphered. What were the true purposes of creating such gigantic structures? Were they built for worshipping gods, or were they monuments honoring great ancestors? Passing by these columns, one cannot help but wonder, what really happened in the distant past when these lands were inhabited by powerful beings capable of extraordinary feats? And the question remains open. How many more such mysteries lie hidden beneath the ocean's veil, waiting to be revealed? Each new discovery, each research brings us closer to unraveling these mysteries. But as always, the truth remains on the border between knowledge and myth. Cyclopean stone walls, standing on various islands of Oceania, are not just architectural structures, but true enigmas that continue to captivate the minds of researchers and history enthusiasts. These massive walls, constructed from giant stone blocks, are astonishingly perfectly fitted together, giving the impression that they were built not by humans, but by some supernatural beings. But who could have possessed such strength and skill to create such monumental structures amidst dense forests and mysterious landscapes? Legends of local peoples tell of ancient giant builders who, according to beliefs, were endowed with incredible strength and could move stones weighing several tons. It was believed that these giants not only possessed physical strength, but also had access to secrets of nature that were lost over time. Myths mention stories of how gods themselves descended from the heavens to guide the hands of these builders, helping them to construct walls that were meant to protect them from evil spirits and enemies. But how could these cyclopean constructions have been created using technologies that we believe did not exist at that time? Some researchers propose the hypothesis that ancient inhabitants of Oceania used methods that now seem inaccessible to us. Perhaps they possessed some secrets of construction about which we are not even aware. Their knowledge of mechanics and physics could have been so advanced that it allowed them to create such monumental structures that even modern engineers would find challenging. However, there are other theories suggesting that these walls could be the result of the work of groups of people who used simple but effective technologies such as block systems and levers, which allowed them to lift and move heavy stones. But if this is the case, why can no modern technology explain the precision and symmetry of these constructions? How could ancient builders achieve such harmony and strength in their works? Around the Cyclopean walls, there is an atmosphere of mystery. Each crack, each stone fracture can tell a story, but alas, they remain silent. Local residents still treat these structures with reverence, believing that they contain the spirits of ancestors and ancient knowledge. Some of them claim that the walls guard their secrets, waiting for humanity to be ready to unravel them. Where did these ancient builders come from? Were they ordinary people, or was their strength and knowledge given to them by higher powers? Delving into these thoughts, we cannot help but ask, how many more secrets does the ocean hide? How many legends await their time to be told? Each new discovery in archaeology can bring us closer to understanding these enigmas. But as before, the truth remains in the shadows, on the border between reality and myth. And so, the question remains open. Could such walls exist in other corners of the world waiting for those who can unravel their secrets? Sunken cities and ruins, submerged in the depths of the ocean, become true echoes of lost worlds, where each stone, left from once majestic structures, whispers of ancient civilizations that have vanished without a trace. In these waters, filled with misty legends and myths, lie evidence of cities that once thrived under the sun and were swallowed by the dark abyss. Local residents tell tales of submerged lands shrouded in magic and mystery. They speak of ancient islands that, according to legends, were carried away by the sea in a catastrophe, and of peoples who may have possessed knowledge and technologies beyond our reach. Archaeologists, diving into these waters with the help of underwater robots and cutting-edge technologies, find remnants of buildings that remind us of the grandeur and complexity of long-gone eras. For instance, in some places, they discover stone blocks that, like their terrestrial counterparts, are perfectly fitted together, puzzling researchers. How could these structures have been built in an underwater environment? Some of these findings are not just ruins, but entire structures that could have served as centers of cultural and economic life. But how did they end up at the bottom of the ocean? One of the most intriguing hypotheses is that these cities were part of great civilizations that, due to natural disasters such as earthquakes or tsunamis, were swallowed by the sea. But what if these disasters were not random? Perhaps the local inhabitants knew about the impending threat and left us signs warning us to be cautious with the power of nature? Some researchers even suggest that these submerged cities were not just victims of catastrophe, but the result of a conscious choice, as if their inhabitants decided to leave their lands, leaving only memories of themselves in myths and legends. But these legends are not the only thing that connects us to the lost worlds. Research shows that underwater finds may contain traces of ancient technologies that may have been forgotten or inaccessible to modern humans. Remarkably, some of these artifacts found at the bottom of the ocean share similarities with those discovered on land, raising the question of how extensive these ancient civilizations were. How could they have built such complex structures using technologies that, according to modern scientists, were beyond their reach? The ancient legends of Oceania are filled with images of great journeys and submerged cities, full of treasures and secrets. Some researchers claim that these myths may indicate the existence of forgotten knowledge about navigation and construction that was lost with the disappearance of civilizations. But how can we solve these mysteries when the stories themselves may be distorted by time? Diving into this mysterious atmosphere, we cannot help but ask, how many more submerged cities are waiting to be discovered, hidden in the depths of the ocean, and what secrets they may reveal about our past? In this vast ocean, full of mysteries, we are only scratching the surface. Perhaps it is the underwater depths that hold the keys to unraveling the greatest mysteries of human history, and each new step in the study of these mysterious places brings us closer to the truth, which still remains in the shadows. Sacred groves with unusual trees, located in Australia and Oceania, are not merely natural formations, but sacred spaces where nature and ancestral spirits intertwine in a single dance of life. These places, filled with deep meaning and mystery, become the abodes of spirits, where every leaf, every branch, and every sound remind us that we are not alone in this world. Legends of indigenous peoples tell of how these groves were created to serve as places for communicating with spirits that guard the land and its inhabitants. The trees here are extraordinary. Their majestic trunks are entwined with vines, and their canopies form dense canopies that protect from the sun, creating a quiet, almost mystical atmosphere. Some trees have properties that cause wonder and awe. For example, giant eucalyptus trees, which, according to legends, have witnessed many generations, can live to be 1,000 years old, and their bark has healing properties known only to the chosen few. These trees do not just grow, they live, breathe, and, as the elders say, communicate with those who know how to listen. Some of them, as locals claim, possess the ability to predict changes in nature, changing their color or scent in anticipation of major events. But how are these trees connected to the spiritual world? Research shows that in these sacred groves, one can find numerous artifacts testifying to rituals performed here over centuries. Stone altars, surrounded by sacred trees, served as places for sacrifices and prayers, where people hoped to receive their ancestors' blessings. Each tree, Each branch here has its own history, and local residents tell stories of how ancestral spirits can manifest in the form of animals or even natural elements, guiding people on the right path in life. But this is not the only mystery hidden in these groves. There are also legends that in these sacred places, one can find gates to other worlds where spirits await to be heard. Some researchers, delving into these myths, suggest that such places could not just serve for rituals, but be actual portals connecting our world with the world of spirits. But how can we know what truly lies behind this veil? Is a meeting with ancestral spirits just a product of imagination, or can they really influence our lives? Immersing oneself in the atmosphere of these sacred groves, one cannot help but ask, how many more such places exist where nature hides ancient secrets waiting to be revealed? Perhaps it is in these living sanctuaries that the keys to understanding not only the past, but also our own place in this world lie. In every wind, in every rustle of leaves, one feels the magic that permeates these sacred groves, and we are just beginning to understand that our existence is connected to ancient history that needs to be deciphered. How many more secrets are hidden in these green sanctuaries, waiting for someone to once again turn their attention to them? Fossils from sandstone, these strange and mysterious formations are scattered across the expanses of Australia, as if petrified creatures, preserving in their peculiar shapes the ancient myths and legends of the Aborigines. They tower over the earth, reminding us of the mythical events that once took place here, as recounted in old tales. These natural wonders, seemingly carved by a master from stone, take the most unexpected forms, from mushrooms to human faces, and each one seems to hold a story that needs to be deciphered. According to local legends, these sandstone formations were created as a result of great battles between spirits and mythical creatures that once inhabited this land. In one such story, it is told of a powerful spirit capable of changing its form, who fought against a dark creature threatening the world of humans. During this battle, the spirit, with its incredible power, turned its enemies into stone, and since then they have stood here, observing the changes in the world around them. How were these sandstone mushrooms imbued with magic? Their form and texture create an amazing sensation that they were once living beings, frozen in the moment of transformation. Legends say that if one listens to the whisper of the wind passing through these formations, one can hear the whispers of those who were turned into stone, their stories and warnings. But this is not the only mystery hidden in these peculiar rocks. Some researchers believe that these formations could have served as sacred places for rituals, where Aborigines performed ceremonies in honor of their ancestors and spirits. These mythical creatures, according to local residents, could not only protect the land, but also serve as messengers from the other world. How can these stone mushrooms influence our perception of reality? There are suggestions that they may be connected to the understanding of time and space, as if they indicate that the past and present intertwine in a single flow. Or perhaps this is simply the result of human imagination, striving to explain the inexplicable. Research shows that these formations could be ancient ritual sites where people gathered to communicate with spirits. Furthermore, some scientists point to the similarity of these forms with images found in cave paintings, adding even more mystery to this place. But how can we know what secrets these petrified creations hold? Why is it that we find such unusual forms here, among the sandstone? Each time we look at them, we ask ourselves, how many more such myths await discovery? These mushroom-like rocks, like keepers of ancient secrets, continue to attract attention, leaving us in awe and wonder. Perhaps it is in these stone formations that the keys to understanding not only the myths of the Aborigines, but also our own place in this world, are hidden. How many more riddles are hidden in these stone wonders, waiting for someone to turn their attention to them again? Each of these petrified beings, seemingly imbued with life, points to the fact that the world around us is full of wonders, waiting for their moment to reveal their secrets. Resonating stones, these enigmatic formations located in the heart of Australia, seem like musical instruments created by nature itself, producing melodious sounds upon impact. They emerge from the earth, as if listening to the ancient rhythm of the planet, and each note they emit fills the space with a mysterious harmony. Local residents, the Indigenous people, have long believed that spirits of their ancestors dwell within these stones, communicating with us through sounds as if whispering their stories. How could ordinary stones become bearers of such melodies? Legends say that in ancient times, when the world was young, spirits of nature united their power with the earth, creating these resonating stones to share their knowledge and wisdom with humanity. Each stone here possesses a unique vibration that not only pleases the ear, but can also evoke deep feelings and memories of bygone eras. As wind passes through these stones, its sound recalls the whispers of ancient legends that have been forgotten but still await their time to be retold. Research shows that sound waves emitted by these stones may have healing properties, affecting both our bodies and souls. But how exactly do these stones produce such extraordinary sounds? Some scientists suggest that their unique geology and structure create resonating sounds, making us ponder how nature can be both visual and auditory. There are numerous theories about the origin of these resonating stones, each adding a layer to this mysterious tapestry. Some believe that the sounds they emit may be connected to extraterrestrial forces that penetrate our world, reminding us that we are not alone in this vast cosmos. Others claim that it is a musical message passed down through generations, linking us with our ancestors and their knowledge. But how can we decipher this musical riddle that spans centuries? Resonating stones raise many questions, each leaving us in a state of wonder. What role did they play in the lives of local tribes? Perhaps they served as places for rituals, where people gathered not only to hear their sounds, but also to communicate with spirits believed to reside within these stones. And how can these sounds change our perception of reality? Some believe they may point to hidden knowledge that has been lost, as if the stones themselves are trying to remind us of our place in the world. Standing before these resonating stones, we once again ask ourselves, how many more secrets lie beneath the surface of our reality, waiting for someone to uncover them? How many unusual sounds and stories are perhaps waiting to be heard? These stones, like the mushrooms, continue to amaze and inspire, leaving us with a sense that the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. How many more sounds are hidden in the depths of forests and on forgotten slopes, ready to share their stories with those who are willing to listen? Geoglyphs, these enigmatic symbols carved directly into the earth, like codes left by our ancestors, stretch across the endless expanses of Australia, preserving within them a multitude of mysteries and unspoken truths. These extraordinary earthen mounds and drawings, visible only from above, awe with their grandeur and precision. How could ancient civilizations create such massive and detailed works of art, remaining invisible to the eyes of those passing by? Local Aboriginals have passed down myths for generations, claiming that these geoglyphs were created as signs for communicating with ancestral spirits or as maps leading to sacred places filled with power and knowledge. There are numerous theories about their purpose. Some scientists suggest they were used for rituals and ceremonies, while others link them to astronomical observations, asserting that geoglyphs could have served as calendars marking significant events in the lives of ancient tribes. But how could such mastery and knowledge of astronomy exist among peoples who seemingly led simple lives? How could they create such complex symbols that still evoke admiration and bewilderment, even with the use of modern technologies like satellite imagery and aerial photography? Imagine ancient people standing at the edge of their lands, gazing at the stars, and perhaps drawing inspiration for their creations from the vast expanse of the night sky. Some researchers even propose that geoglyphs might not just be symbols, but part of a more complex system connected to spiritual practices and cosmic awareness. For instance, one legend tells of spirits descending from the heavens, leaving signs on the earth to guide people towards enlightenment and harmony with nature. These mystical stories underscore the significance of geoglyphs in the lives of local peoples. But how can we understand their true meaning in today's world? Some researchers claim that geoglyphs may contain encrypted messages still awaiting decipherment, hinting at a lost connection between humanity and the universe. Studies suggest that these signs might be connected to water sources or other natural resources, implying that they served both spiritual and practical purposes. Nevertheless, despite all efforts, many aspects of these mysterious symbols remain unsolved. How can we decipher these ancient signs when even modern technologies cannot provide a definitive answer? Moreover, each new discovery raises more questions. For example, How did local tribes pass down their knowledge of geoglyphs from generation to generation? Were they known to all, or were they secrets kept only for the chosen few? And most importantly, how could this knowledge be lost over time, leaving behind a trail of mysteries and legends? These enigmatic earthen signs, like the whispering stones, raise numerous questions, unveiling before us the veil of ancient knowledge and mysticism. They remind us that the world is full of wonders still waiting to be discovered. How many more geoglyphs lie hidden beneath the earth, awaiting their time to be unearthed and tell their stories? How many more secrets does this land hold? And how much more unknown awaits those who are willing to turn to its ancient symbols and legends? Thus, we have completed our fascinating journey through the mysterious ancient sites of Australia and Oceania, where each step on this land reveals not only the beauty of nature, but also hidden secrets waiting to be uncovered. These places, filled with the sounds of wind and the whispers of ancient trees, are not just cultural landmarks, but true keepers of history, reminding us of the diversity of human experience and beliefs. How remarkable that even in the most remote corners of the planet, where time seems to have stopped, questions arise that have captivated human minds for centuries. Why were these enigmatic geoglyphs created? What are the true meanings of ancient myths passed down through generations? And what if these questions are just the tip of the iceberg, hiding countless unexplored pages of history? Each new artifact and legend we explore opens not only the secrets of the past, but also the possibility of peering into the very essence of human nature, our desire to know, understand, and perhaps even find our place in this vast world. We invite you to ponder which other mysteries are hidden in the shadows of ancient trees and beneath the sand. Perhaps you have encountered such mysteries or heard stories that left an indelible impression. Share your thoughts in the comments which mysteries were most astonishing to you. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel if you want to continue exploring the incredible mysteries that await us at every step. For indeed, as we have seen, there are still so many unsolved mysteries on Earth that beckon us to new adventures. And who knows, perhaps in the next episode, we will open doors to a world of which we have not yet dreamed. Until we meet again, adventurers, and may your quest for discovery never fade.
Welcome to the most mysterious corner of our planet, Antarctica. The white silence stretching to the horizon conceals secrets that have been stirring the imagination of scientists and researchers for decades. Did you know that from the depths of the Antarctic ice, sometimes strange sounds can be heard? Low-frequency rumbles and cracks that cannot be explained by ordinary physical processes. Beneath the multi-kilometer thick ice, ancient subglacial lakes lie, isolated from the outside world for millions of years. What secrets do their dark waters hold? What forms of life could have evolved there, in complete isolation from the rest of the world? The ice formations of the continent are sometimes so bizarre and symmetrical that they seem to have been created by intelligent beings, not blind forces of nature. And the geological anomalies of Antarctica challenge modern science. Strange magnetic deviations, inexplicable heat sources under the ice, mysterious structures emerging through the ice. Is this nature's game, or the traces of something greater? Some researchers claim that beneath the ice shield, there could be a whole lost world, ancient landscapes and ecosystems preserved in time. But is this true? And are we ready for the mysteries that the coldest continent on Earth may reveal to us? The most astonishing thing is that the mysterious sounds of Antarctica are just the tip of the iceberg of the unknown. Special attention should be paid to the enigmatic low-frequency sound known as bloop, which was first recorded by hydrophones of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration of the United States in 1997. This ultra-low, prolonged sound, reminiscent of a deep sigh of an unknown creature, spread over a distance of more than 5,000 kilometers in the waters of the Southern Ocean. What could have caused such a powerful sound phenomenon? Official science offers several explanations, from the carving of giant icebergs to the release of gas bubbles from the seabed. However, many researchers note the strange regularity and almost musical structure of the bloop, which makes one wonder, is this a manifestation of some intelligent activity beneath the Antarctic ice? Besides the bloop, hydrophones regularly record a symphony of inexplicable sounds. Whistle, slow down, Julia, each with its unique acoustic profile and mysterious origin. Local researchers who have spent long months on stations tell of strange sound anomalies, whispering voices coming from desolate ice fields, a melodic hum arising in windless nights, a metallic screech seemingly coming from the depths of the continent. Professor Alexander Verschainen, an acoustic oceanologist who has been studying the sound landscape of Antarctica for decades, admits, "We encounter phenomena that do not fit into our modern scientific models. Some sounds seem to violate the acoustic laws we know. There is something deeply unsettling about these sounds. They seem to break the eternal silence of the icy continent, reminding us that beneath the lifeless surface, there may be an entire unexplored world." Bioacoustic research suggests that some of the sounds may belong to unknown marine species that have evolved in isolation in the cold waters of Antarctica. Could there be creatures in these harsh depths whose size and capabilities exceed our understanding? Geologists, in turn, point to the unique tectonic activity of the Antarctic shelf. Underwater volcanoes, hydrothermal sources, movement of tectonic plates, creating acoustic phenomena not found anywhere else on the planet. However, the most intriguing theories link these sounds to ancient technologies, possibly belonging to a civilization that inhabited this region before the onset of the Ice Age. Some researchers point to a strange correlation between the activity of the bloop and magnetic anomalies in certain areas of Antarctica. These sounds are like messages from the past, encrypted acoustic codes that we are not yet able to decipher. Despite all attempts to explain these acoustic phenomena, they remain one of the most intriguing mysteries of the sixth continent. Listening to these mysterious sounds, one cannot help but ask, what is Antarctica trying to tell us with its ghostly voice, echoing through the centuries of ice and silence? And are we ready to hear its message, hidden in these enigmatic vibrations, resonating through the icy deserts and depths of the southern seas? If the mysterious sounds of Antarctica make us listen to the whisper of the icy continent, then its subglacial lakes entice us to peer into the depths that have been hidden from human eyes for millions of years. Like crystal sarcophagi of ancient secrets, hundreds of water bodies lie beneath the multi-kilometer thickness of Antarctic ice, the most famous of which is Lake Vostok, a colossal reservoir of liquid water the size of Lake Ontario, isolated from the outside world for more than 25 million years. Imagine, when the last dinosaurs disappeared from the face of the Earth, the waters of Lake Vostok were already beginning their long imprisonment under the thickening ice crust. What secrets might these pristine waters hold? Never having known the touch of sunlight, Russian scientists, drilling ice above Lake Vostok for decades, have encountered inexplicable difficulties. Equipment malfunctioned, data was distorted, and water samples exhibited anomalous properties that defied standard analysis. Professor Sergei Bulatov, who led one of the expeditions, admits, "We encountered something that challenges our understanding of biochemistry and the evolution of life. Preliminary research indicates the presence of microorganisms with unique metabolic pathways and genetic codes significantly different from anything known to science. Could these isolated ecosystems have evolved along a completely different path, creating life forms fundamentally different from those on the surface? And if microorganisms could adapt to these extreme conditions, what other creatures might inhabit the dark depths of subglacial lakes?" Some biologists propose the possibility of complex multicellular organisms that have evolved in isolation for millions of years and potentially reached extraordinary forms of adaptation. Geothermal activity discovered at the bottom of Lake Vostok creates conditions reminiscent of deep-sea hydrothermal sources, which on Earth are the cradle of unique ecosystems. But the subglacial lakes of Antarctica are not just potential sanctuaries for unknown forms of life. They are true time capsules preserving information about the climate history of our planet. Their bottom sediments may contain a continuous record spanning tens of millions of years, a period during which Antarctica transformed from a lush continent into an icy desert. What can these ancient layers of silt tell us about past cataclysms and possible future scenarios? Particularly intriguing are the data obtained from scanning the bottoms of some subglacial lakes. Ground-penetrating radars have detected strange geometric structures too regular to be the result of natural processes. Professor Elena Voronina, a specialist in remote sensing, cautiously comments, "We see formations that are hard to explain with known geological mechanisms. Their regularity and symmetry suggest a possible artificial origin. Could ancient civilizations have left their traces on the continent that was inhabited before the onset of the Ice Age? And if so, what could have driven them to build structures on the bottom of lakes? Perhaps these were temples or shelters built in anticipation of an impending catastrophe, or are they merely the result of nature's trickery, creating forms that deceive our perception? The International Scientific Consortium, Subglacial Worlds, plans an ambitious project to study these water bodies using autonomous underwater robots capable of penetrating the lake's waters without risking their contamination. But many researchers express concerns. Is humanity ready for what might be discovered beneath the Antarctic ice? Are we about to disturb something that should have remained hidden? After all, these ancient waters have been keeping their secrets for millions of years, and perhaps there is a reason why nature has so securely sealed them beneath kilometers of ice, separating them from the human world by an impenetrable barrier of eternal frost. But not only the subglacial lakes of Antarctica hold mysteries that baffle scientists. The waters surrounding the icy continent conceal no less enigmatic phenomena. Tabular icebergs, these colossal ice platforms with remarkably regular geometric shapes, as if carved by a giant supernatural chisel. Imagine an ice monolith the size of a small city, with perfectly straight edges, right angles, and a flat surface like a table. Such unnatural regularity of forms compels the observer to ponder whether nature, known for its fractal, irregular formations, can create structures of such perfect geometry. The most striking example is Iceberg A68, discovered by NASA satellites in 2018, a rectangular ice giant with nearly perfect right angles, resembling an architectural structure more than a natural formation. When I first saw these images, I was struck by the geometric precision of the iceberg, admits glaciologist Thomas Harrington. Even knowing the mechanism of formation of tabular icebergs, it's hard not to feel a strange sense that you're looking at something created by intelligence, not by the forces of nature. Official science explains the origin of tabular icebergs through natural processes of carving from ice shelves, where ice, spreading over the ocean surface, forms flat plates that then break along lines of tension. However, some researchers point to strange anomalies in the structure of the ice of some tabular icebergs, where concentric circles and spiral patterns are visible only in special infrared photography. Professor Elena Sokolova, who studied these structures, notes, "In nature, there are processes of crystallization that can create ordered structures, but the regularity and scale of these formations go beyond known models." No less mysterious are the so-called ice circles, perfectly circular formations in ice with diameters ranging from several meters to hundreds of meters, found both in the coastal waters of Antarctica and in the central regions of the continent. Unlike similar formations in the northern hemisphere, Antarctic ice circles are distinguished by their remarkable geometric precision and often form patterns reminiscent of constellations or ancient symbolic systems. A Russian expedition led by Professor Alexander Makarov in 2015 recorded a series of 7 concentric circles located at equal distances from each other near Queen Maud Land. Detailed analysis of satellite images of this region over previous years revealed that such formations periodically appear and disappear, as if following some unknown cycle. What is even more astonishing, geothermal sources were found under some of these circular structures, the activity of which, by strange coincidence, also follows cyclic patterns. We observe a correlation between the appearance of ice circles and surges of geothermal activity, but the mechanism linking these phenomena remains unclear, says Professor Makarov. It's as if something under the ice is pulsing in a certain rhythm, leaving its traces on the surface. Legends of the indigenous peoples of Tierra del Fuego, passed down through generations long before the first European expeditions to Antarctica, mention circles of spirits on the southern continent, which, according to the legends, are portals to the underworld that open in certain astronomical cycles. Anthropologists long considered these stories to be purely mythological constructs until modern satellite observations revealed a striking correspondence between the places described in the legends and real geometric anomalies in the ice cover. Is this a mere coincidence? Or did ancient peoples possess knowledge of the continent that was supposedly discovered only in the 19th century? And if tabular icebergs and ice circles make us ponder the strange geometric laws of Antarctic nature, Another phenomenon challenges our very understanding of the physics of ice: the blood waterfall of Taylor, a sinister stream of crimson-red water flowing from a crack in the glacier and staining the snow-white slopes in a blood-red hue. For many years, scientists could not explain the origin of this phenomenon until research revealed the existence of an ancient saltwater lake isolated from the outside world for more than 2 million years under the ice. The iron-rich water of this subglacial reservoir, coming into contact with oxygen in the air, oxidizes, acquiring a characteristic red tint. But even more astonishing, this ancient water contains microorganisms that have evolved unique metabolic pathways, allowing them to survive without sunlight and oxygen, using iron and sulfur as energy sources, demonstrating biochemical processes not found anywhere else on Earth. Could these microorganisms be relics of an ancient biosphere that has survived in isolation since the times when Antarctica was a warm, flourishing continent? And if simple forms of life could adapt to such extreme conditions, what other surprises might the icy continent hide in its depths? Indeed, Taylor's Blood Falls is merely the visible part of a much deeper mystery hidden within the continent of Antarctica, which holds in its icy embrace evidence of a completely different past. Beneath the multi-kilometer-thick ice sheet lie fossilized remains of ancient forests, flowering valleys, and rich ecosystems that thrived here millions of years ago. In 2017, an international group of geologists drilling in the Ross Ice Shelf region extracted cores containing petrified wood and pollen from plants dating back to the Middle Eocene period, a time when Antarctica was covered in lush forests, reminiscent of those found today in New Zealand or Patagonia. When we first saw these samples under the microscope, it was as if time stood still, recalls paleobotanist Dr. Maria Ivanovska. Before us were perfectly preserved cellular structures of leaves from southern beech trees, ferns, and even flowering plants. It was as if the past of Antarctica had suddenly come to life before our eyes. The most striking discovery was the fossilized remains of Nothofagus, southern beech trees, whose modern descendants grow in Chile and Australia. However, the Antarctic samples differ from contemporary species. They exhibit adaptations to polar night and prolonged twilight, with increased leaf surface area and unusual pigmentation, allowing them to maximize the capture of scarce polar summer sunlight. What caused this flourishing world to disappear under kilometers of ice? Official science points to a gradual cooling of the climate and the separation of Antarctica from other continents, leading to the formation of the circumpolar current that isolated the continent from warm equatorial waters. However, some geologists, including Professor James Wilson of Oxford University, note the strange suddenness of this change. Our data show that the transition from a temperate climate to a glacial regime occurred not over millions of years, as previously thought, but within a few thousand years, a blink of an eye in geological terms. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Even more enigmatic are the findings made by a Russian expedition in the mountains of Gamburtsev, a mountain range completely hidden under the Antarctic ice sheet. Seismic research and radar scanning revealed not only the outlines of these mysterious mountains, but also strange geological formations resembling terraced slopes characteristic of ancient agriculture. Of course, we are not claiming that these are artificial structures, comments expedition leader Professor Nikolai Sergeyev cautiously. But the regularity of these formations and their similarity to anthropogenic landscapes are astonishing. Nature rarely creates such orderly structures. In 2012, the international project drilling into Lake Vostok, after penetrating the water layer of the ancient subglacial lake, extracted samples containing microscopic fragments that some researchers interpreted as processed stone. Professor Jean-Paul Dumont from the Sorbonne, who studied these samples, notes, "Under the electron microscope, one can see traces that are difficult to explain by natural processes, parallel grooves, regular facets, characteristic of primitive stone processing. But the dating indicates an age of more than 12 million years, long before the appearance of humans. Could these traces have been left by some unknown form of intelligent life that evolved on the isolated continent? Or is this simply the result of unknown geological processes, creating the illusion of artificial processing?" In 2019, a Chinese expedition working in the region of Wilkes Land discovered something even more strange. fossilized remains resembling the bones of vertebrates, but with anatomy not corresponding to any known taxonomic group. Professor Li Jiang, who led the research, describes the find as follows. These creatures had a skeletal structure combining traits of reptiles and mammals, but with unique adaptations that we do not observe in any known group of animals. Particularly unusual is the structure of the skull, with large eye sockets and specialized sensory organs, resembling the electroreceptors of some fish. Were these strange creatures the result of isolated evolution on the Antarctic continent, developing along its own path before the ice buried this unique world? And how many more secrets does the ice shield covering almost 14 million square kilometers of ancient land hold? Perhaps beneath the ice sheet lie not only evidence of long-lost ecosystems, but also keys to understanding alternative paths of evolution, relics of unknown civilizations, or proof of catastrophic events that changed the face of our planet. Each fragment, each fossil extracted from beneath the ice shield of Antarctica, lifts a veil from this lost world, but also raises new questions to which we currently have no answers. In this icy archive of Earth, perhaps stories are recorded that will completely change our understanding of the past of our planet and the evolution of life on it. Even among these astonishing enigmas of ancient Antarctica, the blood falls of Taylor remain perhaps the most visually stunning phenomenon, captivating the gaze of anyone who has had the chance to witness it. Imagine this. Amidst the silent snow-white expanses, a terrifying crimson stream suddenly appears, slowly oozing from the glacier, as if the earth itself is bleeding. Its eerie crimson streams flowing down the pale icy slopes create such a surreal scene that the discoverer of this phenomenon, geologist Griffith Taylor, was deeply moved in 1911. It seemed as if the glacier itself was bleeding, he wrote in his diary. There is something primeval and frightening about this sight, as if we had caught nature in some secret, unmeant for human eyes ritual. Local researchers dubbed this phenomenon the blood of the ice giants, and among some expedition members, there were even superstitious whispers that this place was cursed. Modern science, of course, offers a less mystical explanation. The red color of the water is due to a high concentration of iron oxide, which is brought to the surface from an isolated subglacial lake that has been cut off from the outside world for millions of years. In this ancient lake, devoid of sunlight, a unique ecosystem of microorganisms has evolved, capable of surviving in extreme conditions, high salinity, lack of oxygen, and significant iron content. Professor Jill McCookie from the University of Tennessee, who studied water samples from the blood falls, found 17 different types of microbes adapted to life in this alien environment. These organisms are like time capsules, she says. They could have evolved in isolation from the rest of the world for anywhere from 1 to 5 million years. Yet, despite the scientific explanations, it is hard to shake off the thought that in another era, such a phenomenon would have inevitably given rise to legends of underground monsters, blood-red mountains, or entrances to otherworldly realms. Ancient cultures, from the Sumerians to the Maya, often associated red water with portals to the underworld or dwellings of powerful deities. How would our ancestors have reacted to finding this terrifying crimson stream amidst the ice? What myths and rituals could have arisen around this place? And can we be certain that we fully understand the nature of this phenomenon? For the water of the blood falls contains not only iron and microorganisms, but also strange compounds whose origin still sparks debate among scientists. In 2018, an international group of geochemists discovered unusual metal-organic complexes in water samples, which, according to Dr. Erik Steinmark from the University of Stockholm, demonstrate a structure that is difficult to explain with known biochemical processes. Some researchers suggest that these compounds could be products of the life activities of yet undiscovered forms of life, adapted to the extreme conditions of the subglacial lake. Others point to a possible connection with deep-seated geothermal processes occurring beneath the Antarctic crust. What if the blood falls of Taylor are just a visible symptom of much larger and more mysterious processes taking place within the depths of the icy continent? What if, beneath the multi-kilometer-thick layer of ice, there is a network of interconnected subglacial lakes inhabited by life forms that have evolved along a completely different path than the rest of Earth's biosphere? And is this ominous red stream not a kind of message from this hidden world? A hint at the existence of a parallel biosphere that has developed in isolation for millions of years? The blood falls of Taylor remain one of the most striking reminders that even in our era of space travel and quantum computers, Earth still harbors mysteries that can astound the imagination and challenge our understanding of nature. If we turn our gaze 500 kilometers west of the Bloody Falls, we will discover yet another astonishing enigma of Antarctica, the mysterious pyramid-shaped mountains of the Ellsworth Range. These majestic geological formations, towering amidst the endless ice expanses, are striking with their almost perfectly symmetrical shapes, so precise that one cannot help but wonder if nature, acting blindly, could have created such geometrically perfect structures. The first aerial photographs of these enigmatic mountains, taken in 1957 by an American expedition, caused a sensation in the scientific community. We expected to see a typical Antarctic landscape, but instead we found something that looked man-made at first glance, recalled Professor Robert Davidson, a participant in that historic expedition. Among these mysterious formations, the so-called Winson Pyramid stands out, a colossal mountain structure 4,892 meters high, with its sides oriented almost exactly to the cardinal directions, much like the Great Pyramid of Giza. Geologists explain the formation of these extraordinary structures through processes of tectonic uplift and subsequent erosion, where wind and ice over millions of years have carved the rock into this characteristic pyramid shape. When two or more glacial valleys cut into a mountain range from different sides, they can form a sharp-peaked summit with several faces, explains Dr. Elena Sokolova, a geomorphologist from the Institute of Geology, RAS. However, even among specialists, there is no consensus on how these symmetrical structures could have formed. Some point to the unusual mineralogical composition of these mountains, rich in quartzites and other hard rocks, which could have resisted erosion differently, leading to the formation of such precise geometric forms. Others note the strange orientation of the pyramid peaks and their arrangement relative to each other, forming almost a perfect grid over an area of several hundred square kilometers. The statistical probability of such an arrangement is extremely low, admits Professor James Wilson from Cambridge University. But this does not mean we are dealing with artificial structures. Rather, it suggests some as yet unexplored laws in the geological processes of the region. However, beyond academic circles, these mysterious formations have given rise to a whole spectrum of alternative theories. Some enthusiasts of ancient civilizations point to the striking similarity of the Ellsworth pyramids to the megalithic structures of Egypt, Mesoamerica, and Southeast Asia. The angle of inclination of the Winson Pyramid is approximately 52 degrees, almost identical to the angle of inclination of the Great Pyramid of Khufu, notes independent researcher Thomas Winters. Coincidence? Perhaps. But what if these structures are the last remnants of some pre-flood civilization that flourished in Antarctica before the onset of the Ice Age? This hypothesis, of course, contradicts everything we know about the geological and climatic history of the continent. Modern science asserts that Antarctica has been under an ice cap for at least 14 million years, and full-scale glaciation began around 34 million years ago, long before the emergence of humans as a species. And yet, looking at these magnificent, almost otherworldly formations, it is hard to shake off the feeling that they hold some ancient secret. Perhaps it is not the artificial nature of these structures that is important, but the fact that they represent some natural phenomenon that our ancestors intuitively reproduced in their monumental architecture. What if the pyramid shape is not just an aesthetic choice of ancient builders, but a reflection of some fundamental geometric principles inherent in the very structure of our reality? In 2019, an international expedition using advanced radar scanning methods discovered a large cavity beneath one of the pyramid-shaped mountains of the Ellsworth Range, resembling an inverted pyramid in shape. This is absolutely a natural formation, likely the result of uneven melting of underground ice, the official representatives of the expedition hastened to declare. But what if this void is not just a geological anomaly? What if beneath the thickness of the Antarctic ice lies something capable of revolutionizing our understanding of the history of Earth and human civilization? As of now, these questions remain unanswered, and the pyramid-shaped mountains of the Ellsworth Range continue to silently tower amidst the endless ice expanses, guarding their secrets from the curious eyes of humanity. And who knows what other mysteries this most unexplored and inhospitable continent of our planet may still hold. But this is not the only mystery that Antarctica hides. In recent decades, scientists have begun to record strange magnetic anomalies that seem to permeate this icy continent. These anomalies are areas where Earth's magnetic field deviates from the norm, creating remarkable and sometimes frightening effects. Many of these anomalies have been discovered through satellite observations and ground research, and their origin continues to be a subject of debate among scientists. How can such invisible forces influence our reality? Some researchers suggest that these magnetic anomalies could be the result of underground geological processes, such as tectonic movements or the presence of large mineral deposits with magnetic properties. However, even these scientific explanations are unable to fully dispel the aura of mystery that surrounds them. There are those who believe that these anomalies may be linked to something more mysterious and unknown, possibly remnants of ancient technologies that could have existed on this continent long before its glaciation. How can such things exist in the modern world? Asks Dr. Anastasia Mitrofanova, a researcher of magnetic fields. We consider this as a natural phenomenon, but what if this is just the tip of the iceberg? Can we consider these anomalies merely as geophysical anomalies, or do they hide something more, waiting to be discovered? Looking at maps of magnetic anomalies, it is hard not to notice that they, like mysterious signs, are arranged in strange configurations, evoking associations with ancient symbols and maps used by forgotten civilizations. Some researchers even suggest that these anomalies may be connected to mythological concepts describing magical places where the power of the earth is most vividly manifested. The question arises, are these magnetic anomalies not a reminder that we are still only scratching the surface of the mysteries that not only Antarctica but our planet as a whole hides? While scientists continue to decipher these invisible phenomena, the mysteries remain. What are the true causes of these anomalies? And perhaps, is there something that we cannot even imagine? Regardless, Antarctica continues to be a place full of mysteries and unexplored horizons, and who knows what other secrets lie beneath the thick layer of ice, waiting for their time to be revealed. Antarctic ice caves, another enigma that captivates with its grandeur and at the same time evokes awe. These natural formations, created by the forces of nature, are true repositories of ancient beauty, where every corner seems to breathe history and mystery. Imagine stepping into these ice halls, and before you unfold something extraordinary. Walls shimmering in all shades of blue, from delicate sky blue to deep indigo, as if they have captured the light rays piercing through the ice. But how did these mysterious caves form? They arise from complex natural processes, where warm air and water currents interact with cold, creating ice catacomb systems. This remarkable interplay of temperature fluctuations and water movement results in the formation of tunnels and halls where ice takes on the most whimsical shapes. But behind this natural phenomenon lies something more. What is it like to be in a space where time seems to have stopped? Each drop of water trickling down the icy walls can tell a story of millions of years, and each crack in the ice is a trace left by unknown forces. Some scientists believe that these caves may not just be geological formations, but rather portals that have blocked our path to understanding nature. How could ordinary natural processes create such magical places? Perhaps the ice caves hold not only beauty, but also ancient secrets waiting to be revealed. Local inhabitants tell legends of encountering ancestral spirits who guard ancient knowledge in these caves. What is it like to confront something we can only imagine? Some researchers, including Professor Maxim Svedov, claim that these caves hold more than just ice. Every time I descend into these caves, I feel that they are connected to something we cannot yet explain. But what secrets do these ice formations hide? What are their true powers, which could influence the climate and ecology of the region? We know that ice caves play a crucial role in maintaining the ecosystem. But what if their nature is much more complex than we can imagine? From the ice caves, we transition to another mysterious aspect of Antarctica, the blue ice, which is even more enigmatic and captivating. This extraordinary element, seemingly created by pure magic, is an integral part of the glacial landscape that continues to unfold mysteries. How does it form, and what secrets does this amazing ice hold? Mirages and optical illusions are yet another mystery that makes Antarctica such an intriguing place, shrouded in a veil of secrecy. These phenomena, arising from unique atmospheric conditions, can distort reality and create illusions that can almost be magical. Imagine standing amidst the vast expanses of white silence when suddenly something unusual appears before you. On the horizon, where ice and sky merge into one, you see the outlines of mountains that seem to float in the air, surrounded by a light mist. This is nothing other than a fata morgana, an optical illusion caused by the refraction of light in layers of air with different temperatures. How is this possible? Warm air rising above the cold ocean creates conditions for light to bend, and we see something that is actually far beyond our perception. But what lies behind these mirages? Perhaps they are reflections of ancient secrets that this continent holds in its depths. Icy landscapes, seemingly simple and clear, are in fact full of riddles that can be deceptive. But what are their true causes? Some researchers believe that such illusions can induce a sense of disorientation in people, making them question what is real and what is merely a play of light. There are even theories that these mirages could be windows into other worlds that we cannot see under normal conditions. How could ordinary atmospheric phenomena lead to the creation of such extraordinary optical effects? Local residents tell stories of sometimes seeing the silhouettes of ancient people walking along the horizon, as if they are returning to us from a distant past. This raises the question, could nature itself preserve memories of those who once inhabited these lands? What is it like to witness such phenomena when reality begins to distort, and the boundaries between reality and dream become blurred? Scientists studying these phenomena assert that mirages are not just optical illusions, but keys to understanding the interaction of light and atmosphere in the most extreme conditions. Some even suggest that such visual phenomena could indicate hidden underwater structures and even potential resources that could be discovered beneath the ice. But what if and what else might await us in this icy kingdom filled with riddles and wonders? In the dry valleys of McMurdo, one can find tufted seaweed, which, despite its simplicity, is an amazing example of evolution and survival. These organisms, along with other representatives of flora and fauna, have adapted to conditions that at first glance seem absolutely inhospitable to life. How did they find their way in this icy world? Perhaps they hold the answers to questions about the limits of life and how it can manifest in the most unexpected forms. Researchers working in this unique region assert that studying these microorganisms could open new horizons in understanding life on Earth and beyond. But this is not the only mystery hidden in the dry valleys. Here, one can also find strange geological formations that puzzle scientists. The walls of the canyons, which appear to have been carved by a skilled hand, make one wonder, could ancient civilizations have left their traces in these desolate places? Or is this just nature's game, creating its own masterpieces over millions of years? The dry valleys of McMurdo are not just a geographical object, but a true laboratory of nature, where each element and detail has its own history and mysteries. What are the origins of this extraordinary place? What else might this Martian landscape, still one of the least explored corners of our planet, hide? Many secrets await discovery, and perhaps they will help us better understand not only our planet, but the very essence of life. In this barren yet wondrous world, questions without answers continue to entice researchers and adventurers eager to unravel the mysteries hidden here. What other secrets might lie beneath the surface, waiting for humanity to uncover them? But this is not the only mystery that the dry valleys of McMurdo conceal. In this remote part of the Earth, where frost and wind shape the landscape, scientists have also discovered an astonishing number of meteorites scattered across the lifeless surface. Antarctica, with its unique climate and conditions, becomes a treasure trove for researchers in search of cosmic stones. Why is it that this vast quantity of meteorites is concentrated here in this icy desert? The reason is that snow and ice act as natural traps, preserving meteorites in their pristine state, while on other parts of the Earth they may be eroded or simply buried in the ground. Here, in the silent whiteness, meteorites can be found in their original form, making Antarctica an ideal place for their study. Each discovered meteorite is a window into the past, a chance to peer into the depths of our solar system, and perhaps even into the mysteries of the origin of life on Earth. Some of these meteorites contain unusual elements and structures that lead scientists to ponder how planets formed, how conditions for life arose, and what might have happened in the earliest moments of our solar system's existence. How could it be that these stones, born in the hearts of stars, now lie on our planet, and what stories do they hold? For instance, some meteorites found in Antarctica contain organic molecules that may testify to ancient processes that occurred on other planets or even in the depths of space. What are their secrets? This raises many questions. Could these meteorites have brought crucial components for the emergence of life on Earth? Or were they witnesses to cosmic catastrophes that altered the course of history in our solar system? The study of meteorites found in Antarctica also provides insights into how our ancestors perceived celestial bodies, what legends and myths might have arisen around them. Meteorites are not just stones, they are messages from the distant past, possibly holding mysteries that could change our understanding of life and its origin on our planet. However, despite all the scientific achievements, many questions remain unanswered. What is the true nature of these meteorites? What can they tell us about life on other planets? And perhaps, somewhere in the vast expanse of the cosmos, there are even more mysterious objects waiting to be discovered in this icy wasteland. How many more secrets does the universe hold? And how many of them might be uncovered in this frozen wilderness? But this is not the only mystery that Antarctica hides. Diving into its icy depths, we encounter another intriguing secret: subglacial volcanoes hidden beneath the massive ice shield. These volcanoes, hidden from view, may seem like something out of a fantasy, but they are real and possess immense geological significance. How is this possible? How can active volcanoes exist in such a harsh climate where cold and emptiness reign? Research shows that beneath the thick layer of ice lie pockets of hot magma that cause subglacial geothermal activity. Heating the ice, these volcanoes create local areas of warmth, resulting in the formation of subglacial lakes and rivers. This opens up entirely new horizons for life. As if in a frozen world where everything seems dead and lifeless, life begins to stir. Scientists suggest that it is here, beneath the ice crust, that extraordinary ecosystems may exist, about which we know nothing. How could life adapt to such extreme conditions, and what forms might it take? Some researchers claim that this subglacial world may even contain unique organisms capable of surviving in unknown conditions, challenging our understanding of biology and ecology. But what are the sources of this geothermal activity? How long have they been active, and could they influence global climate change? Scientific research shows that volcanoes beneath the ice shield can be active, and their eruptions can have significant consequences for the surrounding environment. Recall how the eruption of the Eyjafjallajökull volcano in Iceland in 2010 caused chaos in aviation across Europe. What would be the consequences if similar processes occurred at the heart of Antarctica? This raises many questions, each filled with uncertainty. What if these volcanoes become active and begin to affect sea levels, climate conditions, and even the flora and fauna that inhabit the surface? But the mystery does not end there. Research shows that subglacial volcanoes may be linked to ancient myths and legends passed down through generations by local residents. How could people living at the edge of the world know what lies hidden beneath the ice? Perhaps this is not just a coincidence, but echoes of true knowledge about nature that has been lost through the ages. This world, full of mysteries and the inexplicable, continues to remain inaccessible to most of us. How many more secrets are hidden in the depths of Antarctica? What are their origins, and how might they change our understanding of the planet and life on it? In this icy realm, where volcanoes, ancient stories, and unknown creatures lie beneath the surface, we have only just begun to lift the veil on the great mysteries that await discovery. However, this is not the only mystery that Antarctica hides from us. Looking up at the sky, we can see another extraordinary phenomenon: iridescent clouds. These strange formations that appear in polar regions are a truly captivating sight. Unlike the familiar clouds we see, iridescent clouds have rainbow hues and shimmer like precious gems against the cold, silent sky. How do they form in such harsh conditions? Scientific explanations indicate that iridescent clouds form at an altitude of around 20 kilometers, where temperatures can reach -80 degrees Celsius. In such conditions, water droplets freeze and form crystals that, reflecting sunlight, create this magical effect. But how is it possible that in this icy realm, where silence and emptiness reign, such vivid and picturesque clouds appear? Perhaps they are symbols of hidden life awakening at the edge of the world. Scientists believe that these clouds can serve as indicators of climate change, as their rarity and beauty add even more mystery to the Antarctic atmosphere. How can this be? What mechanisms lead to the formation of these clouds, and how are they connected to global changes? Their external splendor may conceal deeper mysteries of our planet. Are there any myths or legends associated with these unusual clouds? Local inhabitants have seen them for centuries and may have attributed special significance to them, interpreting them as signs from above or harbingers of change. What role do they play in ancient beliefs, and how have they influenced the lives of people in these remote corners of the world? These mysterious clouds not only delight the eye, but also raise many questions about how nature can surprise and shock us. Studying iridescent clouds forces us to rethink our understanding of the atmosphere and its interaction with climate. Are they harbingers of global changes that we are not yet aware of? And what else may be hidden in this silent kingdom of ice and snow? Perhaps the answers to these questions lie in the future, when we can better understand the processes occurring on our planet. But like many other mysteries, this phenomenon remains shrouded in secrecy. How many other extraordinary natural phenomena does Antarctica hide? How many more amazing discoveries await us in these icy expanses, where each day can bring new revelations? We are only beginning to realize that the world is full of mysteries, and each one can change our understanding of life, climate, and nature itself. Ancient ice cores and the history of climate. But this is not the only mystery that Antarctica hides from us. Diving into its icy depths, we find remarkable ice cores that serve as true archives of our planet's climate. These cylindrical samples, carved from multi-year ice, preserve layers that have accumulated over millennia, like the pages of an ancient book, chronicling the state of the atmosphere and ecosystems in different eras. Scientists, extracting these cores, can discover within them air bubbles containing information about the composition of the atmosphere in the past. Each of these bubbles holds mysteries that could shed light on the climate changes that have occurred on Earth. How could climate conditions change so drastically that ecosystems that existed for millions of years disappeared without a trace? Some research indicates that in the past, Earth experienced catastrophic changes such as global warming and cooling, which could have led to mass extinctions. How is this possible? Scientists note that in some layers of ice cores, abnormally high levels of carbon dioxide have been found, suggesting that during those times, the climate was significantly warmer than it is today. This raises many questions. What ecosystems existed in those distant times? What impact did these changes have on the lives of animals and humans? Perhaps ancient ice cores not only contain data on climate, but also traces of vanished civilizations that could not adapt to changing conditions. Are there still unsolved mysteries hidden in these icy ages? How many more secrets about the past are contained in these ancient layers, which can tell not only about temperature, but also about life on the planet? Some researchers suggest that by studying these ice archives, we can identify patterns that will help predict future climate changes. But how can we be sure that we are not missing something important that could change our understanding of how nature works? Each new ice core extraction adds new details to the picture of our past. But following these discoveries, we still remain on the threshold of the unknown. How many more secrets are hidden in these snow-white layers, waiting to be revealed? We are just beginning to realize that ice cores can tell us about a world that was, and about what might be in the future. Perhaps it is in this silent kingdom of ice that the keys to the mystery, not only of climate change, but also of the very essence of life on Earth lie. What are these keys, and what other undiscovered worlds await their discovery in these frozen records? However, this is not the only mystery that Antarctica hides from us. We delve into its amazing but harsh world, and before us unfold not only the icebergs, but also unique forms of life that thrive in these extreme conditions. The Antarctic fauna, including seals and penguins, demonstrates incredible adaptability that sometimes seems like true miracles of nature. How could life flourish in such a cold, inhospitable environment where temperatures can drop to -50 degrees? These animals, like mysterious creatures from another world, possess unique traits that allow them to survive and reproduce in conditions that seem absolutely hostile to most forms of life. For example, seals have a thick layer of fat and special water-repellent fur that protects them from the biting cold. Their underwater acrobatics look like a dance as they hunt for fish and squid. How is it possible that they not only survive, but also thrive in such conditions? And penguins, so cute and graceful, like drawings by an artist in white and black, use their wings for swimming, not flying. They form colonies, care for their young, and can endure long winter nights when the sun does not appear on the horizon for weeks. How do they organize their lives to survive in this silent kingdom of ice? Perhaps their social bonds and cooperative abilities are the key to understanding their survival. But this is not the only mystery. Remarkably, among this snow-white silence, other mysterious creatures also exist, such as Antarctic krill and sea stars, which have also adapted to life in conditions of constant cold. They exhibit unique biochemical properties that allow them to survive in icy water, where temperature fluctuations can be catastrophic. What are these wonders of evolution? And why is it that life has found such unusual forms precisely here, in this isolated place? And perhaps among these adaptations lie unsolved mysteries that could shed light on how life can exist even in the most extreme conditions. Scientists and researchers studying this unique ecosystem encounter questions to which they have no answers. What mechanisms allow these creatures to adapt, and what other amazing secrets might lie hidden in the depths of Antarctica? We are only beginning to realize that this place, which seems desolate and lifeless, is actually teeming with life that may have its own mysteries and enigmas. What are these enigmas? And what other amazing discoveries await us in this icy kingdom, where life not only survives, but also thrives in conditions that seem completely unsuitable for existence? Perhaps the answers to these questions can help us better understand not only the nature of Antarctica, but also the very essence of life on Earth. How many more secrets lie hidden in these icy expanses, waiting to be revealed if we can carefully examine their mysteries? Antarctica, this mysterious continent covered in eternal ice, remains a field for endless research and discoveries. Despite its icy appearance, it hides within it numerous fascinating mysteries and scientific interests that continue to evoke our awe. Research shows that beneath the ice lie not only unique ecosystems, but also traces of ancient civilizations about which we can only speculate. How could life that once flourished in these harsh conditions disappear, leaving only hints of its existence? Scientific explanations, such as studying the biochemical adaptations of Antarctic inhabitants, open windows into a world that seems completely incomprehensible. But is that so? What mechanisms allow life to continue even in the most hostile conditions? We see how penguins and seals adapt, but what else might be hidden under the ice waiting to be discovered? These questions, and many others, compel us to continue our research. But this is not just about scientific mysteries. Antarctica is a place where nature reveals its most enigmatic and mystical features. No matter how hard we try to explain these phenomena from a scientific perspective, some aspects of life in this continent remain unexplained, evoking a sense of wonder and a desire to learn more. Perhaps it is in this combination of science and mysticism that the true beauty of Antarctica lies. We invite you to ponder. Which of the presented wonders seemed most captivating to you? And which secrets, in your opinion, might still be hidden in this icy realm? Don't forget to subscribe to our channel to continue exploring the mysterious places of our planet. Together, we will strive to understand those extreme environments that, despite their harshness, continue to stir our imagination and draw us to new discoveries. Antarctica is not just an icy wasteland. It is a world full of wonders waiting to be revealed. How many more secrets lie hidden in these icy expanses, ready to be discovered if we can only pay close attention to their mysteries? Have you ever wondered how ancient civilizations, without modern technologies and tools, managed to create structures that still amaze us today? In 2017, renowned Japanese architect Kenzo Tange, a Pritzker Prize laureate, stood before the walls of Angkor Wat, unable to comprehend how the ancient Khmer people constructed this flawless stonework with no gaps between the massive blocks. "This defies all modern construction principles," he whispered, touching the enigmatic surface that holds the secrets of millennia. "Today, we embark on a captivating journey through Asia's most mysterious architectural marvels, from the lost temples of Cambodia to the enigmatic underground cities of Cappadocia, from the monasteries floating in the clouds of Tibet to the unsolved labyrinths of ancient Sigiriya. What drove their creators? What sacred knowledge was encoded in these stone giants? And why do some of the techniques of ancient craftsmen still elude rational explanation by modern science? Prepare to immerse yourself in a world where reality intertwines with mysticism and history poses more questions than it answers. If Angkor Wat remains a mystery of the ancient Khmer, then another architectural marvel of Asia stretches across the horizon like a stone dragon winding between peaks, the Great Wall of China, a colossal structure that spans 21,000 kilometers through mountains, deserts, and plains. Can we truly comprehend the scale of this construction? Imagine if all the stones used to build the wall were stacked into one tower. It would reach the moon. More than 2 million workers toiled on this monumental project, many of whom never saw its completion, leaving their bones in the foundation of this colossal structure. But the wall holds not only tragic histories. In 2014, a group of restorers discovered in the crevices between stones at the Mutianyu section several dozen bamboo scrolls with love letters exchanged by builders and local girls. "Your smile is brighter than 1,000 stars. I await you at the eastern tower when the moon touches the horizon," reads one of them, transporting us through the centuries to the living people who created this wonder of the world. Local residents tell a remarkable story that on particularly windy nights, when a full moon illuminates the winding path of the wall, one can hear its mysterious song, long, almost human-like sounds emanating from the numerous watchtowers. Scientists explain this phenomenon through the acoustic properties of the construction and the movement of air through the narrow loopholes. But does a rational explanation diminish the mystical beauty of this phenomenon? The Great Wall is not just a barrier, but a complex defensive system, including signal towers, barracks, and even a primitive form of telegraph. Messages were transmitted over hundreds of kilometers in a matter of hours using smoke and fire. It is interesting that the need for rapid signal transmission led to the invention of gunpowder and fireworks, which later spread throughout the world. But how many more secrets does this monumental structure hold? In 2019, archaeologists, using advanced methods of LiDAR scanning, discovered previously unknown sections of the wall, buried under layers of soil and vegetation in the province of Gansu. Under the main structure, they found branching tunnels and underground storage facilities, the purpose of which remains a mystery. "We are only beginning to understand how complex this engineering marvel was," admitted Dr. Li Minghao from Beijing University. "Every new excavation reveals technologies and solutions that we did not expect to see in a structure of such antiquity. What else does this stone guardian of the empire hide from us? What secrets of ancient craftsmen remain sealed in its silent walls? And why, despite all modern technologies, some sections of the wall built more than 2,000 years ago stand stronger than those built in the 15th century? But let us leave the mysteries of the Great Wall for now and travel to another corner of Asia, where among the green jungles and misty mountains lies another equally enigmatic structure. Let us leave the mysteries of the Great Wall of China aside for now and transport ourselves to another corner of Asia, where among the green jungles and misty mountains lies another equally enigmatic structure, the magnificent Angkor Wat, a stone symphony frozen in the emerald jungles of Cambodia. This colossal temple complex, spanning over 200 hectares, is so vast that it is the first architectural monument visible from Earth's orbit with the naked eye. Imagine, during the 12th century, when Europe was just beginning to build its Gothic cathedrals, the ancient Khmer people had already created an architectural marvel of such magnitude that it is visible from space. But what is even more astonishing is the precision with which thousands of bas-reliefs decorating the complex were executed. The images of celestial dancers, the apsaras, each with unique facial features and poses, are particularly captivating. Scholars still debate how the masters managed to create more than 3,000 individual figures without repeating any. Is there a hidden code or message for future generations? One of the most intriguing aspects of Angkor Wat is its astronomical orientation. Twice a year, during the spring and autumn equinoxes, the sun rises directly over the central tower of the temple, creating the illusion of a fiery crown over the sanctuary. Is this a coincidence? Or did the ancient architects possess profound astronomical knowledge, allowing them to calculate the position of the sun with such precision? Local residents pass down an extraordinary legend about the construction of this monumental structure. According to modern, this is stretching over 100 kilometers, lies beneath Angkor Wat. Some of the, was it poor? We find some who left perhaps, what if, and if, let us know a poem in the which should the Mughal when in 20 marble for in but the according other historians still argue about the truth of this cruel legend, but it continues to live in the whispers of guides and the stories of local residents. One intriguing feature of the Taj Mahal is its apparent perfect symmetry, which upon closer inspection is slightly disrupted. The minarets at the corners are intentionally deviated from the center by a few degrees. According to one theory, this was done to ensure that in the event of an earthquake, they would fall outward without damaging the main building. But there is also a more mystical explanation. In Islamic tradition, it is believed that only Allah can create perfection, and therefore in any human creation, there must be at least one intentional imperfection. No less astonishing is the acoustics inside the mausoleum. The only sound spoken under the central dome echoes exactly 7 times, then gradually fades away, as if carried away into eternity. Chance, or the calculations of ancient architects? We conducted a computer simulation of the internal space of the dome, says Professor of Acoustics Jayant Narlikar, and found that such an effect could only be achieved with absolutely precise mathematical calculations of the geometry of the room. This required knowledge that was far ahead of its time. Another mystery remains the unique foundation of the Taj Mahal, allowing the structure to stand on the banks of the river on unstable sandy soil for more than 350 years without any signs of settling or cracking. Studies using ground-penetrating radar have shown the presence of a complex system of wooden piles, impregnated with a special composition and buried deep in the ground. But what is most astonishing is that between the piles, wells filled with mercury were found, which, as scientists suggest, could have served as a kind of shock absorber during underground tremors. This is a real engineering marvel, says Dr. Rahul Mehta from the Indian Institute of Seismology. We still cannot fully understand how the builders of the 17th century could create such a perfect anti-seismic system. But perhaps the most intriguing mystery of the Taj Mahal is the legend of the second mausoleum, the Black Taj Mahal, which Shah Jahan allegedly planned to build on the opposite bank of the river for himself. Do the foundations of this unrealized project lie beneath the earth, or is it just a beautiful legend that adds to the romantic history of eternal love? The answer to this question may be hidden in the ancient plans and manuscripts kept in closed archives in India. Meanwhile, the Taj Mahal continues to keep its secrets, remaining not only a symbol of eternal love, but also an unsolved enigma of the engineering genius of our ancestors. And if we move further east from the banks of the Yamuna to the vast expanses of the Pacific Ocean, we will find no less mysterious evidence of ancient civilizations. If we turn our gaze from the majestic Taj Mahal to the southern expanses of India, we will discover no less mysterious and awe-inspiring structure, the Meenakshi Temple in the ancient city of Madurai, a true kaleidoscope of divine colors that challenges our understanding of art and architecture. This fantastical complex with 14 gopuras, towers rising above the city like stone rainbows, is a labyrinth of sanctuaries, corridors and halls sprawling over 6 hectares of sacred land. Each tower of the temple is a living encyclopedia of Hindu mythology, adorned with thousands of sculptures of gods, goddesses, mythical creatures and heroes painted in vibrant colors, from deep lapis lazuli and emerald to fiery orange and deep purple. In the rays of the setting sun, these figures seem to come alive, changing expressions and poses, as if participating in an endless cosmic dance. When I first saw the gopuras of the Meenakshi Temple at sunset, wrote British art historian Percy Brown, I had the strange feeling that I was not looking at a static building but a living, breathing organism. pulsating with ancient energy. Local residents tell a fascinating legend that every night, when the last pilgrim leaves the temple, the sculptures of the gods descend from their pedestals and stroll through the corridors, discussing the affairs of mortals and deciding the fate of the universe. In the morning, they return to their places, preserving in their stone smiles the secrets of the nightly conversations. The temple guards whisper about strange sounds and rustles they hear in the pre-dawn hours, and about inexplicable movements of some ritual objects. Is it coincidence, or a sign of something beyond the grasp of the modern rational mind? One of the most striking features of the temple is the hall with 1,000 columns, although there are actually 985 of them. Each column is carved from a single block of granite and adorned with intricate carvings so fine that it seems impossible to create such a thing without modern tools. But the most astonishing property of these columns is revealed when you lightly strike them. They produce melodious sounds of different pitches, turning the entire hall into a giant stone musical instrument. Acoustic analysis showed that the columns are tuned according to the principles of ancient Indian musical system, explains Dr. Sundaram Ramachandran of Madras University. And some of them produce sounds that theoretically cannot be extracted from granite of such density. How the ancient masters achieved this effect remains a mystery. There is a legend that during a full moon, when the moonlight penetrates through special openings in the ceiling and falls on certain columns, they start to vibrate on their own, creating an otherworldly melody audible only to those whose hearts are pure. Many pilgrims come to the temple on such nights, hoping to hear the divine music, but only a few are fortunate enough to do so. The heart of the temple is 2 sanctuaries dedicated to the goddess Meenakshi, with fish eyes, and her husband Shiva. The story of their union forms the basis of the legend connected to the temple. According to ancient texts, Meenakshi was born with 3 breasts, and it was foretold that the 3rd breast would disappear when she met her destined husband. With a warrior's spirit, she conquered the world, including the abode of the gods. But when she appeared before Shiva, her 3rd breast disappeared, and she realized she had found her divine spouse. Their cosmic wedding is annually reenacted during the grand festival Chitra Tirunal, attracting more than 1 million believers. Among the local residents, there is a belief that if a couple gets married in the Meenakshi temple, their union will be blessed with a special harmony and understanding, and their children will inherit a particle of divine wisdom. Thousands of wedding ceremonies are held here every year, and many couples travel great distances to bind their fates under the patronage of the goddess with fish eyes. The deepest mystery of the Meenakshi temple is related to its orientation and geometry. Research has shown that the arrangement of the main sanctuaries and gates follows certain astronomical patterns connected to the movement of the star Sirius and the constellation Orion. We discovered that on the winter solstice, the rays of the rising sun penetrate through the eastern gates and illuminate the lingam of Shiva in the main sanctuary, says archaeoastronomer Narayana Iyer, and such precision requires knowledge that was thought to be beyond the ancient Indians. Could it be that the builders of the temple were guardians of lost knowledge about cosmic rhythms and their influence on earthly life? This question continues to puzzle scientists and mystics who are trying to decipher the message encoded in the stone symphony of the Meenakshi temple. If we continue our journey through the mysterious places of the East and travel to the enigmatic Angkor Wat, lost in the jungles of Cambodia, we will find even more astonishing evidence of ancient knowledge and mystical practices. If we leave behind the mystical temples of India and cross the desolate lands of the Near East, we will find ourselves in front of one of the most mysterious and captivating places on the planet, the ancient city of Petra, hidden in the pink rocks of Jordan. This ghostly city, like a mirage rising from the sandstone cliffs, remained unknown to the Western world for many centuries, until the Swiss explorer Johann Ludwig Burckhardt penetrated its secrets in 1812, disguised as an Arab sheikh. When I first saw the facade of Al-Khazneh emerging from the shadow of the narrow Sikh, Burckhardt later wrote in his diary, I was breathless, as if I had encountered not a creation of human hands, but a portal to another dimension. And indeed, the first impression of Petra borders on a mystical experience. After traversing more than 1 kilometer through a winding gorge, with walls rising up to 100 meters and almost meeting overhead, The traveler suddenly finds himself in front of the gleaming pink facade of Al-Khazni, carved directly into the rock with such incredible precision that it seems impossible without modern technologies. Local Bedouins have long guarded the secret of this place, telling legends of untold treasures hidden within the stone structures and of jinns guarding the ancient city. They believed that the urn crowning the facade of Al-Khazni was filled with gold from the pharaohs, and even today one can see traces of bullets on its surface, evidence of futile attempts to reach the mythical riches. But the true treasure of Petra is not gold or jewels, but the remarkable building technique that still puzzles modern architects. Unlike the traditional method of building from the ground up, the Nabateans, the creators of Petra, carved their monumental structures from the top down, starting with the upper part of the facade and gradually descending to the base. Such an approach requires not only incredible skill, explains Dr. Zahi Hawass, a renowned archaeologist, but also absolutely precise preliminary planning, because any mistake at the beginning of the work would have meant disaster for the entire structure. How could the Nabateans visualize the final result with such accuracy without the ability to create detailed drawings? How did they achieve perfect symmetry and proportions, working with hard sandstone using primitive tools? These questions continue to puzzle researchers, remaining unanswered. Another astonishing aspect of Petra is the complete absence of foundations in its buildings. They are an integral part of the rock from which they were carved. Thanks to this unique method of construction, the structures of Petra have survived numerous earthquakes that would have destroyed ordinary buildings. The Nabateans intuitively understood the principles of earthquake-resistant construction, notes Professor of Architecture Maria Giorgio, and used the natural elasticity of sandstone to absorb seismic waves. Perhaps the most impressive achievement of the ancient builders of Petra was their incredibly complex and efficient water supply system. In a region where the annual rainfall does not exceed 15 centimeters, the Nabateans created a true engineering marvel, a network of dams, canals, cisterns, and ceramic pipes that not only provided the city with drinking water, but also allowed it to maintain lush gardens and fountains in the heart of the desert. Archaeologist Patricia Arkos, who studied the hydraulic system of Petra, asserts, the Nabateans possessed knowledge of hydrology that was ahead of their time by many centuries. They could accurately calculate the angle of inclination of the canals necessary for optimal water flow and created filtration systems that purified rainwater from impurities. Local guides tell of secret underground reservoirs that still fill with water during rare rains, and of hidden tunnels leading to unknown parts of the city, not yet discovered by archaeologists. It is said that in the heart of the rocks lies a vast underground cistern, capable of holding enough water to sustain the city through a long drought. But finding its entrances has not yet been successful. How did the Nabateans, a nomadic people originating from the desert, acquire such deep knowledge of architecture, engineering, and hydrology? From where did they draw inspiration to create their otherworldly facades, combining elements of Greek, Roman, and Egyptian architecture in a unique style? And why was this flourishing city suddenly abandoned, left alone with the desert and wind for many centuries? These mysteries of Petra continue to attract researchers from around the world, offering only partial answers and generating new questions with each archaeological discovery. And if we continue our journey through the mysterious places of antiquity and cross the seas and oceans to the shores of South America, we will encounter even more incomprehensible mysteries etched in stone and legend of the pre-Columbian civilizations. If we continue our journey through the mysterious places of antiquity and travel across seas and oceans to the shores of South America, we will encounter even more enigmatic secrets inscribed in stone and legends of pre-Columbian civilizations. But before delving into the mysteries of the New World, let us make a stop in the heart of Indonesia, on the island of Java, where amidst lush tropical vegetation stands a colossal stone marvel, the Borobudur Temple, a majestic monument preserving the riddles of a long-lost era. This monumental temple complex, the largest Buddhist structure in the world, is a true architectural phenomenon, a gigantic three-dimensional mandala carved in stone without a single nail or drop of cement. When I first saw Borobudur at dawn, shrouded in morning mist, recalls Indonesian archaeologist Dr. Sutarto Viriodiningrat. It seemed not to be a creation of human hands, but a spaceship that had landed on Java from another dimension. Indeed, in the rays of the rising sun, the 9 tiers of the temple, symbolizing the 9 levels of Buddhist cosmology, create the impression of a giant lotus flower unfolding towards the heavens. But who and how could have created this stone symphony in the 8th century AD, when most peoples of the world still lived in primitive dwellings? The temple consists of more than 2 million stone blocks, meticulously fitted together with such precision that not even a knife blade can be inserted between them. Each block has a unique shape and size, transforming Borobudur into a gigantic 3-dimensional puzzle, the solution of which required not only extraordinary engineering skill, but also a deep understanding of mathematics and geometry. The builders of Borobudur, asserts Professor of Architecture Thomas Reynolds, possessed knowledge of proportions and statics that European architects would not acquire until the Renaissance, nearly 1,000 years later. Another astonishing aspect of the temple is its internal structure. Borobudur is not just a religious structure, it is a 3-dimensional textbook of Buddhist philosophy inscribed in stone. A pilgrim ascending from the base to the summit of the temple follows a symbolic path from the world of desires and passions to enlightenment, walking along galleries adorned with 2,700 relief panels. These stone carvings, stretching over a total length of 5 kilometers, form the longest sequence of reliefs in the world, and tell not only the story of the life of Buddha and Buddhist legends, but also contain encrypted knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. Borobudur is not just a temple, explains Buddhist monk Ananda Suryadharma. It is a cosmic diagram, a stone encyclopedia of ancient wisdom, designed to transmit knowledge to future generations. But perhaps the most intriguing mystery of Borobudur is its sudden abandonment. This monumental structure, on which construction took at least 75 years, was completely abandoned just a few centuries after its completion, and remained buried under layers of volcanic ash and jungle for more than 1,000 years. Local residents living in the shadow of the temple had completely forgotten about its existence, preserving only vague legends of a hill full of demons. Only in 1814 did British Governor of Java Thomas Stamford Raffles, hearing tales from farmers about strange stone statues in the jungle, organize an expedition that rediscovered this lost masterpiece for the world. As we began to clear the vegetation, Raffles wrote in his diary, I felt as if I were witnessing the awakening of a slumbering giant, guardian of ancient secrets. What caused the ancient Javanese to abandon their greatest creation? Was it related to the eruption of the nearby volcano Merapi, which buried the temple in ash, or the spread of Islam, which displaced Buddhism from the island? Or, as some researchers suggest, was Borobudur originally intended as a temporary project, a kind of time capsule, designed to be discovered in a certain epoch? These questions remain unanswered, adding another layer of mystery to this enigmatic monument. Local residents tell of a soft whisper in a long-forgotten language that can be heard in the stone statues of Buddha, gazing at the world through square openings in their pedestals, during full moons when the silver light of the moon bathes the terraces of Borobudur. They say that at these moments, the temple reveals its most secret secrets to those who are ready to listen. But can we, children of the technological age, truly understand the message left to us by the ancient masters of Borobudur? And how many more such monuments, preserving forgotten wisdom of the past, remain hidden from our eyes under the cover of jungles, deserts, or the depths of ocean waters? These questions continue to stir the imagination of researchers and adventurers seeking the lost treasures of human civilization. But this is not the only mystery that awaits our attention. Let us journey to the heart of Tibet, to the sacred mountain where, at an altitude of over 3,700 meters above sea level, stands the magnificent Potala Palace, a true city in the clouds. Its pristine white walls and red towers, like guardians of ancient secrets, gaze upon the world from their lofty perch, inspiring awe and reverence. Built in the 7th century AD, the Potala Palace became a symbol of Tibetan Buddhism and the residence of the Dalai Lamas, but its history is filled with numerous legends. It is said that when the first Dalai Lama, Sonam Gyatso, chose the site for construction, it was prophesied that this would be the place where a sacred edifice would be created, capable of connecting heaven and earth. How was it possible, in those distant times, without modern technology, to construct such a grand building? The construction of the Potala took over 50 years and required immense effort and skill. Monks and workers had to carry heavy stone blocks up steep mountain slopes using only primitive tools, wooden blocks and ropes. Legends claim that through prayers and spiritual energy, the stones became light, allowing them to be transported to unreachable heights. But what is the scientific explanation for this phenomenon? Archaeologists and engineers studying the Potala have discovered that its construction utilized principles of physics and architecture, creating a stable structure capable of withstanding strong earthquakes and mountain winds. The interior halls of the palace are adorned with rich decorations. Walls are painted with frescoes depicting the life of Buddha and exquisite statues made of gold and precious stones. Every local yet were they thus how many? From the magnificent Potala Palace, we move to another mysterious place, filled with secrets and imperial mysteries, the Forbidden City in Beijing. This unique palace complex, surrounded by purple walls, remained closed to ordinary people for a long time, becoming a symbol of absolute power and secrecy. Built in the early 15th century, the Forbidden City will amaze you with its scale. It covers an area of more than 300 hectares and contains more than 9,000 rooms, each holding a piece of history and a mystery. Why exactly 9,000? In Chinese culture, the number 9 symbolizes eternity and infinity, emphasizing the grandeur of imperial power. Every corner of this complex is shrouded in an atmosphere of mystery, from the intricate dragons decorating the doors to the meticulously planned layouts that seem to have been created with the sole purpose of protecting the imperial family from the outside world. But what lies behind these walls? Legends claim that the Forbidden City contains numerous hidden passages and secret chambers that have not yet been discovered. Some researchers assert that these secret paths connect different parts of the palace and may lead to ancient treasures or even lost knowledge hidden from the eyes of ordinary people. How can one explain such a multitude of hidden spaces? Perhaps it is a symbol of the power itself, which has always had its secrets and dark mysteries. The entrance gates, adorned with nails, are arranged according to special principles. Their number and placement also have a deep meaning, reflecting ancient traditions and beliefs. Each nail, each element of the construction was carefully designed not only to serve a practical purpose, but also to symbolize protection and might. Moreover, the architecture of the Forbidden City is full of mystical and symbolic details that evoke awe and make one ponder what inspired its creators. For example, the tradition of placing dragons, symbols of the emperor, on every roof signifies the power and greatness of the ruler, who, according to beliefs, was a semi-god on earth. But how can one explain the fact that for centuries, the guards of the Forbidden City have not been able to unravel all its mysteries? What lies behind the purple walls that protect not only from the outside world, but also from time itself? The mysteries of the Forbidden City continue to captivate the minds of scholars and adventurers. Perhaps its magic lies in its ability to remain inaccessible, mysterious, and endlessly intriguing. What if, amidst the countless rooms and corridors of the Forbidden City, there are not only artifacts of antiquity, but also answers to questions that have troubled humanity for centuries? How many such forbidden places exist in the world, waiting for their moment to reveal their secrets? And will we ever be able to understand all the mysteries that the walls of the Forbidden City and other such places hold? These questions remain open, and perhaps the greatness of ancient civilizations lies in their ability to keep their secrets even after centuries. Moving from the mysteries of the Forbidden City, let us turn our gaze to the magnificent statue of Buddha in Lashan, which captivates attention not only by its colossal size, but also by the depth of its history. This statue, carved directly into the rock, stands over 30 meters tall and is considered one of the largest Buddha statues in the world. Standing before it, one feels as if time has stopped, and the majestic gaze of Buddha penetrates the soul, filling it with calm and a sense of awe. But behind this beauty lies not only artistic value, but also a remarkable story of self-sacrifice by the monk Hoen. In the 8th century, when the country was plagued by floods, Hoen, known for his devotion, decided to create the statue to pacify the raging waters of the Jin River. His self-sacrifice became a symbol of hope and faith for the local residents who had long awaited deliverance from the elements. This is not just a statue, it is a monument to human resilience in the face of natural disasters. However, it is important not to forget that the Buddha statue also has a unique hydrotechnical function. The engineering solutions embodied in this work of art impress even modern specialists. A well-thought-out drainage system, integrated into the structure of the statue, serves to drain water and prevent erosion of the rock. It is interesting to note that the hair of Buddha in this context serves as a water spout, directing excess moisture into special channels that were meticulously designed by the craftsman. How is this possible? How could people of that time create such a complex system, combining art and science, while remaining true to their spiritual beliefs? Every element of the statue, from the expressive face to the powerful shoulders, is filled with symbolism and history. Smooth lines, seemingly embodying calm and tranquility, make one ponder how such works of art can convey emotions and ideas through the ages. But at the same time, a question arises. What was the perception of this statue among the local residents when it first began to take shape? How many generations looked at it with hope and reverence? How did it become a symbol not only of spirituality, but also of the engineering prowess of its time? Delving into the history of the Buddha statue in Lashan, we encounter many questions to which there are no definitive answers. What is the true significance of this monument? How many more secrets does the very rock from which it was carved hold? And can we truly comprehend all aspects of this magnificent work, which combines art and engineering? This is not the only mystery we can explore. Around the world, there are many such monuments waiting for their time to reveal their secrets. Perhaps the grandeur of ancient civilizations lies in their ability to create works that continue to inspire and amaze us, while preserving within them unexplored mysteries. How many more unsolved enigmas does our world hold, waiting for their moment to take their rightful place in history? Immersing ourselves in the enchanting world of ancient art and architecture, we now find ourselves at the majestic Bayon Temple in Cambodia. Built at the end of the 12th century, this temple is a treasure trove of mysteries and secrets, hidden behind smiling stone faces that gaze down at us from the heights of their many-tiered towers. These smiles, frozen in eternity, fill the atmosphere with mystique and make us ponder the thoughts and feelings of those who created this masterpiece. What is the true meaning of these smiles? Some scholars suggest that the faces depict the portrait of King Jayavarman VII, who was not only a ruler, but also a bodhisattva, the ideal of compassion in Buddhism. Others propose that they are symbols of guardians protecting the temple from evil spirits. But the Bayon Temple is not the only mystery associated with it. Local residents believe that the expressions on the faces change throughout the day. In the morning they appear happy and kind, at noon, serious, and by evening, even sad. How is this possible? What lies behind this mysterious change? It may not be just a play of light and shadow, but a reflection of the deep connection between people and their history, culture, and environment. Moreover, recently, scientists made a discovery that links the layout of the Bayon Temple's towers to an ancient star chart of the Khmer Empire. This discovery has been a sensation because it indicates that the temple's architects could have used astronomical knowledge to design their creation. As strange as it may sound, it appears that each tower corresponds to specific stars in the night sky. This opens new horizons for understanding how the ancient Khmer perceived their connection to the cosmos. But as always, there are many questions left unanswered. How was this alignment achieved? How did the ancient builders possess such knowledge that seemed inaccessible to their contemporaries? And what else may lie hidden beneath the layers of time and stone, waiting to be revealed? The Bayon Temple is not just an architectural monument. It is a living testament to an ancient empire, its beliefs, and knowledge that continue to inspire awe and wonder. Although we can only guess what lies behind these smiling faces, we cannot deny that each one holds an inexhaustible mystery. How many more spiritual and intellectual secrets of the Khmer civilization remain unexplored, waiting for their moment to resound in our world? Ponder this as you stand before this magnificent work of art, which, like many others, continues to inspire and captivate us, preserving within itself unsolved mysteries. Immersing ourselves in the mysterious world of the Bayan Temple, we move on to other extraordinary structures that also hold the secrets of ancient times, the astronomical observatories of Jantar Mantar in India. These ancient constructions, built in the 18th century by Maharaja Jai Singh II, are true stargates to the past, allowing us to peer into the world of astronomy that existed long before modern technologies. With massive stone instruments meticulously carved with astonishing precision, Jantar Mantar did not merely serve for observing celestial bodies, but also reflected the deep desire of ancient civilizations to understand the cosmos. How could people living in that era create such complex astronomical instruments? Each tool, whether a samara or a yantra, had a unique purpose, enabling the determination of time, measurement of latitude and longitude, and prediction of solar and lunar eclipses. Imagine ancient astronomers standing under the night sky, observing the movements of stars and planets, relying solely on their knowledge and intuition. But what inspired them to make such observations? It was not just scientific curiosity, but perhaps also a mystical connection to the celestial bodies they considered divine. There are theories that each star and planet held significance in the context of religious beliefs and rituals. Among these massive stone structures, a question arises. What was the place of man in this boundless cosmos, and how did he perceive his existence in such a grand scale? Perhaps these observatories served not only scientific purposes, but also as places of spiritual inquiry, where astronomers could unite their knowledge with mysticism. It is interesting that in Jantar Mantar, there is an instrument called Samrat Yantra, which is a giant sundial over 7 meters tall. This enormous structure was designed so that its shadow indicated the time with remarkable accuracy. How did they achieve such precision without modern technologies? Could they have used secrets lost to time, or perhaps had access to knowledge that we are just beginning to comprehend? But this is not all. There are versions that these observatories were connected to other astronomical sites around the world, creating a kind of network that allowed ancient scholars to exchange knowledge and predictions. Just as in the present-day cosmic community, where each star plays its role, so in these observatories, each device acquired significance within a broader context. But as always, there are many questions left unanswered. What else might lie beyond our understanding? How many ancient civilizations tried to explain the mysteries of the universe, and what secrets might still await discovery? How many cosmic mysteries, shrouded in starlight, remain unsolved, just as the nature of human curiosity for knowledge does? Standing before the magnificent observatories of Jantar Mantar, we can only ponder how many invisible paths lead to the stars, and how little we know about our ancestors who once gazed at the same skies filled with mysteries and wonders, waiting for someone to perhaps unveil their secrets. Moving from the astronomical observatories of Jantar Mantar, we find ourselves in another corner of the world, filled with grandeur and mysteries, the rice terraces of Ifugao in the Philippines. These meticulously crafted staircases to the sky, carved into the mountainsides, are not only a remarkable example of human skill, but also a testament to ancient traditions passed down through generations. Imagine the millions of stones and earth laid by hand, creating silent yet powerful evidence of humanity's desire to coexist harmoniously with nature. These terraces are over 2,000 years old and still thriving, continuing to provide food for the local population. How did people manage to create such complex structures on such steep slopes? The answer lies in a deep understanding of the ecosystem, as well as the mastery of their ancestors, whose knowledge of agriculture and irrigation remains unmatched. The intricate irrigation system developed by the Ifugao community demonstrates an extraordinary connection between humans and nature. Water from springs flows through numerous channels and reservoirs, providing each terrace with the necessary amount of moisture. This system is not only efficient, but also a work of art, with each connection and turn of water carefully planned. Local residents, with their unique ability to navigate this landscape, do not use maps, but instead pass down the boundaries of their plots orally. How have they maintained such precision over centuries without written records? Perhaps this speaks to a deep respect for their land and culture, where each person understands their responsibility to future generations. But the enigma of the Ifugao terraces extends beyond their architectural complexity. Local residents believe that these lands are inhabited by ancestral spirits who protect them and bless the harvest. What role do these spirits play in their lives? Perhaps it is the belief in the mystical interaction with nature and ancestors that has allowed these terraces to remain in such pristine condition. There are versions that the rice terraces were not only used for farming, but also served as sites for rituals honoring the spirits of the earth. How many more secrets does this unique landscape, full of life and history, hold, waiting to be uncovered? Immersing ourselves in the world of Ifugao, we begin to realize that the preserved knowledge and traditions are not only evidence of human ingenuity, but also reminders of how many unexplored paths history may still reveal. How many more civilizations, lost to time, lie hidden within the depths of our planet, waiting to be discovered? What are their stories, and what can they tell us about our own quest for knowledge? Standing on these magnificent terraces, we can only speculate about how many more mysteries our planet holds, and how much of what we know is merely the tip of the iceberg, concealing the depths of ancient enigmas. Moving from the terraces of Ifugao, we find ourselves in another magical corner of the world, where history and legends intertwine in one ancient city, Bagan, located in Myanmar. This unique complex, known as the City of 1,000 Pagodas, seems to have opened its doors to travelers eager to touch its secrets. Imagine vast plains covered with majestic temples rising above the horizon, as if they strive to touch the sky. Each of these temples, with its exquisite architectural forms and delicate details, holds countless stories waiting to be told. Legends say that the great rulers of Bagan built one temple a day, aiming to inscribe their power and greatness in stone. How could one civilization create such a multitude of magnificent structures in such a short time? Perhaps it was not just the pursuit of glory, but also a deep faith in divine protection and blessing bestowed by higher powers. Each temple here is not just an architectural marvel, but a true treasure trove of art. Archaeologists, conducting excavations, are thrilled to discover vivid frescoes hidden under layers of plaster, which tell the stories of the lives and beliefs of the ancient inhabitants of this land. How could such magnificent works of art have survived for centuries, defying the tests of time? These frescoes are not just images, but entire stories that come to life before our eyes if we look closely. But these are not the only mysteries hidden in the ancient walls of Bagan. Archaeologists also study the secret of the strength of the mortar used in the construction of the temples. Its composition included fruit juice and sticky rice, giving the structures incredible strength. How did the ancient masters discover such secrets, which modern scientists are just beginning to understand? It is said that in Bagan, besides architectural wonders, there are also secrets related to the beliefs and rituals performed by the local inhabitants. The local people believe that these temples not only served as places of worship, but also as a link between the earthly and heavenly realms. What role did these temples play in the lives of the ancient people? Perhaps this is the magic of Bagan, its ability to preserve the spirit of time, which continues to live today. Each stone, each fresco reminds us of how much more is hidden in this city, of which we know only a small part. But the mysteries of Bagan do not end with architecture and art. There are also mystical aspects that make us ponder what else may be hidden from our eyes. What significance did these temples have for the ancient rulers, and what rituals did they perform to appease the gods? Perhaps in these ancient practices lie the keys to understanding not only their culture, but also our own. So, standing among thousands of pagodas, we can only guess how many more secrets this mysterious city holds, and how many more stories remain untold. What else can the study of Bagan reveal to us, and what mysteries are waiting for their time to be revealed? Questions are endless, and answers, alas, may remain forever unsolved. Moving from the enigmas of Bagana, we find ourselves in another corner of the world, where beauty and spirituality intertwine in one of Japan's most famous temples, the Golden Pavilion in Kyoto. Known as Kinkakuji, this temple seems to embody the radiance of eternity, reflected in the tranquil waters of the pond that surrounds it. Imagine a majestic structure, covered in real gold, gleaming in the sunlight, a symbol of wealth and spirituality. As you approach it, you notice how every detail, every architectural feature is imbued with harmony and elegance. The building, as if carved from pure gold, gives the impression of floating above the earth, while a gentle breeze causes the pond's surface to shimmer with thousands of reflections, creating an atmosphere of magic. The history of this temple goes back to the samurai era, when it was originally built as an aristocratic villa for the shogun Ashikaga, later transformed into a Buddhist temple after his death. How did this place, once a retreat for the nobility, become a symbol of spirituality and adherence to tradition? Kinkakuji is not just an architectural masterpiece, it is a true expression of the Japanese view on life, where every element has its significance. The golden surfaces reflecting sunlight symbolize the divine, while the pond, into which they are submerged, serves as a reminder of the simplicity and tranquility of nature. But the Golden Pavilion is not just a symbol of beauty, it is also a symbol of resilience. Over the centuries, it has endured numerous destructions, including wars and fires, but each time it was rebuilt with renewed strength, demonstrating the Japanese people's commitment to their traditions and cultural heritage. What force drove people to rebuild this temple time and again? Perhaps it is the magic of Kinkakuji, the ability to endure and thrive despite the trials of time. Each time the temple was rebuilt, it did not just return to life, but also gained a new soul, a new history that continued to live in the hearts of people. Although we can admire its splendor today, much remains a mystery. What significance did this temple hold for those who created it? What rituals and prayers echoed in its walls when it first began its life as a villa? Local residents still tell stories of how Kinkakuji was not just a building, but a place where the mundane and the divine met, where anyone could feel a connection to higher powers. But the mysteries of Kinkakuji do not end with its history. Even today, walking through its grounds, one can feel the presence of something greater than just architecture. The sounds of water, the rustle of leaves, the gentle breeze, all create an atmosphere where history and modernity intertwine, and you begin to ponder how many more secrets this sacred temple holds. Thus, amidst the gleaming gold and tranquil waters, we can only speculate about the stories and mysteries this temple hides. What more can its walls tell us, and what rituals remain unexplored? The answers to these questions may remain unanswered, but one thing is clear. The Golden Pavilion continues to inspire and amaze, reminding us that true beauty and spirituality are not subject to time. How much more unknown is hidden in these sacred places, waiting to be revealed and understood? Moving from the enigmas of the Golden Pavilion, we find ourselves in the heart of ancient India, where under the scorching sun of Pakistan lie the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, the remnants of a highly advanced civilization of the Indus Valley, about which the most diverse rumors and hypotheses continue to circulate. These ancient cities, founded more than 5,000 years ago, are awe-inspiring in their scale and architectural harmony, as if they were created for future generations who could not solve their mysteries. Imagine wide streets paved with burnt bricks, straight lines, and a well-thought-out layout that anticipated modern urban projects. How could such a highly developed culture disappear without a trace? Mohenjo-Daro, which means Mound of the Dead in Sanskrit, is a striking example of the engineering prowess of its time. Here, complex water supply and sewage systems were built, providing residents with clean water and effectively draining waste. Each house was connected to the street, and some even had internal bathrooms, a true marvel for the time. But how could such an advanced civilization, with these technologies, vanish from history, leaving only stone ruins and unsolved mysteries? Scientists propose various theories to explain this phenomenon. Some suggest that climate change, leading to drought and food shortages, could have caused the decline. Others point to possible earthquakes that could have destroyed the stable infrastructure. But what are the chances that such a powerful people would succumb to such natural disasters without resistance? Could there be something more? Something that escapes our understanding? There are also more mysterious theories that speak of possible external threats or internal conflicts that could have led to the destruction of this extraordinary culture. But what if it's something more mystical? Some researchers suggest that the inhabitants of Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa could have left for another world, leaving their cities behind in search of a more perfect existence. How could they abandon such magnificent structures without leaving a trace? The answers to these questions remain elusive, shrouded in mystery. As we walk among these ancient ruins, we can feel the atmosphere of lost time. The silence and peace that reign here seem to hold the echoes of long-gone lives. A gentle breeze passing through the cracks in the stone seems to whisper its secrets, making us ponder what could have happened to this great people. What significance did these cities hold for their creators? What dreams and hopes were embodied in their architecture, which we can only guess at? Each detail, each ruin here is imbued with mystery, drawing us in and compelling us to explore and seek answers to the question of what really happened to the Indus Valley civilization. Although we can only touch the surface of this ancient history, we are left with the feeling that many secrets are still waiting to be revealed. How much more unknown is hidden in these sacred places, awaiting discovery and understanding? Can we ever learn the truth about what happened to Mohenjo-daro and Harappa? The mysteries of the past remain unsolved, just like the history of humanity, full of riddles and secrets. As we traveled through the remarkable architectural wonders of Asia, we did not merely observe the stone blocks that were assembled into magnificent structures. We felt the spirit of ancient civilizations that, despite the passing of millennia, continue to speak to us through their creations. Each of these buildings, from the grand pagodas to the colossal temples, is a living testament to the genius, faith, and incredible capabilities of the people who built them. They hold within them stories that await their turn to be told, and secrets that remain unsolved, like mysterious codes left behind by our ancestors. We saw how architecture can unite centuries, how it can inspire and amaze, reminding us that humanity has always striven for greatness, for meaning and beauty in the world around us. Despite the ravages of time, many of these monuments remain not only symbols of cultural identity, but also sources of inspiration for future generations. They astound with their beauty and scale, and each time we pass by their walls, we can feel the mysterious breath of time. This beauty is not just a result of skill. It is an expression of humanity's striving for greatness, their hopes and dreams, immortalized in stone. We urge you to continue exploring the history and culture of Asia, discovering these amazing places that not only tell of the past, but also inspire future achievements. Share your impressions, thoughts, and favorite architectural masterpieces in the comments. For each story connected to these places adds new layers to our understanding of the greatness of ancient civilizations. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel if you want to continue discovering the incredible corners of our planet and unravel the mysteries of the past. These ancient structures, like the entire history of humanity, are filled with riddles and secrets waiting to be discovered. Each encounter with these monuments enriches our view of the world and inspires us to new discoveries. It remains to ponder what other secrets these sacred places hold, and how much more there is for us to learn about our shared history. Boundless waters of the world's oceans conceal mysteries in their dark depths that humanity has been trying to unravel for millennia. What secrets lie in the abyss, where sunlight does not penetrate? The ocean is the most enigmatic place on our planet, harboring secrets that make the blood run cold. Scores of ships and aircraft have vanished without a trace in what are known as cursed zones. The Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea off the coast of Japan. How could entire vessels disappear without leaving a single trace? Strange sounds emanating from the depths are recorded by scientific instruments, but their origin remains unexplained. Rumblings, screeches, mysterious melodies. What or who produces them? Legends of ghostly ships, forever wandering the waves, are passed down from generation to generation. The Flying Dutchman, the Mary Celeste. Are they mere myths or a chilling reality? What secrets do ancient sunken cities, buried beneath the ocean's surface, hold? Today, we will delve into the depths of the darkest and most inexplicable marine mysteries, about which many prefer to remain silent. The Bermuda Triangle, this ominous maritime territory between Florida, the Bermuda Islands, and Puerto Rico, has become a symbol of inexplicable disappearances and maritime mysteries. The waters of this region, shimmering in all shades of lazurite on a sunny day, conceal something that causes experienced sailors to change course and avoid these areas. What is happening in this enigmatic region? The story of December 5, 1945, still sends shivers down spines. 5 B-29 bombers, part of Flight 19, disappeared without a trace during a training flight. The last words transmitted by the flight leader over the radio were, "We don't understand where we are. Everything looks strange. Even the ocean is not the same." Then, only static remained. How could 5 aircraft with experienced pilots simply vanish into thin air? And what is even more alarming, a Martin Mariner seaplane sent to search for them also disappeared without a trace. 27 people vanished into the sea in a single day. Or the story of the luxurious ship SS Cotopaxi, which sent a routine radio message in 1925 and then seemingly evaporated from the face of the earth. No wreckage, lifeboats, distress signals, nothing. Over the past 2 centuries, more than 329 ships and over 100 aircraft have entered these waters and never returned. Scientists offer dozens of explanations for these mysterious disappearances. Some point to powerful methane hydrates, underwater methane bubbles that, rising to the surface, can instantaneously deprive a ship of buoyancy, dragging it to the depths. Others mention unusual magnetic anomalies that can disrupt navigation instruments and disorient pilots. Researchers from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration have recorded strange electronic fogs, luminous formations that envelop ships and aircraft, disabling all electronics. But can these scientific hypotheses explain all the disappearances? What about the numerous reports of time distortions, where ships, barely escaping the triangle, arrived at their destinations with significant delays, despite their logs and clocks indicating the journey was on schedule? And what about the mysterious underwater structures discovered near Bimini? Geometrically perfect stone platforms resembling roads and building foundations. Could they be part of the legendary Atlantis? And are the strange phenomena of the Bermuda Triangle connected to the technologies of a lost civilization? Residents of the Bahamas speak of strange lights rising from the water on moonless nights, and of inexplicable whirlpools appearing in completely calm seas. Fishermen swear they heard the sounds of working mechanisms coming from the depths in certain areas of the triangle. Some researchers propose even more fantastic theories, from alien bases on the ocean floor to portals to parallel dimensions. But whatever the truth may be, the Bermuda Triangle continues to be one of the most unsettling mysteries of the world's oceans, a place where the laws of physics seem to cease to apply, and the boundary between the known and the incomprehensible becomes particularly thin. And perhaps the most frightening aspect of this enigma is that many of the ships and aircraft that vanished there were never found, as if they had never existed at all. What lies behind this veil of mystery? Perhaps we are still very far from truly understanding the nature of this enigmatic place. Speaking of mysterious underwater structures and vanished civilizations, it is impossible not to touch upon the greatest maritime mystery of all time, the legendary Atlantis. This ghostly continent, described by Plato in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias over 2,400 years ago, continues to haunt scientists, researchers, and dreamers. Plato paints a picture of an extraordinary civilization that existed 9,000 years before his time, an island empire located beyond the Pillars of Hercules in the Atlantic Ocean. According to his description, Atlantis was a land of incredible wealth and technological sophistication. Magnificent temples lined with silver and gold, vast canals connecting concentric rings of land surrounding the capital, hot and cold springs feeding luxurious baths, and an amazing system of transportation and irrigation. But what is particularly intriguing about this story is the sudden and catastrophic demise of this advanced civilization. In one day and one terrible night, writes Plato, Atlantis sank into the abyss, taking with it all its knowledge and achievements. How could such a rapid disappearance of an entire continent occur? Some geologists suggest that a powerful volcanic eruption, similar to the one that destroyed the Minoan civilization on Santorini around 3,600 years ago, could have been the cause. Others point to the possibility of tectonic plate movement or the impact of a large meteorite. But was Plato's account based on real events, or was it merely a philosophical allegory about the destructiveness of pride and the abandonment of divine laws? Remarkably, many ancient cultures preserve similar legends about a great flood and lost lands. The Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, the Indian Puranas, the Mexican codices of the Maya, all contain references to ancient catastrophes and vanished continents. Can such a coincidence be purely accidental? The search for Atlantis has led researchers to the most diverse corners of the planet. Some see its traces in the enigmatic underwater structures off the coast of Cuba, where at a depth of about 700 meters, geometrically correct stone formations resembling the ruins of an ancient city have been discovered. Others point to the mysterious platforms off the coast of Yonaguni in Japan, underwater terraces, stairs and arches, the origin of which is still a subject of heated debate. Some researchers draw attention to the marshy plain of Atlantis Hill in Andalusia, where under layers of silt, traces of ancient settlements have been found, buried as a result of a catastrophic flood. Or perhaps the answer lies in the very center of the Atlantic Ocean, where underwater research has revealed strange anomalies in the mid-Atlantic ridge. Modern technologies allow us to look deeper than ever before. Satellite images, hydroacoustics, robotic underwater vehicles open up new horizons for research. In 2018, a group of oceanographers studying the seabed off the coast of Morocco discovered strange concentric structures that remarkably resemble the description of Atlantis's capital. But what is even more enigmatic is the analysis of samples taken from this area, which showed the presence of metal alloys that could not have formed naturally. Were these fragments of the technology of the vanished civilization? And if Atlantis did exist, what other secrets did it take with it to the bottom of the sea? Perhaps it is there, in the dark depths, that the answers to questions about the origin of human civilization, the cycles of its development and decline, the knowledge lost over the millennia, lie hidden. And perhaps one day we will hear this call from the depths, the summons of forgotten wisdom, waiting for its moment to emerge once more into the light. But for now, Atlantis remains the greatest maritime enigma, a shimmering mirage on the border of history and myth, scientific search and mystical revelation. The vanished continent continues to entice us, reminding us that even the greatest civilizations can disappear without a trace, leaving only echoes of their existence in legends and beneath the layers of oceanic waters. Speaking of vanished civilizations and maritime mysteries, it is impossible not to draw attention to another mysterious phenomenon that seems to echo the ominous reputation of the Bermuda Triangle, but on the opposite side of the planet. In the western part of the Pacific Ocean, near the shores of Japan, lies an area that sailors have avoided for centuries, passing down stories of strange disappearances and inexplicable phenomena. This place is known as the Devil's Sea, or the Dragon's Triangle, an eastern nightmare for sailors, shrouded in a veil of mystery and fear. This enigmatic zone, located approximately 100 kilometers south of Tokyo, forms a nearly perfect triangle between the Japanese island of Miyakojima, the Bonin Islands, and Guam. The waters here are exceptionally deep, up to 10,000 meters, with the seabed dotted with underwater volcanoes and mysterious faults. What makes the Devil's Sea truly ominous is the astonishing number of ships and aircraft that seem to vanish without a trace, leaving no wreckage, distress signals, or any other signs. The first documented accounts of the peculiarities of this region date back to the 9th century AD, when Japanese chronicles mentioned demonic whirlwinds that dragged ships into the abyss. Local fishermen have long believed that these waters are home to a giant dragon that devours careless travelers. However, the Dragon's Triangle gained its true fame in the 20th century when, in 1952, the Japanese research vessel Kaiomaru No. 5 with a crew of 31 disappeared without a trace. Search operations yielded no results. The ship seemed to have evaporated. What is even more astonishing is that a few years later, in 1954, a similar fate befell a vessel sent to search for the Kaiomaru. 9 researchers trying to unravel the mystery of their colleagues' disappearance became part of the enigma themselves, vanishing in the same waters. How can such a sinister pattern be explained? Some geologists point to the unusual seismic activity in this area. Underwater earthquakes can cause sudden methane releases from the seabed, creating areas with reduced water density where ships lose buoyancy and sink instantly. Other researchers note strange magnetic anomalies that disrupt the functioning of navigation instruments and compasses. Japanese researcher Kiyoshi Wada in the 60s proposed the theory of the existence of magnetic tunnels, areas with distorted magnetic fields that can disorient both electronic devices and human perception. But how to explain the numerous eyewitness accounts of strange light phenomena over the sea? Mysterious greenish luminescence, spherical objects emerging from the water and disappearing into the sky, and inexplicable fogs appearing on clear days. In 1973, the crew of the cargo ship Kazuki Maru reported observing a submarine sun, a huge luminous disk rising from the depths and hovering above the water's surface. 20 minutes after this observation, contact with the ship was lost, and it never reached its destination. Particularly disturbing is the fact that even modern technology cannot fully explain the phenomenon of the Devil's Sea. In 2012, a Japanese-American expedition equipped with state-of-the-art deep-sea research equipment recorded strange acoustic anomalies, low-frequency sound waves that are not characteristic of known marine animals or geological processes. These, in 90, all some others, whatever, and who, but not the fly, have long been considered harbingers of inevitable doom for those unfortunate enough to see them. But who was the captain of this cursed ship? The most widespread version tells of a Dutch captain named Philip van der Decken, who in 1641 attempted to circumnavigate the Cape of Good Hope during a terrible storm. When his crew begged him to turn back, the captain, enraged and possibly drunk on rum, vowed to sail the seas forever, but would not yield to the elements. According to one version, he even drew a pistol and shot a crew member who called for reason, then shouted blasphemous words, challenging the Almighty himself. In that instant, the legend says, a mysterious figure, either an angel or a demon, appeared on the deck and uttered the fateful curse. For your pride, you are condemned to sail the seas until the day of judgment, bringing death to all who see your ship. Another version of the story links the origin of the Flying Dutchman to an outbreak of the plague on board. According to this tale, the ship, stricken with the terrible disease, was doomed to eternal wandering, unable to reach shore. No port would take in a ship flying the Black Plague flag, and over time, the entire crew perished. But the cursed ship continued its endless journey, guided by a dead captain and a crew of ghosts. What is particularly unsettling about the legend of the Flying Dutchman is the astonishing number of documented sightings of this phenomenon. In 1881, the future King George V, then Prince of Wales, recorded in his diary an encounter with a mysterious ship off the coast of Australia. On July the 4th at 4 o'clock in the morning, a strange red light, like a ghostly ship, completely engulfed in flames, was clearly visible from the left side. 13 witnesses among the crew confirmed this sighting. In 1939, the crew of a German military ship reported meeting a sailing ship of ancient design that suddenly disappeared into thin air when they tried to approach it. Especially intriguing is the fact that many of these sightings occurred in the vicinity of the Cape of Good Hope, the very place where, according to the legend, Captain van der Decken challenged the heavens. Can these observations be explained by atmospheric phenomena, optical illusions, or mass hallucinations? Perhaps. But how then to interpret the fact that many sailors who reported meeting the Flying Dutchman subsequently encountered misfortune, shipwrecks, illnesses, or even death? A mere coincidence or a manifestation of an ancient curse? Some researchers of paranormal phenomena propose that the Flying Dutchman could be a manifestation of what is known as a time loop, a situation where a particular past event, especially a tragic one, leaves an energetic imprint that can manifest in our reality under certain conditions. Others connect the sightings of the ghost ship to specific electromagnetic anomalies that can arise in seawater during storms and create mirages of extraordinary clarity. But however scientists may try to explain the phenomenon of the Flying Dutchman, this legend continues to live in maritime folklore, literature, and cinema, reminding us of the thin line between the world of the living and the world of the dead, the price of pride, and the mysteries that the ocean holds in its depths. And perhaps, somewhere among the churning waves, the cursed ship with its ghostly crew still wanders, guided by a captain whose pride has condemned him to eternal exile. And perhaps one day, on a dark, stormy night, you will see a strange silhouette on the horizon and a reddish glow enveloping its sails. But remember, seeing the Flying Dutchman means inviting its curse upon yourself. And who knows, perhaps you will be the next to join the endless voyage of this ghost ship, forever lost between worlds, between life and death, between past and present. If the legend of the Flying Dutchman makes sailors look warily at the horizon, there are places on Earth that attract treasure seekers and those seeking mysteries, despite their ominous reputations. One such place is the mysterious Oak Island, a small piece of land off the coast of Nova Scotia in Canada, which has been harboring a secret for more than 2 centuries that has kept researchers and adventurers at bay. At the heart of this mystery is the famous Money Pit, a deep shaft where, according to legends, untold treasures are hidden, protected by a cunning system of traps and perhaps an ancient curse. The history of this enigmatic place begins in 1795, when a young man named Daniel McGuinness discovered a strange depression in the ground under an old oak tree with signs of ropes on its branches, as if something heavy had once been suspended from them. Intrigued by this discovery, McGuinness and his friends began digging, which marked the start of one of the longest and most mysterious search operations in history. What they found is still astonishing today. At a depth of about 10 meters, the searchers discovered a platform of oak beams, beneath which was a layer of seaweed, then a layer of charcoal, followed by another platform of oak beams. This sequence repeated every 10 meters, demonstrating the incredible complexity of the structure. Who created this system and why? What treasures could it have been protecting? Theories multiplied with each new layer and each new expedition. Some believed that pirates' treasures, possibly those of Blackbeard or the legendary Captain Kidd, were hidden here. Others suggested that the shaft contained the jewels of Marie Antoinette, secretly smuggled out of France during the Revolution. Others went even further, proposing that the Money Pit held lost manuscripts by Shakespeare or even the Holy Grail, brought to the island by the Templars. However, the most ominous aspect of the Oak Island story is that for over 200 years, numerous attempts to reach the supposed treasures have always ended in failure, often tragically. In 1849, an expedition by the Truro Company discovered at a depth of 40 meters a mysterious stone slab with symbols carved into it which, according to some interpretations, meant £2 million lie 40 fathoms below. Inspired by this find, the researchers continued digging, but encountered a cunning flooding system. When they reached a certain depth, seawater began filling the shaft through artificial side tunnels. This engineering system, created several centuries ago, still effectively protects the supposed treasures. But what is even more sinister is the legend of the curse associated with Oak Island, which states that 7 must die before the island reveals its secrets. And indeed, over the years, 6 people have died on the island under mysterious circumstances. Machinery broke down at the most inopportune moments, tunnels collapsed, and once several researchers died from a mysterious release of toxic gases from the depths of the shaft. Coincidence, or the manifestation of an ancient curse? In 1965, a tragedy claimed the lives of 4 more expedition participants when a pump that was draining water suddenly malfunctioned, and people suffocated from the gases that had accumulated in the shaft. Modern technology has allowed the discovery of metallic objects and even chests in the depths of the shaft, but they have not yet been able to be extracted. Moreover, using radiocarbon dating, it was established that the artificial structures on the island were created between the 14th and 16th centuries, long before the official discovery of the island by Europeans. Who could have built this complex system in those distant times? And what exactly were they trying to hide with such incredible effort? Some researchers even suggest that the Money Pit does not contain treasures in the traditional sense, but was created as a kind of time capsule to preserve certain knowledge or artifacts for future generations, critically important for humanity. Perhaps the creators of this structure foresaw a catastrophe or war and were trying to protect something invaluable from destruction. But if this is the case, what exactly did they consider so valuable that they made such colossal efforts to preserve it? And is the island's curse a kind of warning, a signal that we are not yet ready to gain access to these ancient secrets? The mystery of Oak Island continues to stir the minds of researchers and dreamers, reminding us that even in our technologically advanced era, there are places on Earth filled with inexplicable mysteries, as if challenging our rational thinking. And perhaps the true treasure of the Money Pit is not gold or jewels, but the very mystery itself, an unsolvable puzzle that keeps us thinking about the limits of human capabilities and the secrets that the past hides from the present. For what could be more valuable than an unsolved mystery that continues to captivate and intrigue for centuries after its creation? If the mysteries of the land continue to captivate the imagination of researchers, What secrets do the silent depths of the world's oceans hide? In recent decades, underwater archaeology has revealed a fascinating chapter in human history. Submerged cities and mysterious ruins buried beneath layers of seawater. These silent witnesses of the past preserve traces of ancient civilizations that vanished under mysterious circumstances, as if nature itself decided to conceal them from human eyes. One of the most intriguing underwater mysteries of our time is the Yonaguni Monument, a mysterious structure discovered off the coast of the Japanese island of Yonaguni in 1987. A massive stone structure resembling a stepped pyramid with perfectly straight angles and smooth surfaces, it lies at a depth of approximately 25 meters. Is it a whimsical creation of nature, or a testament to the existence of an unknown ancient civilization? Official science tends to favor the theory of natural origin, explaining its formation through erosion and tectonic plate movements. But how to explain the presence of perfect right angles, columns, and even what some researchers interpret as an ancient temple with an altar? Japanese geologist Masaki Kimura, who has devoted more than 15 years to studying this object, is convinced that the Yonaguni Monument is a human creation, built no less than 5,000 years ago, when sea levels were significantly lower. If this is indeed the case, who were these ancient builders? And why did their civilization disappear without a trace in historical records? No less mysterious are the underwater ruins near the Indian coast of Mahabalipuram, where in 2002, after a destructive tsunami, the outlines of ancient temples and sculptures emerged from the sand. Local legends have long spoken of the 7 pagodas, 6 of which were swallowed by the sea. Did the elements, in destroying, simultaneously reveal a veil over an ancient secret? Radiocarbon analysis of the discovered artifacts indicates an age of around 1,200 years, corresponding to the period of the Pallava dynasty. However, some elements of the construction demonstrate striking similarities with more ancient civilizations that existed long before the official chronology of this region. Perhaps what we have found is just the tip of the iceberg, and beneath the layers of silt lie evidence of even older and more advanced cultures. What about the famous ruins of Pavlopetri off the coast of Greece, the oldest known submerged city, estimated to be around 5,000 years old? Here, at a depth of just 3 to 4 meters, lies an entire city with streets, buildings, and even a cemetery. Modern 3-dimensional mapping technologies have allowed archaeologists to virtually revive this ancient port, but many questions remain unanswered. How did a developed Bronze Age urban civilization end up underwater? Was it a result of gradual sea level rise, or a catastrophic event, an earthquake, tsunami, or even a meteorite impact? And the most intriguing question: how many more such submerged cities lie hidden beneath the surface of the Mediterranean, waiting to be discovered? A special chapter in the Book of Underwater Mysteries is dedicated to the legends of Atlantis, the legendary continent described by Plato and supposedly swallowed by the ocean in the aftermath of a cataclysm. For centuries, researchers have proposed dozens of possible locations for the submerged civilization, from Santorini in the Aegean Sea to the Bahamas in the Atlantic Ocean. In 2001, Canadian researchers using satellite technology discovered strange regular structures on the floor of the Atlantic near Cuba at a depth of more than 700 meters. Underwater robots recorded massive geometrically correct blocks and pyramid-like structures resembling ancient Mesoamerican constructions. Could these structures have been created by humans? If so, when was this territory last above sea level? Geologists estimate that this occurred no less than 12,000 years ago, long before the appearance of the known ancient civilizations. No less mysterious are the underwater pyramids discovered off the coast of Japan, near the Ryukyu Islands. These enigmatic structures, covered with corals and marine deposits, bear a striking resemblance to the pyramids of the Maya and Aztecs, despite being separated by thousands of kilometers of ocean. How to explain such architectural parallels between civilizations that, according to official history, never had contact with each other? Could there have been a primordial culture that spread its knowledge around the world, long before the rising waters of the ocean forever separated the continents? What if the legends of a global flood, present in the mythology of almost all ancient peoples, from the Sumerians to the Maya, from the Indians to the Vikings, are not just a metaphor, but an echo of a real global catastrophe that changed the face of the planet? and destroyed a developed civilization that existed 10 to 12,000 years ago. Modern geology confirms that at the end of the last ice age, the world's sea level rose by approximately 120 meters, flooding vast coastal areas. What if it was on these fertile plains, now lying beneath the waters, that the first civilizations were born, leaving behind only faint memories in the form of legends and myths? Submerged cities and ruins challenge our understanding of history, making us ponder, how complete are our knowledge of human past? What if what we consider the beginning of civilization is merely a rebirth after a global catastrophe that wiped out more ancient and possibly more advanced cultures? Silent stone witnesses on the seabed keep their secrets, and we have only just begun to scratch the surface of this fascinating enigma. How many more lost cities slumber beneath the waves, waiting for technology to reveal their secrets and rewrite the history of humanity? Sea monsters, the horror from the depths. But this is not the only secret that the oceans hold. Recall how sailors, setting out on long voyages, often spoke of terrifying creatures dwelling in the boundless depths. Legends of kraken, giant sea serpents, and other monsters whose names evoke fear have been passed down through generations, forming a mythology that seems to belong only to fairy tales. But what if there is a kernel of truth in these stories? How would life on a ship be if dark shadows of underwater giants, glinting with scales, swept past, causing hearts to freeze with fear? Throughout history, sailors have reported encounters with unknown creatures that could easily capsize ships and swallow entire crews. One of the most famous stories about a kraken, described as a giant creature capable of causing terrible storms and swallowing ships, originated in Scandinavia. But what if the kraken is not just a product of imagination, but a reflection of real observations of rare deep-sea creatures such as the giant squid? These creatures, hiding in the dark depths of the ocean, were only discovered in the last few decades, and their sizes can reach up to 7 meters in length. Are there still more mysterious creatures that did not live long enough to become subjects of scientific study? Scientific research shows that there are still many unexplored areas of the ocean where life thrives, hiding its secrets from human eyes. It is not surprising that many researchers and zoologists believe that in these boundless expanses, there may be real sea monsters waiting to be discovered. A striking example is the story of the Oklahoma snake, described by local fishermen as a long, serpent-like creature capable of reaching 6 meters in length. Witnesses claim to have seen this creature rise from the depths of the lake, and although many consider it a myth, there is nothing stranger than reality hidden behind the ghosts of legends. Notably, even in our time, reports of encounters with mysterious creatures continue to emerge, which may be merely variations of known marine animals, but could also be manifestations of the unknown that lives in the depths. How can we explain these numerous stories of encounters with sea monsters if we do not remember that human perception often distorts reality, filling gaps in knowledge with myths and legends? Some researchers suggest that these myths may be based on real observations, such as encounters with giant sea serpents, which were misinterpreted in conditions of fear and tension. Perhaps we simply do not understand the deep ecosystems of the oceans, and our understanding of them is based on insufficient knowledge. But who knows how many more secrets are hidden beneath the ocean's surface? Perhaps these are not just myths, but memories of creatures that were part of an ecosystem that existed millions of years ago. So how do we know where legends end and facts begin? Every time we dive into the ocean, we encounter the possibility of discovering something extraordinary, a sea monster that could change our understanding of life on Earth. Therefore, the question remains, do we really know everything that lies hidden in the depths of the oceans? Or does the sea continue to hold wonders, waiting to be revealed? Unidentified submarine objects, USOs, shadows in the abyss. But on this mysterious path, we encounter another unsolved mystery that attracts the attention not only of researchers, but also of ordinary people. Unidentified submarine objects, or USOs as they are often called. Imagine something moving with astonishing speed in the silent depths of the ocean, far from human eyes, leaving behind a trail of bubbles and an enigmatic silence. Witness accounts of strange submarine objects vary from simple observations to captivating stories of creatures capable of maneuvers beyond the reach of modern human technology. On May 18, 2013, several fishermen, at a depth of around 30 meters, witnessed a remarkable sight. They saw a bright light that, according to them, initially moved slowly and then suddenly accelerated to an incredible speed, disappearing into the darkness of the water. How is this possible? Could it be that the ocean depths hide more advanced technologies than we can imagine? Discussing these phenomena, scientists and researchers propose several theories. One of them links the observations of USOs to military developments that might have been launched into the ocean's depths. Perhaps these are secret projects about which the public is unaware, using unique technologies to maneuver in waters where ordinary ships cannot reach. But military personnel are not the only ones who could be involved in these mysterious phenomena. Some suggest that these could be alien ships using the ocean as an ideal hiding place to avoid human attention. In this context, the question arises, what if USOs are not just a figment of imagination, but a real reflection of the existence of other intelligent beings observing us from the dark depths? There are also more exotic theories suggesting that these objects could be manifestations of unknown natural phenomena. However, moreover, how much so? In the one of them, however, how many around this phenomenon? There are many other mysteries, such as sounds resembling mechanical noises, or even melodic trills that could be made by unknown marine inhabitants. In 1998, researchers recorded a sound known as no-no, which also leaves many questions and speculations. Some believe it could be the sounds made by whales communicating over vast distances, while others think it could be the remnants of ancient marine creatures that have long disappeared from the face of the earth. How can we explain these mysterious voices of the abyss that penetrate our consciousness, evoking a sense of silent fear and awe? Perhaps these are not just sounds, but messages from the depths that we are still unable to understand. Research continues, and with each new discovery, new mysteries emerge. But will we ever be able to decipher this language of the depths? How many more unknown sounds exist that could contain clues about life in the ocean and its inhabitants? Some researchers believe that these sounds could be the key to solving many mysteries of the underwater world. But as practice shows, each solution opens new mysteries. So the question remains, what truly lurks in the dark depths of the ocean, and how many more voices of the abyss await their turn to be heard? Perhaps the underwater worlds hold not only wonders, but also secrets that we are not even aware of. Ghost islands, vanished lands. We all know that the ocean is not just an endless blue expanse, but also a repository of countless mysteries waiting to be revealed. Throughout the history of cartography, there have been mysterious islands that appeared on old maps for centuries, only to vanish as if they had never existed. What is the reason for their enigmatic disappearance? Perhaps it is simply a matter of cartographic errors, where inexperienced explorers misinterpreted visible outlines or optical illusions caused misunderstandings. However, some of these islands were so meticulously described that their existence inspired confidence, even in the most skeptical. For example, the island of Senurf was marked on maps in the 17th century, but no mention of it provided a clear explanation of its location. How could such experienced cartographers have made such a mistake? What is the true nature of Senurf? But that is not all. There are also theories that some of these phantom islands could have appeared due to volcanic activity. Volcanic islands can suddenly emerge when lava rises to the surface, but they can just as quickly disappear back into the sea, leaving behind only myths and legends. The most famous example of such an island is Kundal, which, according to sailors' tales, emerged from a massive underwater eruption and disappeared a few years later, taking with it all traces of its existence. How could such lands have appeared and disappeared, leaving behind only whispers in the ocean's waters? But apart from volcanoes, there are other possible explanations. Some researchers suggest that these islands did indeed exist, but were swallowed by the sea due to climate changes or changes in sea levels over thousands of years. Let us recall, for instance, the legends of the lost Atlantis, a mythical civilization that, according to the tales, disappeared into the ocean, leaving behind only a riddle. How could such advanced cultures disappear without a trace? And is it possible that we are on the brink of discovering new ghost islands hidden beneath the ocean's surface, waiting to be revealed? After all, the ocean is full of unsolved mysteries, and each new investigation can open doors to forgotten worlds. But the true enigma lies not only in what we know about old maps and vanished islands, but also in how many other unknown lands may still be hidden beneath the ocean's surface, waiting to be rediscovered. How many more secrets does our planet hold, and what exactly lies beyond the horizon where water meets the sky? The ocean is not just an endless blue expanse, but a true abyss filled with dark mysteries and unexplored depths that stir our imagination and make us shudder with fear. With every new exploration, we uncover only a small part of what lies beneath its waves. Let us recall the chilling tales of ghost ships, mysterious creatures that roam its depths, and sunken civilizations whose histories we can barely imagine. What were their fates when they left their homes to venture into uncharted waters? What thoughts filled their minds as their vessels were swallowed by the raging waves? Scientific research, such as LiDAR scanning and carbon dating, only slightly lift the veil of secrecy, but do not provide definitive answers to the questions that have haunted researchers for centuries. No matter how hard we try, some mysteries remain beyond our reach, as if nature itself guards them. The ocean is not only a source of life, but also a chasm where dangers lurk, capable of consuming all traces of existence. We know about some vanished islands and submerged cities, but how many more secrets does this abyss hold? Perhaps it is in these moments, when we gaze at the calm surface of the water, unaware of the horrors hidden beneath, that we should ponder the grandeur and power of nature. Do you feel that chill of fear when you think that every wave could hide a story filled with terror and tragedy? Share your scariest maritime stories or theories you've heard, for each of us can be a part of this great enigma. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel if you want to continue delving into the world of secrets and mysteries waiting to be revealed. Remember, this is just a small part of the ocean's secrets, and in its depths, there is still much unexplained, waiting for someone to dare to peer into its dark waters once more. How many more chilling stories are hidden beneath the surface, and what secrets await their turn to be uncovered?